other people, some people who couldn't make it due to circumstances, people who are caught in traffic, those type of things. And I think we should have thought about it in the first place, so I think it worked out. We have people here, many people here who utilize tattoo medicine, traditional tattoo medicines. Those things were removed from many people for several different reasons. The reason I understood it from the way where we're from utilize is that those things kind of remind you of your obligations to many things. My next hit up with Devil's Club from my grandmother, where we're from, it was her weaving design, and it was stolen. They stole all of her baskets, and one time I ended up having to go to that National Museum of the American Indian or whatever it was, and then they opened up and they found the weaving designs that was one of my great grandmothers, and so it was from Devil's Club. It just shows the Devil's Club being pushed out of they're pushing herself out of the ground, and it was the first medicine given to our people with the first death that we experienced. Devil's Club came to our people and said that she can be utilized for strength and power, and it ended up becoming a war medicine for our people. But the importance of what those reminders are, historically, they were things that were part of our people. I can't explain it as well as other people who actually show that and utilize that art form. And so we have people here who have done work, continue doing work, do it for the people. And I think that I'd rather let them explain. We're going to open this space up again with a song, and we'll go from there and let everyone, I'll come back up and let everyone else introduce themselves. I don't like introducing people because people are so much more important in the ways that I can encompass like what they are and what I know about them. So we'll let them come up after. All right. I feel super uncomfortable. It's weird because I used to do music, but I feel super uncomfortable with a mic. Talking into a mic, especially during this kind of stuff. But I'll let Kanahus introduce everyone as well too. I'm just a lowly moderator, but we'll let Kanahus bring everybody up who's not doing work right now.
Can we get all the tattoo artists up here? Yeah, just sit down up on the panel. I think we need another chair. Do we need another chair there? Okay. We want everybody. Russo's doing tattoo.
Just a little bit.
What, are you gonna go up here? Who's coming here? Russo's doing tattoo. Yeah, okay. Waikuhaitip, everybody. This panel is on the traditional tattoo medicine of our people. Russo's doing tattoo. Here, honored to sit here with master tattoo artist that's been tattooing for a lot longer than me, but the teachings that I have got from the tattoo medicine is linked to the land defense and the fighting that we've been doing to fight for our land and everything that encompasses our land. My name is Kanahus Belki Manuel, and I'm a mother of four and a Secwepemc land defender and freedom fighter, a traditional tattoo artist, and a traditional birth keeper. I help at traditional births as well. I'll just pass this on, this amazing panel of tattoo artists.
Good morning. My name's Antonio Mejia. I want to thank all of y'all from these areas for welcoming me and my daughter up here. This is not our first time up here tattooing the community, but it's definitely been one of the better times. It's been a great. I was explaining to one of the sisters and some of the brothers that it's such a blessing. I've been tattooing 33 years. I'll tell you a little more about myself, but to be in this environment as a recipient of a tattoo medicine, and a lot of times you find yourself in a tattoo business type atmosphere or something like that. But this is unique. This is special because all the words being shared this weekend from frontline folks and workers like that, warriors and then frontline children, freedom babies, and to hear those laughters while you're under that while you're spilling your blood, and then to have those songs being presented and to be in that type of environment, freedom babies, there's no better medicine or time for it. So we've made this part of our commitment. We've been traveling with Kanahus and other relatives for about, I don't know, it's been a few years now. We go to different communities for it. So we open it up. We work by laws of the land. We trade. We whatever we can do. No one will be turned away. My family, we're Raramuri. We come from the Copper Canyon. My tata, my grandmother, they left that canyon post World War II. There's a railroad that ran through that area, and they came towards the coast, so they ended up in Sonora, a different desert with Mayo people, but our people at Raramuri were known for long distance running. We're from Batupilas, which is the base of the Copper Canyon, so to this day it's still dirt road, and that's where our ancestors come from. At a certain point in my time, I grew up in the city. I'm second generation born in the United States, so we're displaced. They say I don't feel that way because my people have been running messages up and down this coast for thousands of years. We've known for that. We've been known to be warriors on the move and then messengers on the move, trading and all that. So I don't feel displaced. But we grew up in Los Angeles, and growing up in the city, we have to overcome a lot of difficulties. We come from a place where, gangbanging, drugs, a lot of exploitation of labor and community. And we come from Northeast LA. And surviving, navigating those waters has been difficult. And what forced us to try to do better and try to think beyond ourselves in our community. So that's our focus. We embrace the ceremony. We've been running ceremony since I was young. My kids were brought up that way. We're part of a series of deer hunts that we're taking fresh blood back to the old altars, consecrating those altars, which is work that can't be done anymore by Indigenous people at home. So we were a part of that series and those prayers of bringing those old altars back to life, and then throughout those different pilgrimages that we've taken part in, we've made relations with other nations on this side of the border and that side. We've also helped with peace and dignity, so trying to unify the continent as a whole. Our family's been involved with that Eagle Condor Alliance and Prophecy, so we are dedicated to that. As a part of all that, we've made these relations with other folks. We like to sit out in the sunshine with the Plains folks, you know what I mean, in the summertime, and then We sit up nighttime on the net land, and we like to visit with all our relatives. We like to support everyone. Our main responsibility as a family, and that's the way we understood our old societies, was we didn't see things this way, the way other cultures that were brought here, where they have a sense of judgment of this is lower and this is higher. The way our people conducted business and society was across the board. And if you were a warrior, you were only a warrior because someone was growing food for you and building your house and taking care of your home. And if you were an astronomer, or you were writing down a story like that, you could only do that because you have warrior out there protecting your land. So in that respect, we fishermen, everyone, we all need each other. We call it that tight weave. We have basket weave patterns that identify us as communities, and those are like our fingerprints, but they all are about weaving little pieces of all of us together, little big medicine. And that being said, that became our responsibility, was to take up the imagery and translating story into a graphic physical imagery. We studied the base of what was left for us. So we've studied the line work regionally, and we try to pay attention to all those things, to the style, the history of the particular region, and then we'll apply that to composition. We are not also not interested in the way we've learned that this medicine is that we are not stuck on what was left behind for us in stone. For a lot of our families, on walls, in carving, in pottery, we are well aware of what our ancestors left behind, and it is incumbent on us to study it as a base. But moving forward, we have contemporary issues. We have to adapt to what's going on now, and that's how we approach we take that old information as a language and as a base for what we do now, and then we're moving forward, because we ain't stopping. It didn't stop when those people came over, and it ain't stopping now. And that's how we conduct our business in our family line. I travel with my daughter and my son, and sometimes we all travel. My granddaughter, my auntie, we will travel 4 generations to ceremony, to tattoo, and yeah, just proud to be here with you folks. Just know that we love you. We're here to support you, and to bear those markings is not for everybody. We all know that it's not for everybody. Some people are very uncomfortable, as a matter of fact, around it. But that's what creates this like tight bond and love and respect when we read each other's markings, because we know that we are fully committed. Like we're not afraid to be who we are anymore, and we can come out that way. We can mark our faces, we can mark our hands, and be proud. Not only proud, but to let them know too, we're right here. You know what I'm saying? I hope they wear their clothes and their war paint too, so that we can see each other clearly. And like that, I'm gonna pass this mic over to my daughter. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you to everyone that's been helping out around here. Thank you to everyone in here who's been I've been seeing all your faces around all week, so it's nice to be here. And I'm Sitla Mina Mejia, daughter of Antonio and Henny Mejia. And yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for everything, from the doorway in to the doorway out. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ipiksaut Friesen. I'm from Uvanga Ipiksaut, Kanaklingang Mute, Nunavut. I'm Ipiksaut. I'm from Rankininglet, Nunavut. It's up in Arctic, so-called Canada. I've met these people through tattoo gatherings, and we just kept in touch over the years, and it's really nice to reunite with them again and get to meet everybody. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for arranging this assembly. Where I'm from, it was mostly the women who got tattooed on their faces and on their arms and on their fingers. Some men did get tattooed for different reasons and purposes. Part of our method is hand poke and skin stitch, which is with the needle and thread. The thread is what holds the ink, and the needle passes through the skin. So because of the residential school system and the infiltration of religion, there was a lot of fear and illegal to have tattoos. So it's nice to revitalize the tattooing again. It's still living memory of, there's still living memory of our elders remembering their elders having face tattoos and hand tattoos. There's still living memory and oral history with our traditional tattoos. And there's also, because of a lot of us are half, that some Inuit are like not confident enough to get tattoos. So, or not feeling Inuk enough. So there's always that fear. So it's nice to bring that back and to gain back that confidence through the youth. So thank you.
Aho, in me mo naimo ma at my tanam ti chomna payu kwasla mi hashwit. My name is Tiwani. I'm from the occupied lands of the Sinasho Taichpum, the Waskapum, and the Paiute, otherwise known as the Warm Springs Reservation. I have to apologize because I'm not an artist, but you know, back where we come from, where I come from, in my home there, like all the rest of our homes, pretty much, you know, we're coming out of this decolonization thing, and you know, we're kind of like meeting it head on with what's going on in this world, and a lot of our people are kind of still lost in out there, you know, and whatever's out there and has them, you know. So my friends and I, you know, I want to put my wife on the spot because I really start learning too much about traditional tattoo or anything like that, you know, until I met my wife and, you know, she started explaining it to me more. She's a tattoo artist. I want to introduce Ninokasi Hummingbird, my wife, and it's kind of the real reason that I'm up here because she turned me on to it. And my friends, the rest of my friends, you know, I want to introduce my friends too. It's Charles, Air, Jace, and Keith. These are all my relatives. We've all kind of been all over together, you know, and we've been through a lot together. These are, you know, like basically like family, you know. So we all came together and we talked about this, and we created a tattoo gathering down there where we come from. Back in 17, my dad's home, it burnt in a house fire. There was a fire on the other side of the hill. It was like a crop fire or something, and it got away from a farmer and it burned our home. So it took about 2 years for us to actually go home, because that, you know, it's like that was our home. It was just different, you know, so it took a minute. But when we went home, my dad, he created a coffee house, and he built a longhouse, and we have like a gatherings over there, you know, and people come hang out, people come stay on the land, you know, and we're just kind of like revitalizing the land and bringing it back together. So we have a tattoo gathering in the end of the summer, basically towards the beginning of the fall. And this year was our second annual. So, you know, we're planning on doing it every year. And, you know, it's just, for us, it's just about sharing this medicine, because I always remember my grandma, one of my grandmas, my great aunt, she had tattoos, you know, and she was really old. She lived to be over 100 years old. And used to ask her about it all the time, you know, because, you know, I mean, just like a lot of us grew up in that era, you know, we were fascinated with things. We were fascinated with gangs. We were fascinated with all of that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And when I saw that on my grandma, I was just like, whoa, you know, and I hit her up and everything. And she told me that when she was in boarding school, that they told her that all of these tattoos and everything like that, if you mark your body, you mark your skin, then they're not going to let you into the other world and things like that, you know. And so she told me that her and a bunch of the girls that were going to that school, they all went right out and they all went and got tattoos, you know, to rebel against the nuns. So, you know, I always loved that, you know, and I always really appreciate it. I always carried that in my heart, you know what I mean? And when this came about, it made so much sense to me, you know, and this is how we could begin to heal our people, you know, back where we come from is to bring this medicine and just start there, because our tattoos are free. You know, we bring in all these artists from all over. They come and, you know, we make sure that they can travel and that they can be there and that they're warm to sleep and they have food to eat, and they come and they take care of us with their medicine like that, you know. And this year was really beautiful. Last year, the first year, we had a whole entire family that were going through troubled times, you know, coming out of addiction and everything, like, you know, what comes with that. And the entire family came and they all got tattoos, and it was just so beautiful, you know. And we had so many elders, my dad, you know, and that was probably about the best part of it for me, was just that we had so many elders that came and got that medicine, you know. And then this year it was the same thing. We had a lot of elders come, and like, you know, my medicine, my tattoo is from our basket designs too, from our huckleberry basket designs for our mountains, you know, because we live, you know, at the foothills of the Cascades, you know, and we live right at the foothills of White East, Patu, which is Mount Hood. And on the other side over here, we got Mount Jefferson too. So, you know, those are, you know, they've always looked after us, you know, and that's, you know, that's where we always know where we're home when we see our mountains, you know. So that's why I carry that medicine with me. And, you know, with that, I guess, anything else? I want to put my hands up to the cooks, you know, to the house, to everybody who put this together, you know, and for everybody, apologize that we didn't get to make it today. We had things going on, but, you know, thank you. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we're Central Oregon, so we go to the Columbia River to the Dalles to go south from there. We're about 100 miles east of Portland and 80 miles north of Bend. So if you put Quilt's Coffee House into GPS, it'll tell you right where it's at. Subnashua, Oregon.
We have another tattoo artist. He's there tattooing one of the elders, but we just want to bring the mic over there just so he could introduce himself real quick. Nicole, or who's bringing the mic over? Govinda? Oh, yeah.
I'll go. Excuse me. It should be. Yeah, it's good. No, here's Leonard.
Bueno. Okay, my name is Russo. Thank you for invitation. So it's a pleasure to stay here. I'm a very shy person, so I always try to escape. Or it's very important to share my energy, share my spirit when everybody. So kind of who's when I met to her, always I never thinking is the way I wanna walk in, but always I'm find my intuition, you know, go where the people need something. That's I'm here. Thank you very much.
It's another one.
Thank you, Russo. He's also my teacher when I was really trying to bring back our traditional medicine to our tattoo medicine to our nation. I asked all my sisters, all my friends, and really in East LA that were all tatted up, and they talked about hand poke and machine. I never had no tattoos, and he said, "You got to talk to Nuale. You got to talk to Russo. He's a really good hand-poke tattoo artist. And so I found him, and he was so happy and willing to teach me. And now both my daughters tattoo, and one's right here, she's 13. She started tattooing when she was 5, and she picked up the needle, and Russo helped her tattoo some of the tattoos I have on me. But I feel that it's not just the medicine that the receiver, the wearer of the tattoo receives. It's also for all of us out here when we get to look at our fellow warriors and our Indigenous people with the traditional tattoos. It brings something to us when we get to see that. And so it's a medicine for all of us, and not just the one who wears it. And what Russo taught me in his teachings of the tattoo medicine was just the exchange that you have, and just to be conscious of the exchange that you have while you're marking somebody, because they're open, just like Sundance or other ceremonies, they're open. And so just to be really mindful in that exchange, in the prayers. And, sometimes people get big tattoos, or they have to go over and it starts to get painful. But I always just say, like, every poke is a prayer, as you're opening up your spirit to all of the elements. And there's many different tattoo gatherings that I went to, but I really like this crew here that I tattoo with. I love their medicine, and we go to the same Sundance together, and it's just powerful and amazing to tattoo alongside my relatives. I'm just gonna pass it, see if anyone has more to share.
Just real quick to share with y'all, our family work is gone overseas now, so we're making relations in particular with Sua Suluape
nice
family from Samoa that have an unbroken tattoo tradition, and Horitoshi family out in Japan are also part of that network, and everyone on the same page as far as like sharing the important aspects of breaking that skin, and like Kanu says, that exchange of energy, and then sharing the basis of what those are and the importance of how we need to carry ourselves as practitioners, and then how to prep the folks that are getting tattooed. So our commitment is to learn tattoo from its base. We're lucky to have those caretakers of that old tattoo bundle, that old medicine, that are still out there, that have that unbroken tradition. And for sure, we lean on them for advice, for everything from technique to, like I said, to the transfer of energy. And we're proud to be a part of those families as well. And we do that for y'all. We do that so that we can present our best work when it comes to the sit down. And just to let you know, this is a special group. There's a lot of frontline folks here, and lean on us. Like, when you need us, we're not afraid of that area either. Like, we enjoy that time, and we're here for y'all. And the tattoo medicine's good at that time. Like I said, to be able to lay down in the presence of a prayer is a beautiful thing for everyone. We now tattoo in the Sundance, and that's a part of what we're working on too. So just want to say that we're here for y'all, and thank you. And yeah, any questions?
Yeah, just really quick again. Forgot to say that our tattoo gathering is in September, October, and then this coming year, we're planning on having one in the spring. So we'll be letting everybody know. But yeah, just wanted to let everybody know that.
For you children out there, I picked up some face paint, so my tattoo time is limited. I'm gonna be doing a lot of face painting today, so just to share that with y'all.
Okay, is there anyone that would like to ask a question or anything?
Yeah, you're welcome to come up to the table too if you have personal questions about someone here. Here's a mic.
I'm a young person.
Hi, I'm Ron Jackman from Coast Salish, Kukulkan First Nation. My two sons, Odin and Thorn. I've come to join the fight and I've come to win.
Yeah.
It's one thing I do know is how to win. My fight in BC just came to a climax, so I got to disappear from my kids. Kids is not safe. But assured, I'm going to fire back and win the system. So
Yeah.
I'm here to help.
Thank you.
Climax, so.
Miigwech. I'm just going to see if the young person wants to ask that question. Do you have a question?
How long will the face paint last?
Say it in the mic.
How long will the face paint last?
If you don't shower, you can probably pull about 3 days.
How much time are you doing face paint?
I'm gonna make a tattoo, so I would say in about an hour and a half, I'll be ready.
Oh, very good. Thanks for being here. You know, the tattoo artists and sitting at that table, spending that time. Just wanted to say we appreciate you for holding that knowledge too. You know, listening to your words and your heritage. You know, our artists are knowledge keepers too. So, just want to recognize you, tattoo artists today, and thank you. So, I'll probably be getting a bunch of tattoos today. I'll be over there with you guys, from each and every one of you. Oh, and this one here I got on my right arm. I got maybe about 7 years ago when I first launched the Watch House in Burnby Mountain outside of a tank farm where we put our structure in Vancouver. And when I first met Canadahoose, and I think I only had one tattoo on my shoulder at that time. Now I got like 32, right? But no, she gave me this one that was hand poked. And it was a ceremony in the trailer that I had on this campsite, and this one took about 9 hours to do. And it was a ceremony. I think I fell asleep a number of times. Yeah, we were both falling asleep. Yeah. Oh yeah, she didn't get there till midnight. And I had my little 8-year-old son there. He's like, "Dad, he's panicking. You don't have to get it done." And I'm like, "Oh, I was trying to jam out because it was late, but we went all through the night." And so it was a ceremonial aspect. So, you know, having that part of it and recognizing that our warriors, you know, our young ones it's a symbol. I mean, for me, sometimes I think about it is you look at the old samurai warriors where they have their dragon masks on, they'll come up on their horses, they'll strike fear into their opponents, but also, you know, inspire their people. So for me, that's a large part of it. If what we wear and individually have those markings, it means something to us. So again, just wanted to appreciate you guys and recognize, thank you guys for being here. We'll see you.
So I just wanted to ask, when you're saying that it's medicine, is that just symbolically or spiritually, or is it actually herbs and other natural substances that are part of the ink for the tattoos?
Okay, so part of it, the inks we use are carbon based, so that means we're taking from the fire. And then the medicine, the way we've learned it is different folks from different places. So we work with Japanese folks, Samoan folks, Native folks, Marquesian Islands. A lot of it is the reintroducing, especially in this time, that reintroducing of ancient design and then pounding it directly back into your bloodstream, into your DNA. So that's where the healing comes. That's at its base, that's at its core. Today, we're working with we just started a new program, planted a seed, working with women that have done long incarcerated stints. So I'm working with one woman that did a 20-year stint in California prison system, and then the other one did 32 years in prison. And we're documenting why it is that they're going through this now. What the issue is that a lot of the markings they were bearing when they had that moment of hopelessness, when they first were given that long prison term, there's a sense of hopelessness because they didn't foresee an exit date. So they started to bear markings that were part of survival, part of active warfare, because that's the way they exist within that system. As time goes by, they start to bond with their sisters in there, and there becomes this time of like, well, maybe I didn't mean that, and I want to start to cover stuff up. Then comes the point where they're looking at the end of their 20-year sentence, and they're actually being approached about an exit date. And then there's this panic that settles in with our relatives where they start to just black out, and they'll leave the prison system with just blocks of scar tissue, and then they go into reentry, right? In reentry, they're afraid of a lot of these marks. They're embarrassed by some of them. They're ashamed of a lot of the markings. As our responsibility being tattooers and being folks that care about tattooing, and we understand that tattooing is way bigger than any one of us. It's been around. We have Mummy that's 11,000 years old in South America that has, she wore tattoo bands. My point is that we're now working with these types of relatives that bear old markings that have nothing to do with their culture and that are now in reentry doing amazing work. One of them does showers of hope. So she sets up mobile showers in downtown LA and helps wash down homeless people, gives them baths. The other one, Shy Girl, she's part of Families Against Solitary Confinement. They just work for a bunch of different nonprofits that advocate for people that can't advocate for themselves, mainly women's rights. Oh, you know what I mean? Anyways, for that reason, this new program that we're working on is trying to revive, because what tattoo medicine has done is we've been able to take someone who has anxiety, some with depression, some with extreme depression, and it's not always tattoos, but it might be scars that they have. Just recently, I know one of my nieces came to my daughter because she had a bunch of hurt marks, she called them, or what did she call them? She had a name for them, but when the kids cut themselves because of depression and this, I don't know if I know it's in the cities, it's very prevalent, but I don't know in y'all communities, but my niece came to me and asked me if I could cover up her cut marks from that type of stuff that she's dealing with. And I said, you know what, your cousin, I think is better fit for it, because she's got that real pretty, like good energy, and I know Mina will take care of you. So that type of healing is happening. I've done other cover-ups where I have grown men that came out of prison that are bearing marks that they're no longer with. They want to embrace their culture now. These are grown men that would go swimming with a T-shirt on. I'm like, you don't need a T-shirt. But that's the anxiety that bears on them. Some have like just acne, or I don't know, whatever it is, whatever scars they bear that they no longer want. We've taken folks with that type of mental health issue, depression, and brought them to near arrogance, where now with their new markings, they don't want to put their shirts on no more. People are taking pictures of them. And this result, I have not seen a pharmaceutical yet that can take you from that state of depression or anxiety to a point where you're like ecstatic. You know what I'm saying? And excited to share this new awakening. And that's the program that we're working on now, starting with, trying to, we're not sure how we're going to do it, but we want to focus it as you're a vetted person that's working with the community, and you bear markings that you're not happy with, and you feel like you can't afford to get what you really want. So we're taking grant money that's offered to us and just donating it towards that, and hoping to help people out with that. And this goes beyond. You don't have to have a mark. You know what I mean? You could have no mark, but feel like you need something. And then that's where it's our responsibility to try to figure out how to best suit you. And that then becomes that medicine that folks need. Hope that answers something. Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is J.C. Charger. I come from Cheyenne River, South Dakota, but I live in Portland, Oregon. So growing up, my mother always taught me, like, she kind of grew up in the boarding schools, like in South Dakota. So one thing she always taught me is that, the thing where never put anything on your skin. It's impure, you're not supposed to do that. Like, you're a bad person, like kind of with that mentality. So a person that actually wants to see it as medicine, how would I be able to like educate myself, or at least like try to get the information or like the healing that I need, so I can be able to open my spirit up to receiving this type of medicine? Because I noticed most of the times that there have been opportunities in my life where I was able to get medicine was around me and this and that, but my spirit from like growing up in that type of mentality refused me from doing such things. And like coming to this panel, I feel like, you guys are better, like best to like help me with my little, what do you call it, resistance. Because like, I see that you guys say that it is medicine. I never heard that before. Because like my reservation, you do it just if you're in a gang or if you want to rebel or if you want to look like, some type of way, you still get judged for it either way, even if it's spiritual or not. I'm just wondering, like, how could someone like get out of that type of like mentality, I was just wondering.
I can share with you what I think. Um, I experienced a lot of that when I started, when I was young. The best thing that I found was when you find yourself around the fireplace, when you find yourself in groups of resistance where good work is being done, you start to exude that. Like you become this example by the way what you're doing and the way you're living now. I know when I came home, my first time after the first ceremony that really affected me, and I went home and my mom was like, what's up with you? You on drugs and what's wrong with you? I'm like, no, I don't think so. It's a little plant, but I don't know. I was like, I just know that I've been a bad son. And we only small talk, Mom. We only like talk about what the weather is or what's on TV. I just want you to know that I don't know if you're sad. I don't know if you're happy, but I want you to know I'm here to listen to you. And I told the same thing to my sister. And my mom was like, well, why are you saying that? And it became like a very emotional conversation that we had. But that's the medicine, is going through those conversations. They need to understand where we're at now, where we're going. And they also need to question themselves too. But they'll only do it if they see something good in us. You know what I'm saying? My mom was like, I don't know what's wrong with you, but I like it. And she was happy and she was stoked, you know what I mean? And we cried and we hugged. And that was, I was just like, I've been bad. I seen a reflection. For us, we call it Descalipoca. That's our word for it. But that's our medicine too. Our people always rolled with a mirror. And that mirror is without judgment, and it's not who you pretend to be or want to be. It's just what it is. And once I started to tap into that, I was able to figure out like, oh, I got homework. I got things I need to do. And then being able to open up those conversations. I know Inipi's a great place to sit and have real talk. You know what I mean? And the better they see in you, the better they saw in me, the more that my family questioned themselves. Eventually, I was able to take my everybody out to the land, and I'll just share that with you.
Thank you. I feel that wearing these marks, you have a responsibility. You can't act like a fool. You're representing your nation. You're representing your people. And so just every step and walk you do after you receive more marks, and especially your facial marks, it's like you're not just being watched by the rest of our people, but by the ancestors. They recognize you, they see you. And so in that way, we start walking a different, to the highest standard we can have as Indigenous people, whether that's fighting for the land, helping our people through this medicine, or whatever it may be. We hold the highest standard for ourselves, because now we're wearing these marks on the outside. So they're in the inside, they're there, but now we're wearing them on the outside. And so yeah, no fear, to have courage in the face of what's out there. That's what I think we all have to do is have that courage to go forward, whether it's the tattooing or warrior culture or just stepping up and claiming more land back. But we have to have that courage. I think tattoos are like those battle marks when you go out to battle and you're, whatever battle it may be, but you're marking yourself so we can be the strongest for our people.
Yeah, if there's any more questions, we'll also be hanging out over here and we'll be over there. And so feel free to ask any of us. I'm sure we're open to any conversation about it. And thank you guys for everything, for giving us that, letting us that here too. Good.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this panel.
And you're here. We are here at the Salish Sea Assembly in Seattle area. I don't know what the original name for, what's the name, the indigenous name for this area? Do you know who the original inhabitants were? Because, all right, well, nobody knew that one, or no, the person I asked didn't know. So we'll come back to that. But when you're here, where we are right now on this bluff over the bay, it doesn't feel like what I think of is Seattle. I think of Seattle as, probably one of the very first places that'll get nuked when the rest of the planet realizes that the war machine is totally out of control. So they have more black cod. So they've been really incredibly generous with the food. Clams, black cod, salmon. And the way the event's gone is that everyone just sort of wanders over and grabs a plate whenever. Looks like we're having a photo op with all the tattoo artists right now. Oh, yeah, and Quilt Man. Okay, so you can see right there in the picture, that's Kiwani, Quilt Man's son. We went out there a while back and talked about setting up a radio station out there. And so we revitalized that conversation. Part of community begins with communication. And how we communicate, what we communicate, is a statement for and critical thinking and shared inquiry. It's okay to disagree and try to work out, your own internal bias and I guess it's it's like everything. I was just thinking about the whole tattoo thing and what is it to walk upon the path, to actually consciously embrace what may need to be changed in your own life. Well, and it becomes really, I've been really blessed with the idea that or the reality that I'm here, because I didn't think about the election stuff for 3 days. So that was kind of neat, just to be free from that whole thought. And at any rate, we are going to. I'm going to play a song from Alir. We got reprimanded by having too many songs on our playlist that were copyrighted. So we are now just going to play stuff that. Okay. All right, here we go. This is Mirror Pool Lion.
Well, I'd like to say I'm pleased to be here, and I'm really glad that you're here. And I don't know exactly where we're going tonight, so if I say anything that you don't agree with, that's just what it is. We just don't agree. But I'll start with some poems, and then we'll see.
Here I am, choking on my words again. This pain is such an old familiar puzzling friend. I try to comprehend, put the pieces back together, but I fall short. But I've been here before and always get it sorted. Been walking through horrid, morbid doors, feeling the shortage, but I know I'm always supported. Don't get it distorted. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the cool when there's a fire in me. Tired of sitting silently while people fighting for their lives every day of the week. We all talk a lot of words, but do we mean what we speak? Do you mean what you say? Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. On the brink of another war, but it's more than we bargained for. Not just another war, another show. There's a war on our own internal reality. And if we're not careful, we might become the enemy. It's time to pick the lock and find the master key. It's time to walk the talk and not just take another selfie. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lot of me. Are you ready? Are you willing to show up as your whole self and nothing but your soul self? Are you ready? Are you willing to show up as your whole self and nothing but your soul self? We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. My way. My
In the reality of many realities, how we see what we see affects the quality of our reality. We are children of earth and sky. DNA, descendant, now ancestor. Human being, physical spirit. Bone, flesh, blood as spirit. Metal, mineral, water as spirit. We are in time and space, but we're from beyond time and space. The past is part of the present. The future is part of the present. Life and being are interwoven. We are the DNA of Earth, Moon, planets, stars. We are related to the universal. Creator created creation, spirit and intelligence with clarity, being and human as power. We are a part of the generations of evolution. We are a part of the memories. These memories carry knowledge. These memories carry our identity. Beneath race, gender, class, age, beneath citizen, business, state, religion, we are human beings. And these memories are trying to remind us, human beings, it is time to rise up. Remember who we are.
This is Radio Eco Shock with Alex Smith.
The climate is broken. Are your savings helping the mad new expansion of fossil fuels? From RAND, Dr. April Merlot names big banks expanding oil, gas, and coal from the Arctic to the Amazon. Where does that lead? From London, broadcaster, author, and science journalist Gaia Vince breaks boundaries in her new book, Nomad Century: How to Survive the Climate Upheaval. I'm Alex Smith. Welcome to Radio Eco Shock, a best of Radio Eco Shock replay. What are the coming decades about? Did you picture a nomad century? Award-winning science journalist, broadcaster, and author Gaia Vince does. In a book stuffed with science and investigation, Gaia says warming and climate disruption will force at least 1 billion humans to find new homes. They are already on the move. Is it futile to resist? Gaia Vince is published by the BBC, The Guardian, New Scientist, and more. She produces science documentaries for radio and television. Her book, Adventures in the Anthropocene, won the Royal Society Prize for Science Books. And now we have the new one, Nomad Century: How to Survive the Climate Upheaval. From the UK, Gaia Vince, welcome to Radio Eco Shock.
Thanks, Alex. It's great to join you.
What brought you to this vision of vast numbers of humans on the move?
I've been following climate change for over a decade now, in fact, environmental change generally. And as part of my research looking at this, I've travelled widely around the world, mainly the global south. And I've already seen with my own eyes quite a lot of climate migration, whether it's villagers in the Andes that have had to leave and move to the cities, move to Lima or La Paz, because their villages have been experiencing drought year after year after year, and their livelihoods have gone in terms of their agricultural livelihoods. Glaciers that have previously fed their fields have melted and disappeared. And there are these enlarging slum housing, I guess, shanty towns built around cities from Dhaka in Bangladesh to Mumbai to Lima, all across the world of people who have been forced to move. And I've also seen it in the rich world. I'm half Australian, so I've seen my own family members and friends have to move because of bushfires across Australia or terrible floods that have made them homeless and then living in temporary housing or they've had to just completely relocate. And I've also got friends in the US that have had to move because of fire or flood. So it's not a problem that is limited only to poorer countries. It is happening everywhere. But what we're going to see is this vast wave across the tropics where in the coming decades, conditions will simply be too extreme for people. And that's where the majority of the migration is going to be coming from.
There has been a huge heat wave recently across Asia. Just last week, 11 people at a festival outside Mumbai, India, suffered heat strokes.
I mean, it's appalling, and schools have been closed. Buenos Aires has just come out of a heat wave. Europe, there have been forest fires on the border of France and Spain in March, and this is the Northern Hemisphere where we don't expect spring conditions to have ended until, at least May.
So, in your research, what parts of the world are likely to become uninhabitable if the world warms to 3 degrees and beyond?
Well, so at the moment, if you look at just one metric, if you look at heat, at the moment, about 1% of the Earth's land surface is classed as uninhabitable due to heat. But by 2070, we expect some 20% of the Earth's land surface to be uninhabitable due to heat. And that is home currently to about a third of the world's population. So, you know, we're currently home to about 8 billion people. After mid-century, we will be looking at 9, perhaps as much as 10 billion. So we're looking at about 3 billion people living in places that are likely to be uninhabitable due to heat. But heat is just one of the problems, one of what I call the 4 horsemen of the Anthropocene. So it's heat, fire, flood, and drought. These are the extreme conditions that affect. They really impact livability. They hurt property, infrastructure. They can ruin livelihoods, and they can be fatal for people. So we're seeing, when we look at the models of the planet as we heat over the century, we're going to see this swayed around the tropics. So it goes as far south as Australia and Patagonia, across the whole of the African continent, and up in the US, up as near to the Great Lakes, in Europe, up certainly into Spain and southern France, and across the very populated places of Asia, the whole of most of India and China. And we're also, of course, coastlines are going to be affected by coastal erosion, much greater storm surges. We're going to see river deltas, the homes of some of the world's most populous, biggest cities, all affected. There is nowhere on Earth that is going to be unaffected by these conditions. You know, everyone is going to have some effects, but further north, the far north, those latitudes are going to be experiencing lesser impacts that are more adaptable. So we will all have to adapt to the new conditions. We need to start adapting now, and it will be much more possible in the far north.
And then in the future, you predict cities in the cooler global north will compete to attract migrants, and that runs against all the rhetoric we hear these days. Why would this happen?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Where the narrative around migration has grown so toxic that a lot of nations are, you know, they're imposing all sorts of border restrictions to keep people out. But that's actually relatively recent. Until just very recent decades, most countries were more concerned with trying to keep people in and try and attract more people. You know, there were all sorts of schemes to get post-war, to get people from the former colonies and empire of European nations to come and help rebuild after the war. Australia had a system called £10 POMs to try and encourage people over. The United States was also trying to encourage people to come. And that's been the case throughout history, really, because economic productivity really depends on increasing that labour force. And as we move through the century, what we are seeing is already this demographic crisis really hitting certainly Europe, but also many other countries, from Japan to China to the United States, where people are simply not having enough babies to support an aging population. That puts huge strain on the economies of these nations. And the way to solve that labour problem is through immigration. So we are going to have to see a shift. And you can already see, you know, even the most populist governments who, with one hand, are turning back people, they're putting up walls, they're sending people to Rwanda or whatever the latest policy is. With the other hand, they're trying desperately to bring people in because there are labour shortages in everything from hospitality to healthcare to truck drivers to farm labour. I mean, really across the board, people are needed, and more flexible borders for movements of labour just increase the economy. I mean, some economists think that if we took away all borders completely, the global economy would at least double, if not treble, overnight.
But if you go before the public, or a politician does, saying we need open borders, you risk being shouted down. It seems impossible open borders will be welcomed by any developed country in the future. Who agrees with you?
Well, Well, I'm not necessarily calling for open borders, but I am calling for a completely different attitude and different policy or different way of managing our borders and migration patterns, because, some nations are already well aware of that. If you look at Canada, Canada has plans to treble its population over the coming decades, and it has a very different policy. But what we have had over recent decades has been this very pervasive, very strong anti-migrant narrative, this very nationalistic narrative across many nations, and it hasn't been countered. But it's perfectly possible to counter that and to change people's attitudes and to explain and extol the very many evidence-based ways that immigration actually improves economies, improves societies, and can really help with many of the huge challenges that we face over the coming decades. I mean, people are coming whether we like it or not. So it's much better to have policies that work with that reality and try and manage what's coming, rather than pretending that and making announcements that we're going to get immigration numbers down or expel loads of people, when it's just not going to happen. So, that we've tried that. Many governments have tried that, and it doesn't work. But when you say that people won't like immigration, greater immigration, well, I would challenge that actually, because despite this very strong, pervasive anti-migrant narrative led by politicians and trumpeted by many of the media, we have got evidence through many surveys that the general population is not nearly as xenophobic as governments would like. I mean, if you take my country, Britain, we've just had, well, not just anymore, but we've had a very, very toxic Brexit debate, driven largely on the back of this issue of immigration and this notion of, I guess, Britain for Britons. But despite that, if you look at any of the surveys, people are actually more positive about immigration than they were before. They are year on year becoming much more positive, and they are much more pro all sorts of migrant and immigration questions when they're asked, for instance, should immigrants be treated second class when it comes to job allocation? The answer is no for pretty much everyone. Do you think we need to reduce immigration? The answer is no. Do you think we should increase immigration? The answer is yes. For the majority polled across the country. Now, you wouldn't know that if you looked at our actual official government policy, which is more and more draconian every month on immigration. But the actual population is far less xenophobic. And I think governments need to be a bit more aware of that and be a bit braver. There's a lot of timidity among leaders of all parties, and even broaching the subject of immigration, because people are so nervous about being unpopular. But the evidence shows that if you explain people movement and labour movement in a more positive way, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yes, I remember in 2008, British scientist and inventor James Lovelock shocked many when he said Britain will become a life raft, those were his words, for climate refugees. He said the UK should start building schools and hospitals now to be ready for the influx. Gaia Vince, what do you think?
I didn't know that. I mean, it's very prescient. He was a very, very wise man. I met him a few times, and that's absolutely true. Britain happens to be, certainly the north, the southeast is going to be, and is already being, very heavily affected by drought. We've already experienced some terrible heat waves and floods in other places. But the north, if you look at Scotland, for example, sea level rise will not be a problem, because Scotland is still rebounding from the last ice age. After being pressed down so heavily by ice sheets, it's still rising, and it's rising faster than sea level is rising. It's actually going to be one of the beneficiaries of many of the climate impacts. It's going to have longer growing seasons. Heating bills won't be so much during the winter time. So there are places in the north which are much more able and will be much more livable into the coming decades. They will be the strategic centres, as we go through this very challenging century of upheaval.
You point out humans are fleeing from the Holocene environment that we evolved into, willy-nilly into a hotter, more extreme Anthropocene age. Then comes a remarkable claim, quote, "We're all finding our feet in the Anthropocene, and no one has better claim than anyone else to the habitable 21st century landscapes," end quote. Do you mean I have no claim to my homeland of Canada?
Well, what do you base that on? What do you base your claim on? I think we need to start genuinely rethinking this. We are a mammal species. We're a tropical ape that has dispersed over a couple of 100,000 years across, well, actually the dispersal was much more recent, across the entire planet. We gain our rights to our square footage of land through accident of birth. And I think that when we collectively, as humanity, and it isn't entirely collectively, of course, it's the richer countries have had much more of a role than poorer countries, but when we collectively make parts of our planet uninhabitable, we must also collectively use the habitable bits to accommodate the rest of our species. We work as a network. The only reason that you can be sedentary in your little space in Canada, or that I can be fairly sedentary in my few meters of London, is because everything that I need, everything I eat, all the resources, all the things, all my culture, everything is brought to me, and it's brought to me collectively from around the globe. I have potatoes from Peru for lunch, beans from Syria. Everything I have, everything I own has come through this network of humanity from across the globe, and by strangers who themselves are moving around. They are doing the migration, and the secondary migrations of our stuff have carried them all there. So I don't think that I can claim really any more right to a habitable land than anyone else. We need to stop this, what I think really is a sort of almost a narcissistic entitlement to a space and to a lifestyle and livelihood, which we need to consider the rest of humanity, because we don't exist alone. We don't do anything alone. We are part of a human ecosystem, and we are part of a biosphere. We're part of a planetary ecosystem, and we rely on that. So cutting our own nose off to spite our face is foolish, of course, but also it's, humanity is a collective pursuit, and we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility for people that we don't know, that are far away, but also for where they can live, for what they can drink. I think the last COP that was held in November, there was a recognition that rich countries should pay poor countries for the losses and damages they've experienced, and they are experiencing and will experience, for climate change. Well, part of that loss and damage includes the very land that they live on and what they call home, and how they make their food and their living. And, if that disappears, well, we have a responsibility as a humanity, as a species, to help provide that for them elsewhere.
This is a climate emergency. Find out more on the blog, ecoshock.org. No sign up, just the latest info, free for all. ecoshock.org.
You are tuned to Radio EcoShock. I'm Alex Smith from the UK. Our guest is author and broadcaster Gaia Vince. We are talking about her book, Nomad Century, How to Survive the Climate Upheaval. You write about Spain and saying that from 2000 to 2009, they added 6 million immigrants, and yet we haven't seen much about anti-immigrant protests or politics in Spain. Why not?
I think there's been some really interesting experiments in different countries. Everybody is trying different ways to deal with this issue of human movements and how to accommodate them. And there are parts of Spain that have tried really hard new ways, new types of inclusivity. And I write in my book about Parla, it's a sort of a suburb, I suppose, of Madrid. It's outside Madrid, where they decided to take a new tactic with immigration, and they granted full citizenship. They really helped with inclusivity. They built housing that was decent and that was near to facilities with improved transport links, so people had ways and means. If you help people to help themselves, if you give them the agency, if you give them the legal ability to work and the agency to have citizenship and enough money that they can then form their own networks and they can become their own type of entrepreneur, these people repay the state far more than the initial input through taxes, through the education of their children, through all the services and social benefits and cultural benefits that new citizens bring. And what was found there is this, because these people they had self-respect as citizens. They felt themselves to be Spanish, and the existing Spanish population regarded them and treated them as new Spanish people. So they were not sort of segregated into ghettos of migrants, which happens frequently in other cities, where immigrants are sort of all housed in a block on the outskirts, and it's really degraded, and they're not allowed to work, and they're not, they're given an absolutely tiny stipend, and it's very impoverishing. These people felt like they felt Spanish, they felt like citizens. And when the economic crisis hit, while other immigrant areas in France and Germany and other places experienced a lot of unrest among migrant populations who experienced incredible poverty at the time, the ones in Parla in Spain did not. They they also experienced poverty, but they got through it without protest and without conflict with the. There wasn't this rise of racism. There wasn't this rise of conflict at all within the society. It held together, and they helped each other. And I think that is really a lesson. Social. When we talk about immigration working and being managed, we need to talk about, first of all, the need for financial investment, ensuring that people do have access to housing, to infrastructure, to health and education services, and everything that people need as citizens. And that's a problem when many governments are failing to provide that for their existing population. This is a policy failure. That's what's happening. So that initial financial investment needs to be made, but just as important is the social investment, that investment in true inclusivity that accepts that people coming are not lesser, they're not aliens, they are new citizens, they are part of the city of tomorrow, their children and your children are the generation that makes up the future of your country. And I think that what we're often talking about, really, the elephant in the room is challenging racism, because many of the people coming are coming from tropical countries where they have more melanated skin than many of host populations in the northern hemisphere, far north especially. So we're talking about more darker skinned people moving into more homogeneously white skinned areas, and there is this very uncomfortable ethno-nationalism that's been building over recent years, which is this narrative that there is a pure, Swede, or a pure German, or a pure whatever Czech person, and this is rubbish. Every single population genetics study shows that we are completely mixed up. We are from everywhere. We were, until very recently, migrants, and you can see that. We were all migrants. You can see that in our DNA. There isn't any pure ethnically pure race that really belongs to a place. That's just not true biologically. And we need to challenge that.
We're going to need international planning. Does the United Nations have a plan for this mass migration under climate change?
Well, I mean, there has been just in the last few months movements towards. There is this kind of compact on migration, which was an attempt to look at this in 2018, but it's not legally binding. Many countries either refused to sign or abstained. They either objected or abstained to signing this compact. So it's very much kind of an intention to start thinking about it and maybe do something at some point in the future. But, this can't wait. We really do need something. We need, I think, a new UN agency, but with teeth to actually act. Because we have a completely broken immigration system globally, and it is a global issue because people are moving not just within nations, but across borders and across regions. And at the moment, much of this is very dangerous. It's not at all facilitated, and because of the danger, huge sums are being paid to all sorts of criminal gangs. People are dying needlessly, and they're also being held in, refugee camps or in some sort of enclosure. I mean, they're basically prisons. They can't get on with their lives. They're not, this is not a way to help host societies or countries of origin or the migrants themselves. Everybody loses in this game, and we could do so much better. People move to where there's work. That's where they're trying to move. Unless they are fleeing instantly an extreme catastrophe, an evacuation scenario, most people are migrating in search of a better life, in search of work, and they're migrating to where the work is. There is a need for this labour, and we're not matching these at all. So it damages economies, it damages societies, and it damages families, people.
It seems absurd you and I are talking about displacement, possibly of billions of people due to human-made global heating, which we could have avoided, but here we are. Are you finding many people ready for this conversation?
Well, it's interesting. I've had a sort of mixed reaction. Some people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk or even think about the climate emergency that we're facing, this catastrophe where, we're talking about parts of the world, significant parts of the world, home to most of the world's population, being unlivable for months of the year within a few decades. I mean, this is really serious. There are parts of the world that are already increasingly unlivable. Farmers are working at night with head torches because they can't go out during the day. That is not a life. But, people are going to be fleeing. And so the responses have been kind of stick my fingers in my ears and cover my eyes, or hostility to the idea of migration and to the idea of climate change. But that is, I have to say, as far as I'm aware, a very small minority view, actually. The majority of people are relieved someone is actually talking about this now, because this really is, it is a growing crisis in the making. We know about climate change. We know that, countries are on fire, they're flooded. I mean, the Miami newspapers last week were leading with huge stories about the floods taking over the cities, and yet people are still investing there. We need to wake up to the reality.
Gaia Vince, what are you working on next?
Oh, well, this is for me a very important issue, looking at the ecological change that we're experiencing and sort of documenting it. So I'm working on a book to try and explain our place in the biosphere for children. I'm trying to get my head around making people understand, or trying to help people understand what we're facing and understand myself as well, because it's conceptually difficult what we're going through. It is an enormous upheaval this century, and it's something that humans haven't really experienced before.
Where are the best places for listeners to keep up with your work?
Well, I'm on Twitter briefly until that becomes impossible. So I have a website, wanderinggaia.com, and on Twitter I'm Wandering Gaia.
Check out that site. From the UK, we've been speaking with author and broadcaster Gaia Vince about her book, Nomad Century, How to Survive the Climate Upheaval. You can find out more in my show blog at ecoshock.org. Gaia, thank you for sharing your time and your vision with our listeners.
It's my great pleasure, Alex.
I'm Alex Smith for Radio EcoShock. Coming up, is your bank funding a wrecked climate for you and your family? Probably. April Merlot is next.
You're listening to EcoShock Radio for the world.
I'm Alex Smith. Get it all at our website, ecoshock.org.
This is Radio EcoShock with your host, Alex Smith.
Net zero, blah, blah, blah. Actually, the world's biggest banks are funding more fossil fuels, not less. Projects to heat Earth beyond 2 degrees C are probably already on the drawing boards, funded and underway. Spurred on by the biggest profits ever seen on this planet, this crazy fossil fuel bonanza spreads from the deep seabed, through the Amazon jungle, right into the far Arctic. Are your savings helping to kill a livable climate? You need to know. All the sad and sorry facts, naming names, is found in a new report called Banking on Climate Chaos, Fossil Fuel Finance Report 2023. This comes
We gotta need someone to dance.
Follow me if you don't know it.
Shoes off. Shoes off.
Okay.
No, so we're waiting on one more panel. We want to make sure that she's here present. That's going to be fun, man. Otherwise, all right, she was pulled up. Does she want us to sing her in? All right, yeah, we probably get up there. Ready? We're gonna sing some more later, so it's good. Thank y'all for sharing this. Hey.
All right. So you've been listening to Lunchtime. Yeah. And some cultural revitalization. Really trippy to see all the young folks in there. And at some point, Quiltman's family from might join us. They're wanting to join the radio world, set up a solar-powered radio station down there by the Longhouse. At any rate, we are here at the last day of the Salish Sea Assembly, and we're looking at mobilization for the emerge and see. Adaptation has always been, part of the conversation, gosh, for more than 10, 15 years, as it's been quite evident that international law no longer exists. But, you do see folks are attending the international mechanisms just to keep them from dissolving everything instantly. And I think we're going to see Mother Nature step up. Yeah. Yep. And take care of business here. So, and that's part of what we're looking at is, how do we save what's left while the oil companies are looking at destroying the last vestiges of the cycle of life. You got right up here these big shipping tankers that want to be carrying fossil fuel tar sands to wherever they want to send it. LNG, liquid natural gas transfer stations all across the planet. It's going to be interesting to see now that we have this new administration, which is the same administration, just a different end of the economic spectrum. Different corporations, I should say, that are going to be in control. And it's really kind of weird, that I think it's finally becoming evident that democracy is a hoax. I always like John Trudell's statement, about the forefathers. And it's really kind of weird. Only white. You're okay. There's nothing going on. We're just chit chatting. You want to chit chat with us? Yeah. Let me grab a mic here. And we're going to throw this up. We're going to bring this down, and we'll spin this around.
Oh no, you're gonna film it?
Well, we're live streaming, so you might as well, be in the limelight. So, so maybe you could introduce yourself and tell us what brought you here. We're sending a single stream to Mexico. Then it's being restreamed via Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook for the Indigenous Environmental Network and earthcycles.net. Let's see, let me get your blue. I need to turn that up a little bit. Oh, I got to turn it on. That's what you got to do. Okay, so now.
This is quite a platform. So we're broadcasting internationally.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Well, usually, we set up a FM radio station as well, so we can, work with the local community. But
Wow.
here, yeah.
I know nothing about what you've done. Maybe you could tell me a little more what the
What have we
your
done?
role, like,
Well,
what
in
am
the
I
90s, we,
wanna learn a little
got
something.
involved in community communications. And we set up pirate radio stations, is what they were mainly known for. And when we ended up in the front pages of the New York Times Sunday edition, all of a sudden we got noticed by not only every resistance group on the planet, but the FCC. So instantly we were, but that was all kind of understandable. The Lawyers Guild was set up to take free speech as a human right to the Supreme Court. That was the objective, is that human beings should be able to communicate. And so we got to the Ninth Circuit, which is one step to the Supreme Court, and the judge, Claudia Wilkins at the time, denied the FCC cease and desist order for about 6 years. And in that 6 years, we built hundreds of FM transmitters and set them up all over the place. And part of
So
what...
truly independent media.
Yes, and that's where it all, and independent media was a really big part of what was going on, culture jamming, and looking at that. Independent media was a solid program. I guess you're familiar with independent media?
Well, not anything official.
Oh, okay.
I just mean.
Okay, well, in the 90s and, with the WTO and all of that stuff, there was...
I was there.
Yeah. And if you were there, you can't be all here, or something like that goes on. But at any rate, so one of the things that we got involved in with all the climate issues in the early 90s was working with the Shoshone folks, Carrie and Mary Dan and Corbin Harney and the Western Shoshone in the Mother's Day proclamation at the Nevada test site. Most people are probably familiar that Mother's Day is the day for women to unite against war, was the main focal point of Julia Ward Howe's Mother's Day proclamation. 600,000 Americans butchered each other alive, which is, about where we are right now in terms of psychic civil war. It seems, that the politics of sin and the sin of politics is becoming pretty much evident as we look at the collapse of our environment. But tell us about what you're doing.
Well, that's what I'm interested in, or spent my life focused on, is the collapse of the environment, and since from a really young age the importance of that work. So not young now. Did a lot of work, feeling really ambitious, burned myself out a few times.
A few times?
Sure. And we just keep getting up and finding new pathways.
Yeah, well, and I think that's one of the things that's really always drawn me to traditional Indigenous folks is the celebration of life, the beauty way, being up in Black Mesa. It's not just words, to walk in beauty, to embrace. And I think that's where we are now. My new mantra is emerge and see.
Funny you should say that. If I grabbed my notebook, you would see I just wrote that.
See, that's the way mind works, is that if we can set...
It's an emergency, emerge and see.
Right. And the thing is, we're also working with is biophotonic respiration. Did you catch that one as well?
Biophotonic respiration?
Yeah. How do you breathe in the light of the sun into you're familiar with the mitochondria?
Sure.
Okay. So that's the energy producer in all the cells of your body. Well, light has a quantum photons. You're familiar with the split,
sure.
What is it called? Split?
No,
the slit with the photons, where you shoot the photons through these two slits.
Oh.
And depending on how you're thinking, you can change it into a wave or a particle. So photons have that ability to be either wave or particle. So the
Right.
mitochondria in your cells translate light photons into matter or into emotion, energy and motion, thought, and that's manipulated through that. So biophotonic respiration has to do with the idea of recognizing that the sun is the most stationary thing in your life.
Yeah.
The earth will
Drinking light.
the sun will never rise and never set. It never has and never will. And that's all part of the Gregorian church mind expletive.
Wow.
And because
Tori
once you
Tuesday,
recognize that, then
Tori.
your five bodies become clarified to your conscious mind: awareness, thought, emotion, electromagnetic, and physicality. But what's really neat is that if you know exactly where the sun is, you can energize your solar plexus. So you create that instantaneous link between solar and your physicality, moving through those five bodies so that you can breathe in those photons, and then you can ground it through the static of the political oblivion that we're moving through, and emerge and see.
Love it.
Anyway, that's my rap. Now let's hear yours.
Well, okay. I don't know. What do you want to know?
I want to.
What
What are you
would
doing?
people want to know?
What are you doing?
Um,
What are you working on? What's your inspiration? Why are you here?
there's an emergency for water and the people that depend on water, which is everyone. But honest, like the short answer is I saw a post on Instagram and came here, and then it's been once I've been here that I've renewed some concepts and actions that I need to be taking. I think this is about action and making tangible some of these ideas, maybe some of the light in the way you were talking about it, turning it into something physical, and walking the walk is just really important. And so I'm been intrigued to what you're doing over here and what you were talking into the microphone and who you might be talking to. And I'm
Well,
always,
you can say hello to all those folks out there in cyberspace.
I guess I'm all about the intrinsic value of every life and the diversity of life, including diversity of people and culture, and recognizing how the environment plays into that survival of all species.
I always like the word environment. To surround the mind, and to recognize that we live in a hologram, or a colloidal suspension, so to speak.
Sure. Okay. I can vibe with your physics and biology. Yeah. But also in the moment, I think there's something about this exact present moment. And one thing I've heard repeatedly here is to not be, we're not going to be driven by what's happened in the past, and driven by the thoughts of the future. There's all these thoughts, and we can talk and talk and talk. And what are we doing? What are we doing to make that step? And my motto has always been progress, not perfection.
Progress, not perfection. And another,
teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, right. There's a good one.
And
But
so
the other one
coming
is really
together
good that I like is the future defines the past.
That's true.
And once you recognize that your intentions and your vision and your heartfelt desires are launching you or projecting you into,
Yeah.
and you can let go of the fear, then your future.
I don't know if I've let go of all the fear yet. That's been another great thing about being here amongst so many warriors, and peace warriors too. Just reminds me, I can connect to that still, even when I feel broken or lost or down or hopeless. There's,
Well, this is
come
a
back,
good weekend for
come
that.
back together. That was just a coincidence. I didn't really even think about it, obviously, when I signed up, but I think it has been really important for me the last few days to stick with what I can influence, what I can nurture, and in small community, and building the communities around us is what makes us strong, not what's going on at some higher level of what I'm talking about, like
Right.
thinking and worrying
Grassroots.
and all this stuff isn't gonna get dinner on the table and the kids playing and running and singing and living that we need to be doing every moment that we can. That's
Right.
freedom.
Well, it's also, how do you embrace the beauty way, the quality of life, if you don't embrace it,
And share it.
and share it. So that's it, sharing joy.
Yeah,
and
I'm really grateful
family.
for you sharing right now what you're doing with me, because just reminds me that there's all these different pathways that the environment has always been sort of like, as an environmentalist, I've been sort of tagged as a certain type of person, or but everything is environment. Everything.
Everything.
Speaking, recording. Yeah.
Well, I would say
Or
everything
afternoon,
is the
everyone.
past.
We're getting ready
Everything
to start our
around
second
us that we
panel,
are
so if you wanna make
experiencing in
your
the
way back
moment
to your
has
spots,
already
that would be
happened.
fantastic.
And
Thank
like
you.
the table, the lights, and all of that. It's only the vitality of our consciousness that animates.
Yeah, and I want to keep that consciousness going. Those
And-
ideas going. So I'm
And
really
once again, we're
invested in young
speaking with
people. My name's Brooke.
Brooke,
I call
and
myself the Brooklyn Zoo.
the Brooklyn Zoo. Okay.
It's a bit of a zoo sometimes, but
Oh yeah. Okay.
the
The
path,
Brooklyn
the
Zoo.
trajectory is forward.
Well,
Sometimes I swirl around a little bit.
well, I would say into the world backwards.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I think actually embracing traditional indigenous values and organizing ourselves within the intrinsic environmental synergy of relationships. I always liked Kropotkin and Anarchist, where their point of view was mutual aid, that all living things are in here in a synchronistic harmony, rather than Darwin and the strongest of the fittest kind of violent world that we've kind of come to know.
And categorizing.
Categorizing,
Yeah,
chop it up.
just chopping it up. Yeah, I like the whole. So
There's a good movie out there, Mind Walk, which is Deep Pro Chopra. I don't know how you say his name, but if you check it out, Mind Walk, it talks a little bit about how the science of cutting everything into pieces to sort of see where it comes, and rather than experience. And the guy's using a cherry tree as an example. And you can chop up the bark and the wood and the fruit and the dot, but to really appreciate it, you got to embrace the whole thing and its role with feeding so many different species and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
what
exactly.
specific project are you working on? If
Right
there is
now,
one.
I just got laid off of my job for filing a whistleblower. My whole department, my whole team was let go, and we were trying to raise awareness inside of a small government that we work for, that they were not upholding their responsibilities to treaties or sure, thank you, it's very generous. To treaties, to state laws, which whether you like laws or not, there are some intended to protect, and I was trying to help at a kind of higher level bring some practicality to that, so that we can protect waterways.
So do you get what do you call it, unemployment insurance if you get
I'm
fired?
filing for it right now, but still, the harm that's done, it's really about correcting what's wrong out there and just not giving up on that. So they offered us money and buyouts to not to say anything, not to speak to anybody, not to file any lawsuits against them. And
is this a tribe?
No, this is a county government.
The county government.
San Juan County government.
The who?
The San Juan County.
San Juan County
It's
government.
between here and Vancouver.
It's between here and there.
Vancouver.
In
the middle of the Salish Sea.
I really like the phrase laws. Carrie Dan, a Western Shoshone elder, used to refer to laws as relationships between land, air, water, and sun. And that was in their culture, that's what laws were about, the relationships between
That
land,
makes
air,
sense to
water,
me.
and sun.
When you break one of those relationships, then the system breaks down.
Right.
And that's, I think, what we're seeing, and had a way to improve in the positions that we held. And
So we're going to be waiting
brought
for
that
everyone to
as
get
we
up
should.
here. That is
Looks
on the
like we're
panel.
about to
Robbie,
get
when you get
started.
a chance to get
Once
up
again,
here,
we're speaking
Patricia.
with
Brooke.
This is
Brooklyn
All right.
Zoo.
Brooklyn Zoo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I was briefly. Ghana who's asked me to come up here real quick to say something, and then we'll go. Here you go. Yeah. No. Pass it down. Where's the mic right here?
Well, it looks like we are about to get started. At any rate, this is Govinda, earthcycles.net, IENert.org, Tiny House Warriors, Bobancha Radio. Yeah. Censored News. Check them out, too.
All right, it looks like all our
Okay, here we
panelists
go.
are joining us now. Did you need a chair then?
We got one more panelist coming up. Right. Yes. Patricia. Yeah.
The trip on you. Yeah, you can't see it.
Looks Jonathan.
Well,
Right. Yes.
All right, thank you, everybody, and welcome to our panel this afternoon. We're going to speak with Salish Coast Informal Coalition of warriors here for the state of emergency for the Salish Sea. And I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Thank you for offering this time for us, for coming here and spending this time to hear everybody's words. My name is Patricia Gonzalez. I'm a Puyallup tribal member and linked to many different Coast Salish nations. My mother is Delan Hawks. My father is Juan Manuel Gonzalez Montañez. He is indigenous to the lands of Mexico. I am also on the Water Warriors Council, which is a band of warriors who came together to try to fight for our community and other communities that are suppressed like us. So with that, thank you everybody for coming today, and I'll pass it off to Dakota.
She basically gave the introduction. I'm from the same group of people as she is. We come from the Puyallup people. My bad for being rude, but my name is Dakota Case, and I come from the Puyallup people. The Water Warriors was created because our voice wasn't heard on our own territory, and we started stepping up inside of city council meetings and councils, whatever, and started getting arrested and saying, hey, the Puyallup people are still here, and that's one of the biggest things we face on our land is being an urban tribe, and the other bodies of government just start looking at you like you're just that 2% that comes from your casino, and they don't hear your voice anymore. And that's where we got our starts, and then we moved into a warrior society of really bringing our youth back to the culture and practicing what the non-colored folks would have called us merciless savages for back in the day. And that's what our culture looks like to them. You know, you look at the concept of good and evil, and we didn't have a concept of good and evil. That came with Christianity, that came with this. And that's how they started shunning our ways, and that's how they started oppressing our people, is looking at it and calling us merciless savages. So now we're showing them who the merciless savages are and getting back to the culture. You know, I was asked by Ramona Bennett to speak on one thing, and that was to speak on the sea lions and seal, the problem that we have on our territories. And it's one of the biggest threats that our salmon face is these sea lions. They're not indigenous to our waters or anything. These sea lions are up to 1,500 pounds, 2,000 pounds out there swimming. And, you know, I always laugh and make jokes about this is you'll see pictures of me and my brothers on Owens Beach with these sea lions lined up one day when we get treaty rights for them, you know, and you know, they'll paint this picture of the merciless savages back at it, you know, but we're living how we lived for thousands of years on our own territory. How are you going to tell us what we're doing is good or evil or any of that? You know, we just want to exist on our own land. Is one of our biggest fights out here, is that we want to exist the way that we've existed before the arrival of tall ships. So with that being said, it's put a crosshairs on the sea lions for Ramona Bennett.
Awesome, thank you, brother. Will George from up in Canada, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and I've been leading the resistance up there for about 7 years. I've done a lot of work. Some of you here saw the film, don't explain too much more, but you know, just an honor to sit on this panel. I mean, look behind me, look at how rich this family is right here. You know, such a beautiful feeling to have them come together and show their strengths. It's something that really inspires me to, when we go back home, you know, not to forget this feeling, the words that we heard today. That's why we're up here. We pray our words fall into your heart, and we can come together and continue coming together in these ways, which is so important. I'm sure throughout this conversation, we're hear similar issues, but subtle differences of the struggles we face with that colonization that still has a strong grip on, you know, for me personally, it's our leadership that we have back home, and the grassroots, the family, the bunches like this that are holding on to those teachings. Those teachings get watered down. From my experience back home, the ones that are they said that have the meetings. You know, I understand our leadership has to go to these meetings and negotiate for the issues, but it seems like it gets really watered down. Our culture gets, you know, they would just wave their mystical fingers around. But you know, I know who they are. I call them berry pickers, really, because when it's hurtful, and it's hard for me to even talk about it and find the words of the frustrations that we face. Me and bro were talking yesterday about trying to get access to our canoes, and you know, they only give it out to certain events that glorify themselves, uplift themselves outside of the true ceremonial that we're looking to access for these canoes. So coming together like this, and again, hands are up to the cooks, the organizers, you know, Conahoos, Savage Fam here, you know, it's just a high honor to come together and sit here and have these medicines, and have these discussions, and Ann said it last night, you know, when we say these words in front of everybody, everybody's witness. Now we're accountable for having these meetings. We're not just going to go home and forget about why we came here today, why the importance was, why we came here today. We all have our gifts and strengths. We see that. And so I'm just, again, I'm sure, and it's this discussion, it could be, for me personally, it's hard to express. But I do feel a strong feeling that elected leadership has lost their ways, lost their culture and their teachings. This kind of like my struggles I have back home. And again, it's hard for me to speak about, but being here with our loved ones and relatives and networking and showing our strengths, and we're stronger together when we come to these moments. So not much more I have to say, but yeah. Thank you guys for all the work you do. It's a high honor to meet you.
Robbie Snow, Jeff Williamson. Name's Robbie Francis IV. And y'all probably don't even know my parents. like he was saying, I was one of those kids that get to grow up in the culture. I was late to it. When I was probably about 15, 16. That's when the culture life smacked me in my face. And I was telling myself, the hell am I doing? And I'm from Montana, a little Rose, Busby. I'm from the plains, powwow, horses. I'm all about the Redskins and Cowboys. We get down like that out there. And my dad, he's from here. He's actually from Duncan, BC. But he's Elwha, and that's how I tie into Elwha. And I didn't know the culture here. I didn't know it. I didn't know one song. I didn't know how to paddle. But if you go to the ceremonies, you go to tribal journeys, you go to other tribals' practices, and you feel that power, or you feel what I feel, you'll know what I'm talking about. And me and my brother here, his family, my family we went half and half on the canoe. So we have a canoe from Tahura. Like he was saying, there's some Hokwats that were allowed to get the canoe to do their stuff, but when we ask to do ceremonial stuff or when we want to go get the canoe, we have to ask council and they'll say no and make no sense. So we had enough. So we were, like he was saying last night, we're down for the cause, we're down. If you guys need help, we're here. And I've lost a lot of teachers who's taught me this way, how to step up, speak up. And also not even here. And I probably have maybe 2 or 3 left. My grandpa, he's Sonny Nightom. He was the big voice in our family. He was the one who told me to speak from your stomach. You scream, Osium. Get everyone in the house, get their attention. And you can tell when I first spoke that day here, everyone was listening, even the kids. That's the way how I grew up. And my cousin here is probably the only one in the family out this way that were involved in something like this. And we do have some teachings dying, or we do have teachings that our tribe or some certain families don't want us to bring our wolf masks back, our mask stance back, telling us we don't do that. We've never done that. And there's elders from certain tribes who sit down with us. My wife's elders sit down and tell us stories about those masks. We had masks. They didn't want us bringing it out. My brother here says, bring it out. Do it. My hands always go up to him and Joe, last night I just realized Joe and his family, they're the Hernandezes. And Anthony and his family are the Fernandezes. And my hands will always be grateful for them because they cooked for hundreds of people. And it's been like 15, 20 years since we had a naming ceremony in Ella like that. And it was great. All the kids got their Indian names. That's when I realized that those ceremonies we should have, they're dying. No one wants to get up and do the work. When it comes to work, that's when everyone's like, There's the generation stepping up, they're not stepping up. It's almost like all of us up here, we grew up the hard way. We've learned the hard way. And today's world, it's too hard. My grandma back at home in Montana, I call her Kala. She's really hard. So I've learned the hard way. And for my little cousins and my nephews, when I go over there and visit, it's hard for me because I tell them, man, you guys got it easy. You got it real easy. It's like if I was you right now, I was like, man, Carla would be whooping my butt. But she was saying the world's changed. She can only do so much. And when we have these teachings dying like this, I'll step up. And I know I have brothers and sisters out there to help do the work. Because without these teachings, without the singing and dancing, without the ceremonies, without the fish, without the hunting, would we even call ourselves native? There's times where I was representing so hard and I was telling people, get up. If you're an enrolled tribal member, get up off your butt and get out there and exercise your treaty rights. Even if you don't want to, or you don't have to, have someone in your family do it. And there are times where I would say, everyone wants to be native until it's time to do native shit. And I had other members of our tribe saying, what's being native mean? I was like, it's doing what we do. Ceremonies, singing and dancing, fishing, hunting, beating, gathering. All that defines who we are. If our ancestors done that for a millennia, if we survived how they survived, then we keep following it. Why change that? The only times it's changed is when the Hokots came. That's the only time. And my grandmother, who isn't here today, she took me in. I was in foster care, in and out. I was talking to Will here yesterday. I was telling him, man, that video brought back so many memories. Because in my version, that was me. I grew up in a system. I grew up in the Hokots' home. I learned the white way. I had 3 spoons, 3 forks, 1 butter knife, 1 teacup, 1 coffee cup, 1 water cup. I know that way. So I was telling him it brought back so many memories. It's almost like I know him. And the teachers back home, they threw me in the canoe and told me to go paddle, watch the person in front of you paddle. And the singers, they're telling me, sing from your stomach. And I was asking them, how do you do that? How do you sing from your stomach? Because back at home in Montana, we sing from the heart. We use our voice. We go really high, but out here they go really deep. So it's a changing coming from powwow to coastal. It was like a couple years ago it was coastal natives, and then out of the blue it was indigenous people. And I was asking my aunties. My aunties are cultural teachers. That when in high school, the language teacher didn't want to teach me the language because I was a bad influence. She's heard this, she's heard that. So I didn't get to learn the Klallam. I didn't get to learn that. And it took 4 years for me to get the Klallam dictionary. And they tell me, oh, just go to the library. Go to the library, it's there. And I was like, no, I want my own dictionary. I was like, I'll learn the language my own. And anything Klallam stories, anything, I'll go through my aunties or my cousin here. Because I'm trying to learn everything I can to be Klallam, to represent who we are, what we do. If no one steps up, all this dies out, and there's gonna be no one. There's gonna be no leadership. Back at home, we only have a few kids that will step up and do what we do. But if you have other kids, like my kids, step up and they see you're doing it. My kids, I don't force my kids to sing and dance. I don't force them. They want to. They get up there and sing and dance. They get up there and sing and dance because they see how I'm doing it, how fun I'm having, how good and the power is. When you have thousands of people singing and dancing, and if you're smack dab in the middle of that, you'll feel the power. You'll feel what I've been talking about. And when I was talking, we were talking for years of the kids' naming ceremony. And I was talking to my brother here that what color should our wolf mask be? What color was that? What color should we do? He was explaining to us. And a lot of help came from my wife's side, her side of the family, because her whole family dances like that, masks and all. So we had a lot of help from the Quinault tribe, Tahoe, Queets. We had a lot of help from the Push, a lot of help from the relatives across the water in Canada, from all the way up from Ahousaht, all the way down to Victoria there. When we went up to Ahousaht, that youth journey, that was one of the best years I had as being a teenager on journeys. And the other one was to Lummi. Like he was saying that one day, we paddled to Lummi. When Drew was here, me and my family here, we didn't know who to go with. We had so many options laid out on the table who we were gonna go with. And the last minute, my brother here asked if I wanted to skipper the Humpty Lups Queen up to Lummi, and I said, yeah. And it was practically my family, his family, 6 poolers on like a 15 to 20 foot and 10-seater canoe only six Iron Man. They pulled all the way from. Where did we start? Oh, we started in Elwa and we pulled all the way to Lummi. 6 pullers. No relief, no reliefers, none of that. No support boat either. Until we got to somewhere on the other side, on Muckleshoe side. Back then we had we called him Uncle Bruce. He really watched out for us because he knows either I'm out there going all day or my wife is out there going all day. We're about it. We're culturally active. We're all about it. It's just who we are. I don't want the language or the culture to die out because without that, if our ancestors didn't do that, then what the heck are we? What do we even call ourselves? There's just so much explaining, so much meanings to explain and get it all out there. But if you really want to dig into it and dig deep and get into it, I always say get out there and exercise your treaty rights, sit down and listen to the elders, sit down to the brothers and sisters here and listen. You might learn a thing or two. I learned that from most of my teachers. I wasn't that kid that was running around, screaming, having a good time, visiting. I was that kid sitting at the table or sitting down and I had to listen. My grandparents always tell me I'm an old soul because I can always sit down and click with the elders. There's times where Uncle Bruce, I was always trying to beat him to the protocol tent or beat him to the big house because he's the first one in there sitting down while everything's going on, and he's the last one to leave. And I always try to match that, especially the elders too. Elders will be in there, first ones in. They don't even get up to use the bathroom or nothing. They don't even get up to go eat, get their favorite drink, favorite food that's brought to them. So always try to match that. And those songs that I brought out, Noah, I've had those for many moons, many years. Nowadays, there's this generation of kids, they're just making songs, pull them out of thin air. Now ask them, how'd that song come to you? Oh, I was just standing there. Oh, I was just standing on the beach. Oh, I was on the ferry, sitting in the ferry, and the song came to me. My songs came to me through the dreams. But throughout the whole journey, and my grandpa's kind of losing it. He has dementia. And that's when I really stepped up. I had to be the leader. I had to be the voice of the family. And with our little family here, we do what we can. There's only so much we can do. We're always booked out. We're always so busy. But if we're here and my brother's here and his family, we don't trust a whole lot of people with our 6 kids. We don't have babysitters. We don't even trust our own family with all 6 of our kids. So if you see them running around, that's telling you something. That's saying we should trust these people. We should trust you around our kids. Because the world's crazy. The world's going crazy. It's crazy out there. Back then, I used to run amok on the res with all my cousins. And my kids can't even do that because that's how crazy it is. It's almost like we can't even, our kids can't even do that, and it's sad. And I'm one of those voices on the res, telling them to get the drug addicts off the res. And it's we see them every day, new people, new faces every day. And to the tribe, and to the answer from the tribe is they give us Narcan. That's their answer. They give us three backpacks, all of it. I said, I don't need that. We don't do that in this house. And it's sad because it's the higher ups family that's doing that. And we can't do nothing about it. But my grandma, all my grandparents, they grew up in the shaker. They grew up in that. And from her teachings, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little shit. I didn't listen. And when the cultural life and life smacked me in the face, that's when I realized, because my grandma would always say, pray for them. Pray for them. That's still a human being. They need help. Or even if you know a person and they're not mentally there, their spirit is still here. They're just on a different spirit world. I had to explain that to my wife, explain that to my kids. So when we see family members not doing good, or my kids ask me, what's wrong with that person? Like they're in their spirit world. Or we have our own family members on that stuff. We just pray for them. And that's what we go at, because that's what my grandma's always taught me. And she isn't here. I miss her dearly. She's the one who really set me on this path. The teachers at home, my hands always go up to them for really pushing me into this culture life. And it shows. I don't get up here to speak, or I don't get on the floor out there to clout and sing and dance. It's just who we are. It's just who me and my family are. Like my bro was saying, we can sing and dance all night, all day. There was one journey, I think it was to either Puyallup or Nisqually. We sang and danced for like a week straight. And if you think about it, for the canoe journeys here on the coast of Salish, we have kids getting up butt crack of dawn, paddling in the ocean, rough waters. And then they sing and dance throughout most of the night, get a few hours of sleep, and do it all over again for a month straight. 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks. I was telling our youth that in Elwa, and they realized, like, oh my God, we are doing that. And I'm like, dude, you are Nisqualliamson. You guys are strong. This is who we are. I was like, all these kids, we've had, I think, 4 or 5 youth journeys And I've been on just about all of them. And when we went up to house it, and we're on our way back down, going home, there was another youth paddle. I don't remember what year that was, but there was a youth paddle, and they asked if we wanted to go, and we said, yeah. So we paddled all the way up to house it, which was like 19 days, 17 days, or something like that. And then we came back down, and we started from Lummi, and we went down into the peninsula. I think it was Squally or Squaxin or Muckleshoot, one of those. And we had all those kids, whole canoe full of kids doing it. But there were some journeys where it wasn't the kids that had problems, it was the adults. The adults had problems, and it wasn't the kids. And it was just heartbreaking, because there's those sayings where tribal families shouldn't be fighting. They need to let stuff go. We need to break the cycle. And they don't even follow by it. It's just a tough world we live in. But that I just wanted to share that little story about who I am and what the cultural means to us, and how we represent being out here. But for me, my whole little family, my little crew, this is their first little activists like this. I know I've had my my grandma and my uncles back at home, and actually my grandma and her brother I think actually got married here at Daybreak. And my uncles back at home and my aunties, their family members were actually there when everything went down at Wounded Knee. I was just a little tiny tot, so I didn't even know. But they were there. They saw it all go down. I don't know what truly happened. I only see memories and stuff like that. So this is the kids' first little get down like this, and hopefully there's more to come. But we're down for the cause. We're all about it. I just go see him.
Squanting, Chiet Oitson, Nick Climson, Elwa Nick Climson, Anthony Sisna, Chapaita Sisna. I'm from what they call the lower Elwa Clallam people. Before I really start and get into what I'm going to talk about briefly, is that in terms of the name of this this panel, the Coast Salish Coalition, or whatever you feel like calling it, is that it's not something that's like giving a name or trying to say that we're something. It's saying that we're committed to be something. When you put yourself in a position to speak things, when you put words and you give words life, then you put yourself, when you give words life, you have an obligation to those words at that point in time. And so also, before we start, I think that it's really important. My family, my grandmother, Violet Charles, she ended up in Seattle because she moved away. It was kind of during the relocation era, but it was also because she didn't find a life that was going to be, she felt was capable to raise her children. My uncles, Fred and Steve Charles, were highly involved as youngsters. And I want to be able to speak this, is that I was lucky to have uncles as such, fathers, family that was in the space, because they put me in a position to where everybody, those kind of things, the work that whatever movement people, indigenous people, whatever you want to call them, they became heroes to me. And so you have some people in here that are heroes that don't get their proper due. And I want to be able to speak to that, because you kind of have a a historian, a person who was involved in activist work for years, for generations, in Robert Free. You have Ramona Bennett in here, and people. I want to be able to like raise my hands up because of the fact that we exist in spaces where we put Rolling Stones posters from the 60s and 70s. We got Jay-Z posters, and we have all these different things that we look to and people that we look to when we don't have our own people sitting on our walls as heroes for our people. And I'm not just saying that to try and get somebody to respect the fact that I'm sitting up here, but I'm really nothing without the inspiration that exists from these people. This is reality. So all of my family, when we talk about the family that like Elwha was a hotbed, we have people there that are directly connected to the movement, and we forget about what that movement was. We forget about how much life and how much freedom was put on the line during these eras. And so that's the space that we sit from here, is that we're just trying to live up to those expectations, right? We're trying to live up to be the people that stepped in front of us, and we're trying to figure it out just like those people figured it out. And I think it's important to be able to recognize that. I know that probably not everyone can stand and not everyone knows, but I want to be able to say up here is Ramona Bennett, extremely important. We talk about everything from the fish-ins, we talk about everything, all the different movement actions. We talk about Robert Free back there and the importance. We just talked in the truck for a while this morning, and it reminded me of the significance of what it is to recognize those people. And because of the recognition, it is like we're obligated to act a certain way, to be able to proceed in a certain way. Go, Bill.
Done to save it. Your river was rivaled Fraser or Columbia. I mean, it was a magnificent, most wonderful river that was plugged up for 100 years. And I know your tribe, along with some of the, I call them the eco-terrorists, but they're, but they're really the good people that risk their lives trying to save the planet. But Puyallup also has a dam that's plugging it up and messing it up. Now, where did Patricia go? Good girl, taking care of her kid. But I hope before this panel is done that you both will talk about those rivers and their contributions, and the seals and sea lions.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the idea, just as the introduction of this space right now, just the introduction of this, we didn't really, to be honest, we didn't really want this to be a space where we're sitting up here as panel members or as experts or any of that, because everybody around as a collective, we can be experts, we can work together. However, we wanted to sit ourselves in a position to be able to speak to our obligation to these spaces, to the Elwha River, as right now, not the fact that the dam's been knocked down, but right now, DNR is trying to auction off 500 acres to be able to be the timber to be cut down. And 500 acres, right? And it just kind of got dropped in our lap. Like we didn't have it was very much under the radar for a long time for the general public, right? And even for our people, and one of our cousins took it up, and she was the first one who brought it to our attention. And that 500 acres leads to even 5,000 more that DNR has access to. And when you talk about the importance to the river, to the what people call the Salish Sea, the significance of how that will impact the space is something major. And as I talked about yesterday, is that I've spent a number of my years committed to many causes across, and I don't need to speak super, whatever it is, but much of it was away from home. And so now what I learned from that and the things that I've done, the work that I've done, I did it for the purpose of when I felt like I would need to ask for assistance, I felt that I had to assist other people. And now we exist in a space where we're going to need assistance, and it's a reciprocation. And so that Elwha River is so significant. And that's the thing too, right? Is that we share the same space, even though it's across the water. Those rivers, they go into the same ocean that we're relying upon, the same straits, whatever people call it now. And so our connection is so deep that our obligation is not only, it may have used to been before the process of colonization, but now everything that happens with industrial society, we're reliant on each other, like across the water, whatever it is. So our support is both needed and is both obligated to be as such. And so those kind of, whether it's coalitions, alliances, need to be revitalized again. And that's kind of the space where we were talking, because it starts up north too. We're talking about even further up north with the tar sands as it comes down, as you go through the pipeline, and as they lead it through Cherry Point, and as it goes into these waters. And as we're fishing on our waters, we see these giant tankers that are pushing all kinds of products through, and it affects our relationship with the salmon, with the seafood. And that's the reason it was important to be able to feed the people with these seafoods that we may never see in our generation. They may go away from us if we don't fight, if we don't realistically put ourselves in a position to join together in any way we can. And this is small. Initially, this is small because people don't necessarily, maybe they don't see it as valuable, maybe they didn't know about it, whatever it was. This is a small gathering initially, but the vision is to be able to have multiple people who are willing to commit themselves. I bring my children here with me because I want them to see that their father is obligated to protect them and put them in a position where when I'm gone, they'll be able to pick up whatever work I did. And I think it's hard. I talked about that a while back. Is I feel very stressful as a father to say, here is this burden of being a Native person in this world where everyone wants to see us, our waterways, our people dead. It's very difficult to say I'm going to hand that off to my children. However, my family made sacrifices, and so therefore I'm obligated to them. The salmon makes sacrifices, the water makes sacrifices. So how could we say, I'm going to go bathe in this river and I'm going to ask her to cleanse me, but I'm not willing to die or kill for her as well too? So that's the way that we're trying to revitalize. So that's the way that we bring to our children. I think we'll talk more about that. I'm not trying to take too much time in introduction, but I just wanted to kind of point out the importance of these people who are here. And what I'm saying is that my obligation is to be the person, the people that you all represented, to get us to the position where like we have to fight. We're obligated to exist in a position of resistance because of this, because people try to push the stories down. They try to hide these stories. The world doesn't know about like realistic, the reality behind the fish-ins. People don't know about the reality behind this space here, where now we can't get in until 10 o'clock and we have to leave at 10 o'clock. But this space was built on the backs and of people who were willing to sacrifice to get this space, against military, against the feds, the pigs, everything else. And now it's part of the bureaucracy, right? And I'm not trying to I'm just saying, what I'm saying here is that we exist now as these people up here that have an obligation because of the work that was done generations and generations. And it's not just everybody here, but the people that fought prior to you all, the people that have no voice anymore. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're lucky to be here and to find out that that's you right there, and you pointing that out to us and showing us, the generations that fought before us is important. And it brings it back to, the family, the land, the language, the waterways, it's so vital, because I come from a place where colonization impacted us first, and all there is stories left of buffalo that used to roam these ancient forests. Our traditional diet is decimated where I come from, and it's so bad where we live that like there's a dialysis unit on my reserve that's a 6 mile by 8 mile island. You know, that's how devastated my community is because our traditional diet is absolutely just gutted. We do not have access to our traditional foods anymore, you know, and I think that's important to talk about the rivers that you spoke that are dammed up, and you guys are protecting and preserving that way right now with your family in multi-generation. So yeah, I would like to talk more about the rivers, like you asked to speak more about the rivers. And she specifically asked for you, Patricia.
Oh. Oh. To talk about Puyallup River, it goes into so many different categories for me. Just thinking, and it's oh here. But just, you know, while everybody thinks, or sorry, is talking about all of this stuff, it's going through my mind just as much as it is with Ramona. You know, we've had a lot of conversations, and I was telling Dakota this morning actually where my first conversations with Ramona came in, as we were talking about emergency plans, you know, for if something were to happen, if, you know, we were to be flooded in a way that we couldn't, you know, handle, if these gangs were to come in, if all of these other areas where we're targeted were to come in, what would our emergency plan be? And it brought me back to one of the first conversations I had with you, where I remember I started at Chief Leshai. And I just have to go into the story just because, you know, Ramona's here, and it's like Creator wanted me to talk about it today. Just to go into every person here, you know, you have a way, an area, an avenue, whatever you feel passionate about, that's your doorway in. You just got to kick it open. And that's the conversation that I had with Ramona one day. I think I was about 13 or 14 years old, and I was at Chief Leshai, and I remember they tried to just shuttle us all onto buses. And they said it was our emergency plan for when the mountain blew. And in my mind, I was like, where are we going? I had so many questions. Like, what are you doing with us? Where are we going? Can my mom just pick me up? Can I get out of here now? Like, my family's ready to go if something like that happens. You know, we're constantly thinking about these things. And they just told me, oh, we're just going to go and park at the mall. And I thought, I'm not going to the mall. I'm not getting on this bus, and I'm not going with you guys. Like, that's absurd. And so I was, you know, really just taken back. And I remember going crazy at the school, or what I felt was crazy. And I kept telling them, we need a better plan. You're going to put a bunch of kids on a bus and have their parents just looking for them, not knowing. There was no real set plan. And I remember after weeks and weeks of me, you know, arguing with these teachers, I went to Ramona and I sat down and I was like, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just talking about things that nobody cares about. You know, maybe I should just be quiet. And we had this conversation, and Ramona just kind of looked at me and she was like, oh no, oh sweet girl. She was like, you are supposed to think like that. She said, it's in your DNA. She said, if all the generations before you, you know, they thought like that. We're supposed to prepare for the future. You're preparing. She was like, you never stop thinking like that. And it was from that moment on that I had validation. I had somebody who was this person who did so much work for people who, you know, constantly, as we're sitting here, as everybody's talking and mingling, that's what she's thinking about. The rivers, the seals, all of the issues that we have, the targets on her back, all of these different areas, you know, and I got validation in that area, which is what we're up here for too, you know, to give that to each and every one of you to say, you know, we feel crazy too, you know, we feel like we're constantly going against these issues, and we have these connections to these waters and to these areas. And it takes the connection between our youth and our elders to really validate that, you know, and to really explain. I thought I was just going crazy. I thought my blood was boiling and my ideas were boiling just because hormones, they kept telling me, oh, you're young, you're a girl, you know, you have all this energy and you don't know where to put it. And in a way, they were right. And Ramona, she, you know, had that conversation with me as my elder and told me, you know, set me on that path straight. Like, no, this is what we need, you know. And as we continue going on, we get into all of these educational moments with Ramona, where she's, you know, here to guide us constantly and tell us, you know, talk about the rivers, talk about the seals, talk about every issue that we face. And my area is more of the culture and how, you know, I can connect that way which is where my mind usually always goes. I know Dakota's kind of more of like the numbers and the spot on because his memory works good that way. And that's where, we partner and we love to come to Ramona and we love to, sit down and have these conversations about what's going on in our community because it takes everybody. I know a piece, he knows a piece, she knows a piece, and we all come together and we learn from each other. And I don't want to mix up too much information because I have a really bad mom memory. So I'll let Dakota talk about the numbers. But as far as, our river goes, on my side, of learning on the cultural side of everything that's been going on, you've heard it a lot about the absence of fishermen, the absence of, ceremonial foods, what that does to our people, how we crave it. In my category, I constantly think about, how many kids are here and what there's so many different areas, but just what it all leads into. And it just makes me constantly think of, how Ant was talking about the different rivers, how all of our waters go into each other, how we're all from different waters, but they all go into the same ocean, And that's the same with our issues. It's the same with, every dam, every fentanyl crisis in our area, every drug dealer, every gang that threatens us, every target that's on our back, just for being brown, just for wanting to live, to survive in these waters with, all of our fish, and coming to learn that a lot of our teachings were turned backwards on us. They've gone to every single tactic and it's never stopped. And that goes to show with Ramona being here and her picture being on the wall and, a lot of our aunties and uncles on these walls. We come here and we see them and we see the history of that. They're still fighting. We're still fighting. We don't even get a break in the generation. And I was explaining this on Wednesday when we were sitting here, that it's almost just their circle of life, where to me in my head, I see it as a big railroad of, just a circle of this train that goes around decade after decade to each indigenous nation. And once one area is completely depleted and gone and stripped after decades and decades, they go to the next one that forgot about the genocide before that forgot about our land being stripped before that. They think that with our generations being gone and stripping our teachings that we don't have these stories anymore. But there are a few people who do remember, who are a part of it, who speak on it no matter what. And so this just speaks volumes to the fact that we're still here fighting for basic survival needs, something that was promised to us. And I spoke a little bit about this on Wednesday, about how all of these issues lead back to the treaties, how all of our fights, for MMIP, for the fentanyl crisis, for our fish, to have our own piece of land that they banished us to. All of these things lead as the same, same idea. All of those waters lead back into one.
Since I've been here today, I heard these guys talking about this. I heard you guys talking about this. As the canoes came back, the culture has come back for Mariner society. Now it's the other piece talking about our Mariner people. And as soon as we started getting back on the water, the language started coming back because we had a need for words. The weaving started coming back because we needed things to wear. The carving really came back. So many cattle, so much work that needed to be done. The water was key to everything. We just needed to get back to the water to get well. We've been trying to a big part of the healing is the canoes.
Oh, yeah.
Your mom and I talked a lot about
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. If you guys don't know my mom is Deland Hawks, and she's actually done a lot of work in our family category. And I believe through our family, she's now been named the Couts historian. And she started also with Ramona, just learning about the history of our people. But I did want to reiterate on that, because you're right. That's what we're fighting for. In the sense of the water warriors, that was what we wanted to make the core part of all of our teachings, was the water and how much we needed it. And with some of our first actions, when Dakota did his I think it was a 7-day fast, that land that we went on there and did those ceremonies with, we decided that you're right, we were too dry, we needed it, we needed to be close, so we claimed that land as our ceremonial warrior grounds. And it's right across from PSC, the LNG tank. And so that's one thing that we are doing, is we're trying to keep that alive with the old teachings and come back to the water. So anytime we get overwhelmed, overstimulated, our cup is too empty, I'm constantly like, I need to go to the water. We're going to the water. And we've made that place a special place, not just for us, but for everybody, to be able to go and give offerings. And ever since we've done that, just like you said, there's been a lot that has come back. The bees created a beehive in the whole walkway, through the whole ground, all over. When we first went there was no animals, no birds. There was no land. There was a small piece. Now when the tides go out, there's a huge piece of land. And every time it gets bigger, every time we go there and offer things. And there's like 7 different species of birds. The last time I went down there and I was really, really feeling heavy, I took it to the water and I went down there and I was like, I don't know what to do now, so I'm just gonna give it to Creator. And for the first time ever in my life, I saw 7 eagles flying over the marina in the water and over our ceremonial grounds. And so I just wanted to bring that up too, because you're right. We do need to make it back to the water, even if it's just to unload and then to feed the water. That was one message that my kids gave to us after the fast, was nobody ever thinks about the ancestors in the water. They always put spirit plates out outside, but how often do you take them to the water? And when my daughter, she was about 5.5, 6 years old when she said that to me. And so we were like, okay, we took 4 plates, we put them on 2x4s, and we put them out into the water. That water took those 2x4s, cleaned them off, and put them in the exact same spot where we took them out. And when we took a picture of my 2 kids just playing by the water, you could clearly see in that picture that it looked like the only thing I could think of is a starving ancestor that was reaching out for us. And you could see clear as day that it was, starving. And it just validated everything that my daughter said. We have to start feeding the water again. And so that's what we've been doing, is every time the kids want to go to the water, we make it a point to go out there and give something. Even if we find a cool shell or, we lose something, we count that as an offering. Or, my son has even gone to the water and lost toys in the water. And we've just explained to him, like, those were some ancestors that came and they needed that toy. They needed that medicine that you put into that toy. So we've had a lot of great experiences by the water, just by being. So if you ever need to, get medicine or get that healing, go to the water. That's definitely always my first go-to. So thank you for bringing that up.
Man, to talk about my connection with the river, I'd have to talk about my great-grandmother and great-grandfather's work. I really used to never talk about my great-grandmother. I'm the first great-grandson of Janet McLeod and Don McLeod. And, I never wanted doors to open for me. I've been doing this community work, spokesperson work, for going on 8, 9 years now. And I never wanted anybody to be like, oh, you're Janet McLeod's grandson. Let me lay out the red carpet for you or something. I just always wanted her to be a footnote in my story. And to talk about my connection to the river and talk about their work, because I wanted to talk about this because Ant brought it up. We'd have to lay out the work of the ones before us. I wasn't old enough to really hear my great-grandmother's work, at the Sapadon Center is what I got. I wasn't out there. I didn't get to hear her speeches. I didn't get to hear her at rallies. I didn't get to hear, I didn't get to see her at the May Day riots. I didn't get to see any of that. I got the elder that was more at home and about the teachings at home and getting youth at risk programs going, the Sapadon Center, reconnecting our youth with culture, reconnecting our youth with ceremony. keeping it going. Winter moon ceremonies, getting away from Americanism, American society holidays. We celebrated winter moon and all that. But back to the river is, my great grandfather went to World War II, and he came back after he came back from World War II. He was on board when they made the Japanese sign a peace treaty with them. And while he was on the board, a Japanese man walked by my great grandfather, and he tapped his skin like this, and he tapped my grandfather's skin. And that's we're the same color. What are you doing? And it impacted my great grandfather. And when he got back from World War II, he went around Nisqually talking about our treaty rights, talking about the fishing war, or talking about what led to the fishing wars in Nisqually, down at Frank's Landing. Most of you probably don't know who Don McLeod is, but you'll know who his little brother is. His little brother is Billy Frank Jr. Billy Frank's pretty well known for his efforts in the fishing war and around the community and around Coast Salish Territory and around the United States in general, Turtle Island. So my connection with the river really starts there. We grew up fishing, we grew up smoking salmon, we grew up surviving off the land. That was one of our biggest things, is to teach us how to survive off the land. What they call treaty rights is what we call inherent ways of life. This is how our people have lived since the beginning of time. They have all these theories of how we got here, but when we say we was created from this land and put here, we was created from this land and put here. This is our duty. This is our obligation to protect the water. Ann was talking about that earlier. We don't have rights. We got obligations. And it's an obligation to carry the culture. It's an obligation to get out there and raise the youth. One of my biggest things is I grew up in the streets. After my great grandmother passed away, I ran to the streets. 12 years old, I started gangbanging and running the streets and completely turned my back on every teaching that she had. I was angry at her. She left me. I got back from a boarding school. I was in a boarding school from 9 years old to 12 years old. And when I got back, she didn't know who I was, and she passed away. And I was angry for a long time about that. And I found myself sitting in a prison cell trying to find myself, trying to figure out who I was. They put me in an IMU program because I love to fight. So I did a year straight in IMU, and while sitting in IMU, I found myself. And we're not talking about this new IMU that they have set up for the prisoners nowadays. They get computers and everything inside there. I was inside of a different IMU where you only came out for 5 hours a week. So it left me with nothing but questions of who I was and where I was from and who I was. And I really got into meditation. I came back out here and I gave up gangbanging, and I stepped into a whole different light. And when I stepped into that different light, it really opened up doors. And going through traumatic events and trauma, you really close doors inside your own head. And when you start opening these doors, it's a floodgate. And that's what our Native youth are out here facing today is either open these doors and deal with the floodgate and not know how to go forward with there, or other people that have been there and done that time and time again step forward and really reconnect our youth with culture and ceremony. And that's back to the connection with the river. My sons are at the age where we're teaching them how to fish and doing that, and it's not the same as it used to be. The health of our river is completely depleted. Growing up, I used to watch the elders. They used to be able to fill totes and back of their trucks up with fish and make a moderate living, as the United States said, a moderate living. We're not able to make that moderate living anymore off of what they call treaty rights, our inherent ways of life. And so what that leaves us with is a cultural identity crisis. Who are we without the salmon? Who are we without the cedar trees? Who are we as Coast Salish people? My sons ask themselves that all the time. Who are we? Because they haven't kept, my sons get happy when we catch 5 or 6 salmon in our nets. They get completely excited. There's something inside of them that knows that way of life. There's something inside of them that knows gutting these fish. There's something inside of them that knows honoring these salmon, but these salmon aren't coming back to our waters. You deal with the electric hydro dam from Puget Sound Energy that's up there dropping microplastics in our water on a daily basis. You got Puget Sound Energy that has live wires going off in our water and killing kids when they jump inside the water. You have a completely industrialized port around our water, around our river. You got stormwater runoff. You got massive tanker ships sitting in our water waiting to go in. Massive tanker ships. See, on my res, we have the deepest ports inside Washington State. On Coast Salish Territory, we have the deepest ports in probably the United States. the deepest ports, so they look at us for export and import. They try to put the world's biggest methanol refinery right there on Puyallup territory. Good thing the community came together and kicked them out of there, because this thing would have been massive. And it's not even for the United States. It's for export to China, because China makes the biggest exporters of plastic in the world. So they use us right here on Coast Salish territory as a dumping grounds. You look at the tentacles that reach down up there from up north, from our brothers and sisters territories up north. You heard our sister talking about how polluted their water is, how killed how extinct, damn near extinct their salmon are. And it ends right here, and it ends right here in Oregon and Washington State, in our territories. And these are the massive tankers that they put on our land, and this is the cultural identity crisis that we're facing because of the devastation and the facilities that they put on our land. You look at any oil refinery is adjacent to any reservation, just out of reach to just where they can't say anything about it, just to where the Indians can't say anything about it. That's the biggest thing that we find, the LNG and the LNG fight on our territory. Oh, is that Puyallup land? Is that Puyallup land? But yet we was getting people off of cases when they were getting arrested for no trespassing on our land, when they were getting arrested for chaining themselves to the tankers. Me and Ramona was expert witnesses in that case. We went through and said, hey, this is Puyallup land. They dredged our rivers, and they put the bottom of our rivers right there and made a piece of land off it. It was still Puyallup land, and we argued that and won cases on that. Because the Puyallup tribe, when we signed into the lands claim settlement, we lost claim to the land on side of it, but we didn't sign away the bottom of our rivers. The bottom of our rivers is still Puyallup land. So that's my connection to that, is the cultural identity crisis that we're gonna face when our salmon are completely gone, and we're already there. I thought I wasn't gonna see it in my generation, but I'm seeing it in my generation. You know, we barely got our first chum opener in 6 or 7 years or something, just recently. And chum used to be one of our strongest runs. We used to see 180,000 of them, 120,000 of them. We're not seeing that no more. We're not seeing anything even close to that. These are the health of our waters, and this is why we have to protect what we have left and revitalize what we have left. You know, you come up with ideas and you look at it, you look at oysters. A single oyster can filtrate 50 gallons of water a day. You go and put 1 million of them on a Coast Salish beach. What do you get? That's 50 million gallons of water filtrated on a daily basis. And what does that create? It creates an ecosystem for crabs. These are just some of the ideas to put forward that we all have to look into. And I'll quit taking up everybody's time, but here's for our next panelist.
Thank you, Ro. Yeah, I knew I would see and hear similarities in our struggles, and you know, I haven't really mentioned this before, but in the early 2000s, I caught all of our food allocation on the Fraser River. For 10 years, you could not get me off of a boat. I would catch our 9,000 pieces. You wouldn't see me for 3 months. You know, that honor to be that fisherman for my community. As the only fisherman that would go out in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, and I know that river really well. I know how the industry works there. I can't remember what year it was. I know, you know, just before I got here, we had a huge chum season, thankfully, and it's been about 8 years since I fished a chum season, and I didn't get off the boat for 10 days. I didn't want to go home. I cried to go home. I didn't want to take my rain gear off after 14, 19 hours a day in chums. We all know chums are gnarly. They're nasty. I had tooth holes everywhere. My rain gear was split and ripped. I was stink. I remember my stepdaughter there in the early 2000s, like I always stunk like fish. She would always hug me. She'd be hanging off me because I stunk like fish all the damn time. I would always be out there fishing for my people. So, and then watching that change and seeing that change is what year was that when the Mount Polly spilled? It killed our last huge sockeye run that we had in the Fraser River. And in that year, the ice plants would not give the Indians fish, or they wouldn't give us ice to handle our fish. And it was such a big run, we needed ice. So I stole 12 tons of ice for our people. I went in there and I fucking cleared a big ice room like this and a big auger on the ground. And I stole 12 tons of ice for my people. Hell yeah. You know, we needed that ice for the people. You know, it was a big run. said, screw you, I'll wait till they all went home, and we got all our boats there, and we just kept pumping every boat full of ice. So, I'm glad we started talking about fisheries, because, that's something that it puts a lump in my throat right now just talking about it, how much I love to fish for my people, prawn, crab, sockeye. I'm always out there for the community, fishing for them. And like I said, I know how this industry works. I know I've been taught by old fishermen the history of the coastal, how they treated our indigenous fisheries, and how it's I don't want to explain it too much, and we've been here for a while, but I wish there was 8 of me. Really, I wish there was 8 people like me, because if you back someone like me, I know exactly how to. You look at Jimmy Patterson and what he does to the fisheries, and it's just very complex and very frustrating. But you back someone like me, and then we can create change. We come together like how we are today. You'll see me out there in that one canoe, bringing those canoes back. I'll shed anything down. I'll stop them. I'll steal their ice. But I just wanted to share that. But yeah, for about 23 years, I'm a daily deckhand. I read these waters. I've been on lots and lots of boats up and down the coast, and Tsleil-Waututh from Vancouver, it means people of the inlet. Only goodness comes out of these bodies of water. Only goodness should go back in there. And we see reports, the horror stories that we share. There's 700 different chemicals in our bodies of water, and so at times it does feel, hopeless or endless. But at moments like this, it's just a huge honor to be here. So I just kind of want to share a little bit of me being a fisherman. I mean, there's a lot more fish stories I could tell you, but I mean, we've been here for a while. I don't want to take up too much of your guys' time, and but yeah, it's good to be here. Thank you for listening, you guys.
That's our job. That's what we're here for. And if we let the salmon die, we're done. Because that's the only reason we're here. So when Dakota went through that list of things that are harmful to the salmon, we need to fight every single one of them. I mean, that's what we're here for. That's our primary purpose. And we have to let the other people that we're sharing this continent with know that's our job. We've got to be very clear about that. And we can't slack. There's no time to play. We have to be on it. It's got to be our never-ending mission, and we have to raise our children so they know that's true. Do you know that's true, Eden? I do. Okay. Well, I'm doing my job then. Oh.
What's that? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Carol. No, coalitions are really important because we're really not the only people who care about the planet. And we're not the only people who care about the salmons. And now that the rest of the citizens are beginning to realize, as the water gets deeper and the fires get closer and hotter, that this climate really is, the continent really is in danger. We can build on that and make sure that our allies understand that salmon are just part of the picture, but they're the most important part to us. They're like the canaries in the mines. If the salmon go, a lot of things go. You want the mic back?
Oh, can I fit? Okay, so I'm the white person in the room, and there's very few people left. And Dakota and Patricia know this by experience. Choose your allies well. Ramona knows this from history. We know this from the present. Choose your allies well.
Thank you both so much.
So we're going to get ready to close this part down. It doesn't mean we can't continue the conversation as we're out and about. I do briefly want to so that I do want to, just as salmon came up, I thought it was important to share the story of the Elwha River, just the dam as it was built. As the dam was built, the story that exists there, what we have to understand, like the knowledge that the people who came, we call them Juanitams, the people that came, they understood the importance of salmon to our people. And I'll tell you a couple things, just real briefly, the importance of salmon is that we learned how to treat our women by watching salmon, and I'll tell you why briefly. If you see a salmon going up river to spawn, and you see a female salmon carrying eggs, and she can't make it up that like little fall or whatever it may be, you can watch, and a male salmon will come and torpedo itself to push her up, flip her so she can make it up. And so the other salmon won't, like the male salmon won't, and a bunch of them will do that when they get caught in that space. And so there was parts of that was learned, how important the female was to us, how important that continuation of life was. Now, when the dam was built, when the Elwha River Dam was built and started to get built, 1924 it started. And what happened was they put it up. At this time, they were dumping lye in our rivers so that we couldn't eat the fish. So our people were just forced to eat what commodities were given at that time. And so we couldn't eat the fish. They would dump lye in front of our peoples. And this was the time Elwha River had massive runs of all 5 species of salmon. And we're talking about being able to walk over the backs of salmon. And I know a lot of other people have the same stories, but here we had massive runs. It would have been cheaper for the feds. It would have been cheaper for them to just let us eat our salmon, but instead they dumped lye in there. Now, as they were building that, we had an agreement with the salmon a long time ago, and the agreement was to keep their waterways free for them to return back home to be able to spawn. And what happened was we stopped trying to stop that dam for various reasons for being built. But what occurred was the salmon, we saw the water turn red from the blood of the salmon still trying to hit against that dam to knock the dam down. The salmon still tried to knock the dam down. Now, scientists may tell you, or other people may tell you, that that's just the nature of a salmon or the instinct of a salmon, but we understood it as something else. That was the salmon keeping their agreement to be able to try and knock that dam down. And so it continued on. The dam got knocked down, and now we exist in a space where last year was the first year that we were able to fish coho on our river for the first time, ceremonial. This year we fished a little bit more as well, and it's starting to come back. And you see kind of you've seen the feeling of people as they were getting to fish on that river specifically, because we fish other rivers in our territory, but Elwha was significant and remains its significance to our people. And people talk, the other day we had a conversation about what we said, what I was talking about earlier, the attempted auction of our what's called the Elwha Legacy Forest. And the emotion behind that of the people that understood the significance of what that represents for salmon returning up to spawn, their memories of fishing and learning about taking care of themselves from their grandmothers while being on rivers. We're on the river all the time. Our families are on the river with our children, fishing, learning to fish, and you see confidence. Not just like you see culture, but because of that culture, you see confidence in people as they learn to catch fish, as they're in the water, because water cleanses, right? Like people understand ionization, all these things that people talk about. We understood that for a long time. And I'm gonna before canoes carried our culture. We have a term where we're from. It's called spilach, the overturning of our canoe. That's our definition. That's our way to define what people call colonization, the overturning of our canoe, spilach. Hukwin is the return of our canoe. That's as all those things get lost at sea, and we're trying to find those pieces and get them back, the parts of who we are. The thing is that all these things that are out there on our water that aren't supposed to be there, they impede us from being able to grab those parts of who we are. And that's the reason that we have to fight to be able to protect what people call the Salish Seas. All of us have different names for these spaces. And I wanted to say, if you ever get a chance to look up, because I understand that you fully understand the importance of salmon on what they call Victoria Island, the different peoples up there, they did a study that salmon follow language groups. That's how salmon started coming back to the Elwha River that had been placed in the Kenai River in Alaska, and they started coming back to the Elwha River right away. That's how significant salmon are. If you watch salmon, you see how smart salmon are. If you're fishing, you can see like what they do. They send the sentinel to go up first to see if they get like who's up here, and then they all push. You see how significant, how intelligent they are, how powerful they are, not just from the sense of what they mean to the space when the salmon go up and spawn and what they offer to the ecosystem. That's beautiful, but they're also extremely intelligent and taught us exactly like many things on how to be, not just to, we made that agreement. We were offered life because of them, right? And so that's kind of something that I think is significant. Now, I was asked to help shut this down. I apologize for taking the last piece, but talking further, and I want to thank, we're grateful for being able to be. That's the reason that we brought up Dakota and Patricia, is because we understood we're coming over here to talk, and we're guests, and we have to ask permission to sit here out of respect because we're here. Absolutely. I'm not a scribe.
I've got your mic now. I have a little story that I wrote a book that'll be coming out next spring. But one of my favorite stories is about a little Puyallup family that was down in Oregon. And the mom was the Puyallup member, and she was a widow taking care of her kids. And the Elwha Dam had gone up, and for 100 years, little tiny smelt with itty bitty little tiny brains kept coming back to the Elwha River, and they'd try to get over that 100-foot tall, 100-year-old dam. They'd try to get around it. They'd try to get over it. Then they'd go someplace else. But every year they kept trying. And when that Elwha Dam came down, them little smelt were up that river right away. And my question to the Puyallup people is, are you as smart as a smelt? Do you know where Creator wanted you to be? And if you come here, everything's going to be better, because that family, that widow, came home with her 3 kids, and that's the Seasons. They now have grandchildren and maybe great-grandchildren, but they're home because their kaya was as smart as it smelled.
Miigwech. And I want to thank you for bringing it back to family, to be honest with you, because I really want to take a moment to thank Robbie and his family. I don't know your wife's name, but we've all been able to share in the joy that these young people have brought to this environment that we're in today. And yeah, it's been really inspiring, and your children as well. It's been a beautiful experience for all of us, and it's been inspiring. And I know, like, that gives all of us hope, seeing what you're bringing back to your family. And in turn, that's going to have a ripple effect out to the broader community. It's already ripple affecting us all right now, so Chimiigwech, thank you in my language for doing that. And group photo, my friends, everybody. We want to get you up here right now just to end this panel with a group photo and the family that we've created here today. And that's all of you. So come on up here to the front where the panel is, and we're going to get this group shot done. I tried. Oh, yeah. You have a mic in, go for it. Yeah. Behind the camera, that's
All right, folks. Well, you can see they're mobilizing for a group photo. Yeah. You're listening to the Emergency Mobilization Salish Sea Assembly Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center, year 2024. And yeah, sweet, huh? I'm going to have to move the camera a little bit.
It's okay. You're not going to watch it. Everybody smile.
we're gonna redo everything.
We're ready. 1, 2, 3.
So are we done?
This panel's done. This panel's done. There might be another one. Oh, do we have food? I don't know. All right, folks, if you haven't had anything to eat, there's plenty of food over here. There is not plenty of clams, so if you want some, come get some.
And it is 17:10, a little after 5 o'clock. We'll figure out what's coming up next. One of the things that is happening is networking. A lot of activists, a lot of people that are revitalizing a commitment of sorts. And I think, it's fascinating for me to see the tattoo scenario, that kind of event that's happening, that seems to be a part of that. And if I can find somebody to talk to, I gotta grab a chair, and we'll find someone to check in with. Hold on for just a minute.
I want a camcorder like that.
Talk to us a little bit on the mic. Yeah, get a animal creature. You want to jump in the seat? Yeah, right there will be. Let me zoom in a little bit. Got to put the mic down. missed your a little bit. Let's see, that's a little right there. I'm going to bring, let me go back just a little. All right. So you want to tell us a story? You want to tell us a story? Oh, hold on. Let me turn that up. You're going to go, you're a wolf? You're a wolf. Okay. Say that again.
He loves wolves.
Oh, yeah. Who loves wolves? Oh, right. I can see through the teeth. Right. What a great wolf you are. Can you howl like a wolf? Can you howl? Oh. Yeah, let's hear another one. Let's do it again. You ready? Okay. Yeah, right into the mic. Oh. There you go. A wolf. Yeah. So, did you pick a wolf? Was that one of your favorite creatures? This one. It is now. All right. Well, we lost our wolf. The wolf is out there in the forest of people. Well, everyone seems to be. We're just waiting at the open chair there with the microphone. You are listening to earthcycles.net. This is Govinda with Indigenous Environmental Network. Check out ienearth.org for more information about local communities and the resistance, as well as IEN does a lot of policy work with the UN and the various international arenas. Next
Okay, everybody,
week,
it turns out there are way too many leftovers, so please take a silver bowl and fill it up with the black cod and everything else that's out here and cover it with foil and take it home, everybody. The silver bowls that are down by the water, fill it up, cover it with tin foil and take it with you.
you know
And
what?
don't let this black
I'm
cod
gonna
go to
go
waste,
do.
please.
I'll be back.
Yeah, do it. So Julian and we are gonna be seeing. And all of the tattoo artists that
Yeah. Sure not. What
You found
the
it?
hell? Little wolf? What?
So cute, they're wolf hats. Jail is a wolf, is a wolf. Fish home.
Okay, we're back. We got ourselves some black cod, and it. Yeah, if the camera was a little bit more mobile, I'd take you over there and look at it. But it is probably the best fish I think I've ever eaten. And it may be the way it's cooked, or the way, I don't know what about it, but it's buttery and just, at any rate, magic. Magic. You guys gonna come over here and talk? Yeah, you want both of you or one of you. Okay. Maybe we'll have somebody to chat with. Ginger, you want to come talk to us? Yeah, you can sit right there.
Right here?
Yeah, and then I can raise this up just a little bit. I gotta find somebody to chat with. And you're on the black one. And we'll, whoops, now I gotta get the camera a little bit adjusted. Uh-oh. So maybe you could introduce yourself and tell us what brings you here.
Okay.
Yeah, you might need to slide up to that mic a little bit.
Okay. Go?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to introduce myself with my traditional name. My name is Wabanokwe. I'm of the Bear Clan. I'm first degree Madewin, and I'm Atsokwe Khan. I belong to the Creator. And I was invited here by Kanahus. She asked me to come, and I was, thrilled to be able to make it over here. And it's been so inspirational to be here. It's exactly what I needed. The words that were spoken yesterday, like everybody was saying, it seems to be like such a stressful world, even if it's not in your own life. Everything going on around you affects you. And you need to come to some place like this, a gathering where people are talking about what you feel, what you believe in it. Defending the land and talking about what we've been through and realizing at this point that, that whole thing was not right. It was totally wrong, the plight of our people. And we are now coming to a point where, the situation is what it is. And we have to, we're having to stand up against, big corporations now, that are robbing and desecrating our land and our water. And I'm so in support of what I heard here today, because that's how I feel, that we have to protect. And if we don't stand up, who is? You know what I mean? They just ride buckshot over us and run us off, and we'll be homeless if we never stood up. If we didn't, if the brothers and sisters didn't take the actions that they have taken.
I always like that statement. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
And here we are, with the sixth mass extinction, the loss of species diversity, the polluted rivers, the polluted skies, the polluted water, a whole litany of issues. And it does really seem that we're looking at the end of something, but simultaneously with an event like this, the beginning of something else.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm like turning it around now, saying this is enough. This is, we got to correct this, and it's not about money, like the.
Well, and so that brings up, a fundamental issue is how do we redefine or reclaim shared, not currency, or maybe currency, maybe currency. We should change SEA, current like the water, the flow of the water should be, a mechanism for trade. And how do we get away from the whole capitalist, uh, gouge price everything at all costs? The stockholders. You mentioned morals and ethics, and that sort of comes back to like the guiding principles of capitalism is, we have 3% mandatory growth to try to achieve. Then we have the stock market scenario with corporations mandate is to make a profit for their stockholders at all costs.
At all costs,
And
absolutely.
then you introduce this whole thing with artificial intelligence, married
Oh my gosh.
to making a profit. And we find that, in God we trust, guns, oil, and drugs, and that is the foundation of this country, and the weaponization of, we have the poverty draft, so we get poor people, going to other countries to steal their resources. So, it's going to be interesting to see, what is your sense of turning all of this around?
Okay. Well, I've been on this road for a long time. Like I'm 70 years old now. I started, my activist journey with the American Indian movement in the early 70s, and we were in, with Leonard Peltier and all that. We were a part of all that. And we turn it around. Okay. So what my thoughts are, and it's like through traditional spiritual, I'm gonna say sovereign, being sovereign, and we talk about what sovereign means. Okay. And I've had to do a lot of soul searching just to find an interpretation of sovereignty that felt good to me, felt right to me. Like in Canada, we have the Queen or the King now, who is apparently the sovereign, our sovereign. And I said, well, that's not my sovereign, not my king. So who is our sovereign? It's the Creator. The Creator is our sovereign. He is the one that created everything in here. This is what my people, the Anishinaabe, say, Gjemanito, knows everything, and he created everything, and he owns everything. You know what I mean? Because he created the earth, and he also gave us a way to live as Indigenous people, through our ceremonies, our teachings, our relationship to the land. I'm a Bear Clan, so those are the Bear is my family. You know what I mean? So, and we have the Wolf Clan. Every animal is represented by some people in some place in the country, some tribal people. They have clans. So that represents our relationship to the land. And our teaching is also to the water most sacred, the most sacred. And in our culture, and this is all stuff that we had to relearn, you know what I mean? Because we were colonized to think that we were nothing. In Canada, when I grew up, they called us drunken Indians, and welfare. You know what I mean? They just said really nasty things about us, and that was what was beaded into us. And so we had to somehow rise above that. You know what I mean? Find something within ourselves to know that we were significant beings within our own self. And for me, like everybody else here, was the culture that gave me that individuality, that who I was, because I was a Anishinaabe Kwe. I have an Indian name, I have an English name too, but I had that Indian name, and that Indian name means something. You know what I mean? It means something to me. It's special. It's sacred. Morning Star Woman, and there's songs about, but I'm not the only Morning Star either. There's other people that have that same name. So like the naming, and also, which is really, really, really special. So I'm talking about the ceremonies and how because that's how we conducted our affairs. You know what I mean? We had our leaders, our medicine people, and at the time, the women. We're a matriarchal society where I come from. We're a matriarchal society, so it was always the women that made the decisions, about the children and the land, and
So, that's a really foundational kind of scenario as the revitalization of the village, so to speak, because that's one of the things that you see here is more of a village mind, and then the role of the women in taking charge, or not taking charge per se, but guiding maybe with some direction, and that the men may be the ones that are out there doing the work, but not necessarily the decision makers as to
yeah.
what work needs to be done.
Yeah, yeah. And at that time, the thinking was different. We knew our roles, and the men knew their roles. You know what I mean? They knew that they had to listen to the women because that's how kept the balance. And that's our teachings. The Creator put them there. Our clans, our relationships to the land, and our laws. What our laws that we had, and how we based our societies on them, because um, we had very sophisticated societies. We had teachings, we had roles, we had responsibilities. And like when I was taught by some of the elders, they said back in the day they didn't have, teenagers, where you could just be irresponsible and just, piss around and do that. When you became of age, you went out on a fast. You know what I mean? Back in the day, we didn't have all this. They went out into a fast and they communed with the Creator, and they found out what their role was, their responsibility.
I've seen a lot more puberty kind of ceremonies being revitalized
Of course,
everywhere.
and they have to be. They're so important because society allows our children to be irresponsible. You know what I mean? When really we're responsible for ourselves and what we do, and as youth, very important parts of our community.
One of the things when you bring up laws, a little bit earlier, I was reminded of Carrie Dan, Shoshone elder leader that's no longer with us. But her interpretation of laws was relationships between the land, air, water, and sun, and that guiding principles.
That's exactly it.
Of those relationships are what are translated into traditional Indigenous laws.
Well, we used to live. One of the Creator's teachings that he gave to us was how to live in harmony and balance. That's why, 500 years ago, you could drink out of any river. You know what I mean? they were teeming with fish, and there were so many birds. When they flew over, they say they would darken the sky. That's how many birds they were in a flock, that they would darken the sky. Can you imagine having that many birds?
I can actually, as I was a kid growing up in the Chesapeake Bay area,
Mm-hmm.
we had that, where the sky would be just, and the way they would move and all of those
Mm-hmm.
kind of scenarios. I hear now that we've lost 70% of wildlife.
I am so not surprised.
Some kind of crazy numbers like that,
Mm-hmm.
and all the polluted rivers, and
Mm-hmm.
the solution to pollution is not dilution.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see this law of harmony and balance that the Creator put here for us. It's actually a structure, is what it is, and and I was told that it's in a how I could describe it is it looks like a great big mobile. Those mobiles, they're all
Right.
balanced and even, and they have this, and it's
Right.
got to be balanced and even. Okay, so
Oh, good.
in
I
what
like
in
that.
in the west sits the laws. That's where the Thunderbird sits. All the laws, and the laws are guiding principles. Love, honor, respect. Honesty, bravery, courage. These good values. They call them values, but they were actually laws in how we should live as human beings, to be honorable, to be respectful. And then our social order, how we developed our societies, were based on these things of truth, honesty, respect, love, caring, sharing, with our environment, not just ourselves. So that's how we were based, and it was all ceremonial. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
that's how we were.
Well, I think that's interesting. But I think that's another interesting thing to put together within the construct. I like the mobile. I always think of the medicine wheel
Well,
and a mandala.
Mm-hmm,
And then throwing a mobile in there gives it dimensionality.
Because it starts here, and then you build on it as you come down. You have your different structures. We had our warrior societies. We had our singers. We had our healers. And and we had our teachers. We taught our children. Not in school, but by example, and we had to work to survive back in the day. There was no superstore.
One of the things that I was always fascinated about was that traditional Indigenous folks only spent 15% of their daily life in survival strategies, because life was more about quality of life and living, and that art was incorporated in the mechanisms
and dancing
of
and singing.
being. And I think a lot of people think they are their bodies, and they limit themselves to their sensory kind of preoccupations rather than recognizing, as you would say, responsibilities rather than rights. And how do we actually begin to embrace that with a celebratory way?
You understand who you are, and as part of a community. That's why they went on their fast day, their vision quests when they were young. And they got something. They were told what their role was or their responsibility was, and so that when they immediately started learning that, so that they could based on the values we talked about, you know, honor, courage, being brave, and, you know, these things were the basis of our culture, of how we lived our lives. So you started training. You know what I mean? Your parents trained you, you know, if you were going to be a good hunter, if you were going to be a seer, if you're going to be a medicine person, if you were going to be an artist, a dancer, a singer, you know, a hunter, you
Well,
know,
you know,
all these
it's
things.
fascinating that the Manuel family is a great example of leadership from, you know, grandfather George to art and
Well, you see, part of our structure was also we had hereditary chiefs. You know what I mean? Our whole system was hereditary, and that's because, you know, of our DNA. You know what I mean? It comes down in our families and within us, and depending on how it's nurtured and developed, you know,
Right.
determines the outcome.
well, and so in our school system, the children are yanked away, 6 years old. What is it? And thrown into the elementary school, and it's all about this externalized kind of
Mhm.
education rather than an integrated
Oh
scenario.
yeah, well it's totally out there, you know, that's not even where it's at, hey? So that's just part of it, you know, the law and the social order and everything is built on that, you know, in a respectful, honest, kind way, you know, and that was just that. So now we have the North and the South, okay? And I was told that in the North sits industry, okay? In the South sits life. And I was told that everything on the earth you can use. Everything is here for you. You can use it any way you want to, but you cannot destroy life in the process of this. Do you see? You see the difference?
Well, that's certainly so. We have maybe you could. So the West we have wisdom,
law.
the law.
Mhm.
In the
That's
North,
where the Thunderbird sits.
in the North we have industry,
Mhm.
and who sits in the North? The
Um,
bear,
The bear, yeah.
and then we have the East.
Uh, well, the East sits tobacco way, the medicine tobacco, because in my culture that's how it sits anyway.
Uh-huh.
That's where tobacco sits, because he's the main one to, you know, whenever we make our offerings or anything, we put that tobacco first, you know, and then we call him Kani Kani, the one who goes ahead. And when we hold that tobacco, we put our prayers in there, and then, you know, we put it down into the fire, and we're praying, you know, that the Creator is going to hear and you know, take our prayers.
So Kanikin, how did you say that? Kanikin, the tobacco.
Oh, Kani Kanit, the one who leads the way.
Kanit,
Kani Kanit,
Kanit.
the one who leads the way.
All right, and
Yeah,
then
who
in the
goes-
South we have life.
we have we have life, and in our culture cedar sits in the south, you know, and then over here we have in the west sage, and in the north sweetgrass, you know, and they're plants to everybody, but those are powerful grandfathers, you know, that hold those doorways. If we could even imagine it in our minds now, that there's these beautiful, strong grandfathers that are sitting there from the beginning of time, where the Creator put them and He gave them their job, and they still sit there all the time doing their job, you know, even though we're all messed up over here.
There was in Mendocino, where I come from, that we had an event, and a young woman wrote this song that talks about how trees gave up mobility for depth of consciousness.
Trees are awesome.
You know, and I always thought that that was, you know, really profound, that, you know, we don't quite respect and appreciate the plant world. You know, they may not have mobility, but they have a depth of being.
They're powerful. They have spirits. You know, that's when we burn these medicines. You know, we burn our tobacco. You know, and we you know, we honor and we burn our cedar. You know, and you know, they're smudges, eh? And when we use those, we are practicing our law.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Everybody, oh, it's just your culture. Oh, they're just values. You know what I mean? Oh, it's just tradition.
So
it's not. It's more.
It's more. So tell us a little bit about where you're living.
Well, right now I live in Vancouver.
In Vancouver, okay.
I'm living with my nieces there right now, but you know, everybody wants me to go back east, you know. So eventually, I guess I'll go back there. But it's so cold.
Yeah.
It's so cold
where,
in the winter.
Yeah. Where back east?
A place called Cody Reserve. Okay, I'm not finished with the whole law thing yet.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, let's go.
So Spirit told me, you know, these things, and I asked, and these came to me in two different experiences. One was a vision in a dream. The first one with the mobile. It was out in the middle of the universe. It was really quite awesome. And they were talking to me, and they said that, and when you have a balanced government, he said, and a big hand came and moved that mobile, and it settled back in place. And he says, if you have a balanced government, if a disturbance comes along, it'll always settle back into its original, instead of being upheavaled and you know, changed. It remains the same. So my question was, of course, well, where's the laws? What is it? I said, tell me. And he says to me, I blessed you with a good mind and a good heart to know the difference between right and wrong.
Well, yeah, I love the mobile, because I'm going to put that into my vision construct of, because I look at the medicine wheel as defining exactly where things are. When you're up there in Wyoming, I think it is, on top where the big medicine wheel is, and you look, and we were up there, I think, on the winter or the summer solstice, and there was still snow on the ground. It was interesting that, you know, you're that high up.
Yeah.
But the different lines all pointed to very specific stars, and
oh yeah,
and then you have in the sort of Samkhya philosophy, India, you have the mandala that has everything in kind of a balance. And if you put those two together as a mobile, you know, so that it becomes like a Salvador Dali kind of projection, that you can have both the shadows of the different components making both the mandala and the medicine wheel. At any rate, that's going to be a part of my personal meditation.
So yeah, and then I thought to myself, well, there it is. You know what I mean? I thought, there it is right there. And there's our argument when we talk about our sovereign right, our inherent rights. You know, we have the inherent right to always be fishing. And like, we could talk about that in the treaties in Canada, Treaty number 4, where I come from. You know, our elders, which were our hereditary chiefs at that particular time, they were sitting in that sovereign space. You know, we hadn't been invaded yet you know, been colonized. So they knew to ask for these things, for fishing, hunting, gathering, you know, all these things. And now they've destroyed that. So now we could sue them for breach of treaty because they don't want to talk about treaty. No. We don't want to talk about treaty, you know, because they don't want to own up to it. It's an international law. You know, it's greater than Canada. It's greater than the USA, you know, and they have an obligation and we have an obligation. And if we don't stand up for them, who is?
There you go. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? You know, I think that's the mantra. So it's kind of interesting to sort of be here. It's sort of like an awakening or of work. Okay, you guys gonna come over here? I think we're finishing up the event.
Oh yeah.
And we're looking at sort of checking in. Sort of like what else do you want to share with the folks while I got you here?
Well, I'm saying that, you know, when we talk about our sovereign rights, we got to know what we're talking about. We want to talk about our sovereign, that's the creator, because everything that we have, he gave to us, including our names, our Indian names. You know what I mean? Our ceremonies. If we get gifts like our pipes, our rattles, our ceremonies, they're gifts from the creator. He gives them to us to help us, you know. So, and that was what was taken from us. That's what they tried to wipe from our minds.
You know, about 20 years ago, I was honored with the digitizing of photos and videos of the medicine bundles at the Smithsonian. And it was incredibly profound in that there wasn't like one kind of thing that permeated. It was like individual things that remind the individual of their spiritual connection to their life, their world, their ecosystem realities. And it was, so when it was really, we ended up having a big ceremony and had people from all the four corners or the four directions. And they had what do they call it? A peyote ceremony to sort of, it was an awakening and recognition.
I wanted to mention one other thing before I forget, is we had our own justice system. We never had jails. You know what I mean? We didn't have police, we didn't have warriors, but we had our own justice system, and it was a ceremony. The creator told us how our elders were given those gifts to sit in those lodge and in those positions. And you can't lie. You know what I mean? There was no lying, you know what I mean? When you sat in front of the elder, we knew.
In 2007, the U.S. Social Forum was in Atlanta, Georgia, and it was opened by a traditional indigenous elder woman. And one of the things she said was that we did not have prisons because anyone that was acting out, it was considered that the community had failed them. And I thought that was a really interesting turn of a way of looking at things. It's the communities that need the reformation, not necessarily the individual, because they're reflecting the bad.
Yeah, but you see, you got to remember also one thing. You were blessed with a good mind and a good heart to know the difference between right and wrong. So there's no fucking excuse here. No, not back then and not now either.
Not back then and
You know,
not now.
that's what I'm talking about, responsibility, accountability for who you are. on the words, just like they were saying, the words that come out of your mouth, you know? And I'm so sick of coddling, you know? Like, I mean, yeah, we had a rough time, you know? Yeah, fucking, you know, got kicked around. We were treated really bad, but, you know, like, heal, get over it. Fucking need you here now and straight.
Well, and that's I think one of the magical things about Standing Rock was it gave people some internal strength, to really be with the earth and to be united with all the various traditions and to recognize that all the traditions can be really different, but they're all exactly the same in honoring the spirit within and recognizing that everyone has a different piece of the puzzle. And how can we unite with all of that?
Well, there's basics. Like I said, industry, life. What does that mean? What are we fighting for right here? Protecting that, telling them, no, you're not supposed to do that. And they're saying, oh, we can do it. It's, it's all resources, natural resources, and we're robbing you blind right now.
Yeah, well, I think, the 1872 mining law, there's another really great. I always say, in God we trust, guns, oil, and drugs. You got the pharmaceutical companies, the weapons industry, and the fossil fuel scenario. You look at what happened in the Ukraine, and in 2014, when $6 billion the U.S. gave to overthrow the government of Ukraine because because the fracking was starting. They had more gas than they could deal with, and they needed another market. It was interesting.
You see, there it is. You know what I mean? The world is out of control. They don't. There's no values. There's no right or wrong. You know what I mean? There's no right or wrong. They're just, I want to do it. And so if we're going to have to stop them, we're going to say, and the Creator's going to have our back on this. You know what I mean? That's His law, not ours. We're just trying to lift it up and say, stop it,
And here we are. So a big stop it out there to the dominant culture and capitalism and the war machine.
And using our good minds and our good hearts to know the difference between right and wrong.
Well, there's in yoga words, there's a term, pratyahara, which means withdrawing awareness or consciousness from the senses. And much like the turtle, when it pulls its legs and heads inside the shell, it's something I think that human beings need to do is, disengage from the dominant culture. It looks like we got something else going on right here.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, once again,
are you going to?
Once again, who are we speaking with?
Ginger Cody, let's just say that, English name. I gave you my Indian name first. So what are you going to do with this?
Well, we're live streaming it, so
You're
everybody
live streaming to where?
Indigenous Environmental Network, ienearth.org.
Oh my God.
You can find that
Show me where,
either
'cause I
on
wanna watch
YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, several different things. But ienearth.org.
You're going to have to write that down for me. I'm too old to remember things anymore.
All right. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So we are, looks like things are we're here. We got Kanahusan about to come up on the main stage here.
Within that big field of philanthropy, Native Indigenous communities get less than 1%. And so we are really trying to change that with others, right? We have a movement to try to change that of Indigenous-led funds globally. So we have partners in the Philippines, in Africa, South America, Aotearoa, and all around. But so what do I want to say about it? And so who really supports activism is the social justice sector of philanthropy. And so you can, and nobody's out there saying, I'm part of the social justice sector of philanthropy, right? So it's upon us to be able to tell. And you can tell by the way they talk about their funds and who they support. And so in our region, we have Social Justice Fund Northwest that supports on the ground activism, organizing, base building. We have Na'alihi Fund, we have Potlatch Fund, we have Pride Foundation, Seeding Justice in Oregon. We are a network of the Northwest Justice Funders Collective. And we are the groups, we're the foundations, and most of us raise money to give it away. Some are endowed. Like Social Justice Fund started out with a bunch of really, really rich people, so they got some money. So I don't know what to say about it. I'll take questions. Yeah.
What did Jean say?
Mm-hmm.
Are you connected with other Indigenous-led funding opportunities outside this region? You know, like Alberta or Ontario?
I wish Alberta or Ontario, you know, who we connect with up there is the Circle, and they are like a network of Indigenous-led funds. There's a really cool one that the Haidas have started, which is a new fund. It's brand new, so I don't know too much about it yet. But we network with international funders for Indigenous Peoples, IFIP, and the Circle in Canada. And they are all focused on Indigenous funds. So that's who you should check out, is the Circle in Canada. Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, because something that Jean brought up, because this is this is where the pipelines are ending, right, is along this coast. And the beginning is where she lives. She lives in Ground Zero, right, of the Tar Sands region.
Tarzans.
And there's folks here that want to come see that after we've talked about it and discussed, and they want to bear witness themselves and see, hear, taste, smell, those things that we talk about. How would she go about starting to organize and get the funds for something like that to bring people from like here, that people who were brought here for this to connect? Like, how can she reciprocate and bring people from here to her region to show them where it starts?
That would be a proposal that we would entertain and try to raise money to fund. Definitely. Yeah, it's because it's like we never have enough money to fund all the good work that's happening. It's hard. And so as an Indigenous funder, we're really trying to do things differently. We're trying to not just do like, oh, here is your grant cycle, it's going to end, we're going to meet, we're going to make our decision, you all get declined and you all get funded. And that's seriously BS, like that's such a colonized approach. So we're trying to get money to as many as we can, and the rest that we can't fund right now, we're going to try to help build capacity or connect them to others. Like if I get a good proposal, like over the years, I've gotten to know some of the rich white people pretty good in this city with the good hearts. And if I got a really good proposal, I could take it to them and say, hey, we don't have enough money for this. Can you fund this? So we're trying to think outside the box. We're trying to think outside that, really colonized approach, because philanthropy was really created in Europe and then brought over here. And it was really brought into law by the Rockefellers and the Chase and all those big robber barons of the 19th century, right? As tax breaks, so that they could take all their profits and they could put them over there and get a tax break. So what's her name? The woman that is giving out billions, that was married to Jeff Bezos, that woman. I read a thing the other day that she won't be able to give away all of her money because of the way it's invested. It will just keep growing and growing and growing, and she can give it away. It's like, oh, just cough up some of that over here. Can you just? We haven't gotten any of their money, but that would be nice to get some of that. But we're good fundraisers. We work really hard to raise as much as we can. But yeah.
Hi, thank you for being here. I was curious from your perspective, practically or philosophically, like what do you think it takes or what do we need to do to put more funds together to change that 1% going to Indigenous people and projects? What do you
We
think
just
needs
need to get
happen?
more people into philanthropy, and we need to do more education of funders. So we do a lot of that too. So we go to these gatherings and we talk about the brilliance in our communities. We talk about with the solutions on the ground and how amazing they are. And if you really care about changing this country or this world, this is who you're going to support is Indigenous voice, Indigenous people on the ground. So we're trying to make that case. And I'll have to tell you, when I started in this work in the late 90s, there was like hardly any Native people. And now there's a lot more. So I'm pretty hopeful that we're breaking it. We're breaking it down and able to raise more money. So we're really dedicated to, like I said, to raise as much as we can. And sometimes we got to put up with a lot to do it. So I tell people sometimes we'll put up with it so you don't have to. Because it makes it really hard sometimes, but we get kind of used to it, that's kind of what we do. We jump through their hoops, and to a certain degree. Sometimes too, we don't. Like we turned down $7 million from the EPA this past year because after 6 months of going back and forth, we realized that they lied and that they wanted to get they said, we want to get money to your people on the ground. And we're like, okay. So we talked to them back and forth. And then we realized they can't break their own rules. And their own rules say you have to come up with these 87 policies to rule your nonprofit organization and run things the way we say you need to do. And we knew that our communities on the ground weren't going to be able to do that and didn't want to do that. So we said, I said, no, if we play by your rules and that money is not going to be able to go to our people, it's going to go to somebody else. And why would we do that? Why would we take all our resources and our staff? So we told them, no, thank you. That's one thing I like about Zoom, because I got to watch their faces when we told them. And they all were like, nobody's ever done that with them before. And, I would have liked to have that $7 million for our people, but we knew it wasn't going to go to our people. So
I just want to thank you for bringing up this. Something I used to do fundraising and for grassroots work. I had to, ask Warren Buffett's kids, you know, to fund I don't know more's wages for a year so I'd have some work, right? So and it was a horrific experience going to New York City, and you know that TikTok song that went like Dance Monkey. When I heard that song, that brought me back to that moment where I felt like that, and you know, and I had to do this presentation to these people, and these white people, begging them for money so I could feed my family, essentially, really, right? It's not benefits, it's not, you know, I'm not getting benefits for the work, it's just to get a wage, you know, a part-time wage for me. And yeah, I had to dress the part, and you know, it felt awful doing it, and I felt dirty in the end, begging these rich white man's children for some of their trust money or whatever it was. And yeah, it was a horrific experience. So, you know, it's very important that we have Indigenous-led philanthropy, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes. We turned down some other money this year too, because there was a guy that wanted to fund our Power of Ceremony grant, where we were funding spiritual healers and supporters of ceremony. And he said, "How do you hold your people accountable?" And we're like, "What? How do you know how you spent their money? How they spent your, and how they're spending my money?" And we were like, "Well, we've been in ceremonies all of our life, and we know how you spend the money. Oh, somebody needs gas money? Yeah. Oh, we got to go over here. And it's whatever you need the money for when the ceremony is happening. Do you think I'm going to go ask this elder, excuse me, can I get a financial report, please, sir?" So the guy says, "Well, I'm not going to give you money." And we said, fine, we don't want your money. Yeah. So we have stories like that, but yeah, we do. But then we have some really, really good-hearted people that
Right on.
trust us. So we do what we call we tell people we do trust-based philanthropy. We trust our people. So we just are looking for a story. When the money, you know, when you get your money and you do whatever you're going to do with it, we said we can track you down and say, just give us a story, and that's what we're looking for, so that we can tell them that we did have an impact with your money, right? It did some good.
Right on. I'm Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. I'm honored and humbled to have a long-standing working relationship with Sister Conrad Connell, who's my father, and my father knew each other. This is actually a comment. I just sit on the ground from the Black community. I'm presently international chairman of the Black Panther Party Cubs, the organization that's carrying the legacy of the Black Panther Party. And she is truly on the ground to our man working nonstop. So again, we honored to have that coalition with her. I mean, every time we come here to work, the information is inspirational. And there's again, just want to say right on to that. And do you have any counterparts in Chicago that we can get in contact with also?
Thank you, Chairman. I've been adopted into his family through his mother in a Lakota Hunka ceremony. And so he's like literally my brother. But we've been doing organizing and dependent on grants to help to, really a lot of it is travel, you know, getting to support 2 annual events and tributes that they have for his father in Chicago every year. And because for us, when we're organizing with other people, we want to bring something. We don't want to just go and organize with somebody and then them looking after all of our costs of our stay and our food and our transportation and everything. No, we're going into a place that's struggling like us. So we want to go with something. We'll go with salmon. And we'll bring coolers of salmon in his luggage. A cooler is as his checked luggage full of salmon to go there to barbecue for the event. Like we try to find different ways, but we know that when there's opportunity for funding, that seems like for us as Indigenous people, there's a lot more funding available for us in our cultural activities, our food sovereignty. But then I look at my brother there in Chicago facing the same forms of genocide on his people, but having very little avenues to get funding or grants, even having and finally getting a 501c3 of his own, still finding it hard because people aren't wanting to give to the radical militant revolutionaries. They want to give to a more watered down version of that, So that's the thing about philanthropy for us when we're able to really strategically think how are we going to organize against a pipeline, and it was Tiny House Warriors, because we kept on saying Secwepemc Women Warrior Society and standing up and doing all these radical actions only for people not to recognize who we are once we were able to form a name. And so in all this organizing through all Indian country, all these aunties and grandmas and people that are asking for help from us to like help them organize, they're like, but what do we call ourselves? It's always a big thing of what do we call ourselves, so we were able to get some funds, because they're doing the work as a collective anyways, but there's no formal name that they're organizing under. That's what I see a lot in Indian country. And then, yeah, how do we start to do these coalitions to be able to like raise some collective funds for our collective movements? And how do you see that much in your organizing and fundraising?
Well, that's one of the things that we do, and we get in trouble for it sometimes. Is fun. We give money to individuals for work, but the IRS makes us give you a 1099 at the end of the year, so they know that you got that money, so it's supposed to get declared on your taxes. And so we counsel people that if there's a group, a 501c3 that you can use as a fiscal sponsor, that's the best way to go, because then you don't get stuck with that. But if there isn't, we can work with you, because if it's over, if it's a large amount of money. We had a guy that his group raised over $100,000, and he got a 1099 for that. So of course, then he freaked out. So we counseled him, and we went and we got him a bookkeeper, and we said, where's your receipts? And we helped him file that paperwork so he didn't have to pay all of that. But so that is something that we started doing fiscal sponsorship too for people, but we can only do a limited number because it takes a lot of staffing, and nobody pays us to do that. But we do our best because we understand in the country we don't have a lot of 501c3s, and so we're helping to establish some. If you want to, we have a program that helps you get a 501c3 if that's something you want to do, and help you to understand so you don't get hit, blindside and not know what's expected, because you don't want to get in trouble with that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a learning curve to get these grants, but like I said, we used to just have these big databases that you search, but anymore, I think you just Google grants or something, and I don't even know how you do it anymore. I used to know how to do it, but I don't know. But yeah, they do have databases, but you can, and there's some in the library. If you go to the library, they got a really good database in there that you can check for granting. You ask them about it, and the libraries subscribe to it from the Foundation Center. It has all the foundations in there, and it's kind of fun, actually. You choose your keywords and you put them in there and look, but look for words like organizing, activism, and to make sure that it's a good fit, because you don't want to have to water yourself down what you're doing. But like, I remember when we got your proposal, our committee, maybe let's talk about it more. It's a yes, and it's a hell yes. And that was yours. That was a hell yes. That was an anonymous or a unanimous. Yeah, so when we get them that we know are going to be very, really important and have a really good impact of the tiny house, we're like, yeah.
Is it possible to create more fellowships so that individuals who are doing the work Again, because what happens with like mini grants and stuff like that is that there's like a ton of paperwork that follows it, right? Because out of where I'm out of Los Angeles, like we have, it's like a $50,000 grant from the Office of Violence and Prevention, but they want an extensive amount of paperwork just to prove for a simple. That's not even somebody's yearly salary, right? But like to create more fellowships for those grassroots workers who are doing the work. How do we create a fellowship of indigenous, environmentalists, land, health, spiritual people that can access the work that they're already doing because they put out of whatever means they have already? Is there a way to do that?
Well, we do one. It's called Sovereign Futures, and we weren't able to do it in 2024 because we didn't have the funding, because we want to set people up to give a stipend to the fellows to make sure that, you know, you can participate fully. And then we give you a seed grant at the end to fund your idea, right? Whatever it is that you're doing. And we hope to do it in 2025. But we can only do it with a small number of people because it's real expensive, right? Because you want to take care of people. You don't want people to be out there. Like I always joke around with people, if we keep doing that, I'm going to be organizing out of the homeless shelter, you know, like, yeah. So you got to, so we're doing what we can, but I think Indian Collective does a fellowship. We need some more grassroots Indigenous philanthropy. We just do. Yeah. But check back with us. Did you try Liberty Hill in Los Angeles? There's a foundation there that I know of, Liberty Hill in Los Angeles. Yeah.
Who are not in the main cities where the money's at, who are in smaller communities, but nonetheless are being flooded with the same problems and situations that need healing, that need guidance and people there. Because, you know, a lot of times it weighs on like a few families in the whole community who are trying to, you know, not only raise their own families, but, you know, then they take in other kids and they get their family. And it would be great for us to be able to help sponsor that community if they're doing something right. Because what happens a lot of times is as nonprofits, right, becomes top heavy, and then the money doesn't really go to the work. So yeah, I was thinking, how can we continue to like help those who are doing the grassroots work on the ground?
Yeah, I think a nonprofit could support that for sure. That kind of help. I know we just have a lot of work to do. We do have a lot of work to do. But in terms of paperwork, government grants are going to give you the most amount of paperwork, right? Some foundations are the bigger the foundation, the more paperwork. Smaller foundation, smaller amount of paperwork for the most part. And individual donors, but it's hard to meet those rich people, right? Where do we go meet the rich people?
Yeah, like you said,
I've been asking that question my whole life. Because, you know, they're really sheltered. They shelter themselves because, you know, they're scared. People are going to come and bombard them and want to take all their money, which, yeah, we do, but but, you know, yeah, rich people want to stay rich for the most part. But I found some to be very, very generous. Yeah, very, very generous. And we have a small network of donors that are that way. They're very generous, big hearts, and they really care about Native peoples. Yeah, but yeah, that sounds like nonprofit work. I think of organizing that, like organizers. But you know, if you look for a funder that has justice in their mission statement, and those are your people, right? Yeah.
So I know there's like some other people that are either trying to get their 501c3 solidified or whatever it's called. I don't know, but did you want to ask anything? Is there, because there's this, they help to set up, and it's not that, like, I would like to too. And so I'm thinking maybe there's someone else in here that needs some assistance and just the literacy around this whole 501c3 that wants to ask anything right now, because we have an expert here.
Hello, they shoot hit from Angoon, Kwan, but I was raised here in Seattle. And my question is that, you know, this is a layman's term kind of category, and I'm not sure if it shares in Canada. It seems different in Canada, but as far as what the other language is above layman's terms might even offer a difference in how we ask for something that would be generating maybe something preserving for our children, and you know, that kind of thing. And I'm just thinking that there must be something more, because the layman's term doesn't really cover everything. It seems like that seems to keep us where we're at, and that their terminology might have something to do with why.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what I think that what I got from what you're saying, and I feel that what the not like we call it the nonprofit industrial complex. We all know a lot of this came in. What I learned in my history is from Black Panther Party and American Indian movement and the extreme radical change that they're fighting for, and the nonprofit industrial complex that came in to start putting these community justice and all these grants available to take our movements and water them down. So how do we, modern day, as these extreme activists, fighting against the system, be able to still utilize the nonprofit industrial complex to assist in what we're asking for? And that's the way that I feel it's a massaging of this system, and to get what we need out of it. And that's what I feel like you're saying layman's terms.
We've always had these struggles, and it's always, other people get a lot for a little bit of return. And then when we try to do anything, it's the same thing. They damage a lot and come back with a little, thinking this is all we want. And it isn't true. It's like the investments. It's like we're paying attention to this much because it sounds good and it's more than we had. But over here, it's less than we want. And then over here, it's even worse. And then at the end, it's more destruction to be invested in it.
That's how I feel about the money too. Like you said, do I accept this money, or do I don't, or I know we're going to hold off and accept this other money? Like, one of the things about grassroots accepting, not a big funder accepting, but a grassroots accepting too, it's like, okay, do we accept this money? There's people that clear cut a whole big portion of BC, but now the daughter is coming in and saying, hey, we want to give back to the communities that we clear cut. They just clear cut a generation before. Do we still accept that money? You know, and some of our people were like, no, we're not going to accept that money. That's blood money. And some of our people are like, no, we are going to accept that money because all money is blood money. And this is going to help us a lot amount, because we don't have nothing right now. You know, so those are the conversations when money comes into movements that we also need to talk about, because when a lot of money comes into people that don't have money, that's a lot of conflict also happens. So to be really clear, on what you're doing, who you're working with. Like I heard somebody say earlier, don't just trust your allies. Don't just trust anyone as your allies. You know, that was a good thing for me to hear too, you know, today.
So, you know, I've been sober since 1990, and my Tlingit name is Tuk, was given to me by my chief. And then the octopus was what I chose for the food. And they say Nox Spiritina, meaning the spiritual work. And when they bombarded Alaska, they didn't just bombard us with the ego that is first. And what they returned to us back then, they say that's all they want to return to us. And it kind of seems like you're saying, like, oh, we're offering you all this money, but we're going to take it back, or we're going to steal it, we're going to lie about it. And I told them that if you were going to make an apology, that it comes with a big amends. And then you have to do it to all the other Indigenous people of Canada and America and Alaska, you know, to be fair. And then Pacific Islands and South America, because that's our aquifer down there, and they're trying to take that apart. But you see that they invest in all of these other things while we look at the tide flats and all those layers of crap in the water. They're not trying to change that. It's like they're going to leave it. And then we got our prophecies. So, and some people, it's the fourth world. And the fourth world has something to do with how black water is going to happen. And then that's going to signify something about what's going on. So I've been pulling myself away from assimilation and trying to figure out how I'm going to go about this. And I've been saying that this is the only water we have left. And instigating us into action and to cause some problem to benefit off of it while we're fighting them. And then we might get a little return, which is something that we think we want, but it seems like there's all these levels of benefit that we're not aware of because they don't share that. It's like you got to pay for it or something. But so when I said that they should have a big amends, the next article I see was a mock-up, I think, you know, because we're doing this power suggestion, and they said, "Oh, the Navy ship is worth all this money. It sank." And that means like, oh, we're tied up. We can't do that for you, you know?
Thank you for your comment. Oh, there. Yeah, or is it open?
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, yes. Hi, my name is Disha. I work with Chairman for Ed Hampton Jr. and the Save the Hampton House.
You're going to have to speak
Oh,
up.
okay. Yes, my name is Disha. I work with Chairman for Hampton Jr. with Save the Hampton House in Chicago. And kind of was saying we've been working on coalition building. And I just had some questions. Even when we get the grants, if we're awarded grants, we deal with a lot of like red tape and bureaucracy when it comes to actually paying out the grants. When it comes to grant writing, do you offer like guidance in that area as far as the navigating through the administrative portions of going after the grant?
She says, do you offer support on moving or maneuvering around with the administration part of the grants? Because they get some grants, but it's really hard for them in accepting the
Right,
grants.
accepting the grants, the paperwork, the administrative part of it, there's a lot of red tape that comes with the grants.
Are you talking about government grant?
Government grants, and then I had a question too about private funding grants, building those relationships, because we'll see a lot of grants that we qualify for. We do the work that's outlined in the grants. Our mission statement is pretty clear, but a lot of times going out for those grants, it just doesn't seem like we're being considered for those. So maybe some options on like ideas on how to look for the right grants that might fit and the writing aspect of it, how to go after it and be able to secure those. And then once you do secure the grants, navigate through the paperwork and the administrative look for, process of that.
Well, I find the best policy is honesty. Tell them that it's too hard. Tell them it's too much. Because what was it? One years ago, they told nonprofits there's 400,000 nonprofits in the United States. I think it's more now, and there's 40,000 foundations. So
and my question:
know your power. Know your power. Like their job is to serve you. So if it's too much, tell them.
And the thing is too, a lot of us, like as organizers, we are busy in the field doing the work. So when it comes to having that administrative, part of it, a lot of us are stretched very thin. So my question more was like, does your organization offer that type of support when it comes to kind of guidance with nonprofit formations? And
we do. So we do this fiscal sponsorship program, and it was, it's been hard in the past because nobody pays us to do that. So we were like, staff could help out when they could, but we finally got a little money from Seattle Foundation to hire somebody to do it. And so now we can be a lot more responsive and spend more time counseling and helping. And we even now got our fiscal sponsees get a debit card that goes directly to their account, so we don't have to hassle with all that. I mean, there was a time where we had Dan from Colville calling me from the Home Depot, in Spokane, like, Susan, I need a card number. Like, oh my gosh, taking everybody's time. So yeah, we definitely are looking for ways to do that so much better. And to cut down on all that time. You want to be out there working. You don't want to be there filling out paperwork, So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. I wish I could help more because a lot of them continue to burden you with lots and lots of stuff. So some of us are out there giving them heck about it, like, really? You got to get that report? Y'all going to read it? You're going to tell me you're going to read this big old report? You're going to make somebody sit down and write? And they just, So I think change just takes time, but yeah.
Do you have any suggestions for what grants to go for that don't require like that much red tape and paperwork?
Yeah, look for general operating grants. That usually means they have a better understanding.
Did you say justice?
Yeah, if there's justice in their mission, they're going to be more receptive. If there's, like social change, social justice in there, they're going to be more receptive. Ones that fund like education and stuff, not so good sometimes. And look at the size of their grants too. Don't waste your time with ones that are given big old huge grants because there's going to be a big old pile of paperwork you got to do usually for that money. Better to get smaller ones. Usually, smaller is like 25,000 and less.
Okay.
And lower. Above that, you start getting into bigger ones, and it takes a little bit more. Yeah. But anyway, if you want to hit us up, where's Janine? Janine will help you.
Should she give a breakdown of some of the, or you want to give a breakdown on some of the drop you give? Or,
Janine, you want to talk about some of the projects that we're funding? Janine works on our grants, and Janine, we just launched our new one.
Yeah, hi, my name is Janine. I am originally from Coxville, Alaska, which is about 30 miles above the Arctic Circle on the ocean. And I moved here over a year ago to work for an Ilihi fund. So we just launched our new Indigenous Lifeways grant fund November 1st. Yeah, November 1st. And so we have 3 tiers for that grant. The first tier is $1,000 to $10,000. And we fund a variety of things, knowledge sharing projects, also MMIR awareness projects, environmental justice, youth leadership is a big one, food sovereignty, food security, food sharing. So, oh, okay. All right. So if you have a project to uplift community, I strongly urge you to apply for them. For this, the second tier is $10,000 to $25,000, and our third tier is $25,000 to $50,000. So if you have a proposal to uplift the Indigenous community in your area, we, like Susan said earlier, we fund Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and Wyoming. So this is our our first closure for this grant will be November 25th. And then we'll have a second round, March 15th is the deadline. So you can find us on na'ailihi.org. You can also find us on Facebook. And there are icons to click on Facebook that will get you to the Just Fund application to apply for that grant.
Just Fund. So we just got this new, oh yeah, you guys should know about Just Fund, justfund.org. They, it's a platform where you go in and you make your profile and you can apply for grants through there. And also when you put your profile, other funders can come on and see you. So that's why we decided to go with Just Fund. And it's a really good network for activists because they fund a lot of activism and yeah, that's why. So we're just new on there. We're gonna see how it works out, but that's the biggest reason we went with it is because that when you put on your profile, other funders can see it. So it's like a big database in the clouds, right? That, yeah.
When people apply from funds from you, do they need to have that 501c3 status, or
No.
do you do individuals who explain their work, or does it have to have a fiscal sponsor? How does that look?
Well, I would say that's a complicated answer because yes, we fund individuals, especially for like spiritual healers, but that's like our own money that we raise from individual donors and stuff. But like we just got money from the state of Washington through the Healthy Environment for All Act, and they have some strings. So we cannot fund individuals through that funding, and that's a lot of money. So but we will help hook you up with a fiscal sponsor, or we'll fiscally sponsor you ourselves if we can. Or we can see how much money we have in our general fund and we can fund individuals through that. But it's really better if you have a fiscal sponsor, then you don't have to get that 1099 form at the end of the year and worry about the IRS coming knocking on your door, wanting some money.
Thank you.
My question is for people that we worked with, and we're trying to get money for different events, and then we just send the money to them, and then the next thing you know, they have to fill out a W-9, but all that money was put into the nonprofit work or the organizing work. Okay, so I don't know, like we send money to people to help with whatever we're doing, fishermen or things, But then after the fact, they get sent to W-9, but really it was put into this organizing work. And we're like, oh shit, my bad, because we're from Canada. And we're like, we didn't know that you were going to get a W-9 for that, you know? And it's like, then it looks like they made the salary on it, but it only went through them and went into the movement, because we're still learning how to operate in this space. You know, like, how do you start reversing, like, well, we learn our lesson now, but, you know, how do we do that? What's the best way? What's the best way to be organizing with the money stuff, the W-9s when we don't
The best way is for you to have a 501c3 take the money, and then people can get money if it's under $600. You don't have to do a 1099. So one time what we did, is anybody listening? We got a couple of different organizations. Hey, can you give these guys $500? Because I'll give them $500. So we had different organizations do it. So we're, like I said, we try to think outside the box and get creative the way that we can, so you don't get stuck with that. But yeah, so split it up. If you split it up, that helps. And also, if you buy stuff, make sure you keep your receipt, because that is then you don't get taxed on that part. Only on what goes to individuals, because then they consider that income. Yeah, mileage, you keep all that stuff. Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to say anything? What about youth? What about the youth? How do youth access funds? For all the youth out there, Marius and all the film students, like I'm asking a question for all the film students and all the art youth that are out there doing music and art. Like, how do the young people access funds? Do they have to have a formal youth organization, or they could start organizing? Is there youth individual grants, or how is it?
I think youth under 18, you don't get a 1099. Hint, hint, no. Yeah, I think we don't, we don't have to issue 1099s, because we had a youth, somebody gave us some money for youth, and we decided we had a circle of youth make grants to their friends and colleagues and peers, and and so we said, well, what do you want to do? And they said, well, we want to give scholarships to students who are starting college, who are going to go back to their community. So they really put some thought into it and stuff, and we didn't have to do 1099s for the young people. Yeah.
Anything else in closing? Okay, there's no more questions. We're gonna close this session. And thank you for coming. And we thank you for the grant that we got to do some of this work. And we're gonna continue to do this work here. And with Ant and his wife, and Mashika Savage and his wife, and the different couples that were here doing all this work, we are gonna continue to do this work. So we're most likely gonna be having more cool projects, and hopefully you're saying hell yes to them. Oh, thank you.
I just want to say thank you to all of you for everything that you do, and it's an honor. It's an honor for us to support you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's what time is it? It's 1851, almost 1900, 7 o'clock. And in a few minutes, when Fred Hampton Jr. gets done eating his, they have a whole new spectrum of food going on. Some kind of fish soup. I'm not sure what it is. It's like a chowder of some sort. But yeah, there has been an abundance of food. So, at any rate, you've been listening to earthcycles.net, IENearth.org. There's more food to eat.
There's bowls over there now. There's spoons over there now.
And yeah, let's see. Well, maybe we'll play a little bit of music again and see what else is going on here. Oops, it's on manual. Let me put it on. So this is the pretty much we're at the closing. We may have a little bit more, another presentation. I'm not sure. It's we're at the Salish Sea Assembly here in Seattle, and been looking at the resistance. A lot of folks here are frontline mobilizing people, and so it's kind of pretty neat to see a lot of old friends and new friends. A major part of this event is simultaneously is a tattoo, indigenous tattooing, which is a little bit different than maybe some of the current stuff.
We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the cool when there's a fire in me. Tired of sitting silently while people fighting for their lives every day of the week. We all talk a lot of words, but do we mean what we speak? Do you mean what you say? Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. On the brink of another war, but it's more than we bargained for. Not just another war, another show. There's a war on our own internal reality. And if we're not careful, we might become the enemy. It's time to pick the lock and find the master key. It's time to walk the talk and not just take another selfie. Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. I'm tired of playing the land when there's a lion in me. Are you ready? Are you willing to show up as your whole self and nothing but your soul self? Are you ready? Are you willing to show up as your whole self and nothing but your soul self? We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way, my way, my
In the reality of many realities, how we see what we see affects the quality of our reality. We are children of earth and sky. DNA, descendant, now ancestor. Human being, physical spirit. Bone, flesh, blood as spirit. Metal, mineral, water as spirit. We are in time and space, but we're from beyond time and space. The past is part of the present. The future is part of the present. Life and being are interwoven. We are the DNA of Earth, Moon, planets, stars. We are related to the universal. Creator created creation, spirit and intelligence with clarity, being and human as power. We are a part of the generations of evolution. We are a part of the memories. These memories carry knowledge. These memories carry our identity. Beneath race, gender, class, age, beneath citizen, business, state, religion, we are human beings. And these memories are trying to remind us, human beings, it is time to rise up. Remember who we are.
All right, that was John Trudell with Alira Rose Mirror Pool. And I'm hoping to get some folks to check in, but we'll find out if that's even possible. As networking seems to be what's going on, everybody's chit-chatting with all the different issues that are facing. It's kind of fun. Maybe I'll flip the camera over and you can check out the. Let me grab this mic here and see if this one still works. We've got some. Boy, it's interesting how every mic. Oh, here we go. Has a different sound to it. There we go. We just adjust those little knobs. But I wanted to see if we can loosen this. I wanted to shoot in there and see if we could check out some of the face painting that's going on. It'd be pretty neat to see if we could get all the kids together that have all their different animal spirits on their. That looks pretty much like a butterfly from this side. All right. Salish Sea Assembly. And this is the last day. And you'll be able to find this information on Indigenous Environmental Network's YouTube page, IEN. Earth is the website, but Indigenous Environmental Network is the, I'm trying to find the table. Let me go back again. Here we are. Indigenous Environmental Network. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. I'm not sure who else has it. I'm sure other folks have. Oh, yeah, check out Kanahus on Facebook. She's got a couple other pictures and things that of the event. But I'm hoping I'm going to get somebody to talk to, but who knows? That's the way it goes here. So maybe we'll just find another piece of music to play while we wait.
Yo no yo no ho no yo no yo no hey ne yo yo no ho no yo no hey ne yo no ho no yo no hey ne yo no hey ne yo no hey ne you Yo no, hey ne, yo no, ho no, yo no, hey ne, yo no, hey ne, yo no, hey ne, you Yo no, ho no, yo no, hey ne, you Yo no, ho no, yo no, hey ne, yo no, ho no, yo no, hey ne, yo no,
All right, so maybe you could introduce yourself, and we can have another chit chat about something.
Sure, absolutely. Anin Bojo, Nagonzakwe. My name is Tori Crass. I'm Martin clan. I'm Wabshishi clan. I'm Wabshishi Ndodum. I'm from an island in southern Georgian Bay, so Chimnasing Ndonjaba. And I'm from the Anishinaabe and Potawatomi Nation.
And what are some of the issues? I know that you've referred to some of the struggles that the people have had in your
My region. Yeah. We're like, so I come from like really essentially in what's now called the settler state of Canada or so-called Canada. You know, it would be essentially treaty making ground zero is where I'm from. I am a descendant of some of the what was called industrial schools before the residential schools. There was something called the Coldwater Project, and that was essentially the start of the reservation system and the residential school systems. That's where they did the industrial school. That was the Coldwater Project was the test, and that's what rolled out. That's what rolled out reservation systems and boarding schools.
The cold water
experiment. The cold water experiment. Yeah.
And so was that looking at, like in the U.S., it seemed that a lot of the schools, the boarding schools, were to train people to be women to be maids and do
to
slave
educate the Indian or out of the child.
Yeah,
it was
right.
to
Kill
kill the Indian and the child.
Save the child kind of
Yeah,
scenario.
yeah, exactly.
But it also
yeah.
seemed like it was a big part of slavery, kind of, or indenture. I don't know what you would call it.
Well, yeah, that's what industrial schools were, right? Industrial
okay.
schools was to educate. After we've been displaced, educate us into laborers.
Okay. So you would have a job when you left the school. You could move.
Industrial schools it is the precursor to the residential school. It was part of the experiment on the residential school system. It turned into the residential school system.
And
that's what the industrial school was in, the Coldwater experiment.
The cold water experiment. I think that's the first time I've heard that phrase.
Yeah, that's what was done to my ancestors. I'm a descendant of those people.
And where, say, latitude wise, where are you? And what part of?
I'm in Georgian Bay of Lake Huron. I live on an island called Chimnasing. We call it Chimnasing, but it's been like renamed Christian Island.
And so, yeah, there you go.
So I'm northwest of Toronto.
Oh,
northwest of Takaranto.
Takaranto.
Yeah,
or
Toronto. Or Tirana, if you're from there. Tirana.
And so what have you been doing with yourself?
So I was working for a nonprofit out of Northern Alberta, which is how I met my friend Jean Lomcourt, who lives up in the tar sands region. So I was the communications manager for that organization for almost 3 years. And I've since left. I'm working in a Mohawk Smoke Shack in Wata, Mohawk Territory, also like right nearby Georgian Bay, not far from where I live.
Are you around Montreal?
No, not even close to Montreal.
Not even close.
Not even
See,
close.
I don't know much about the topography or the whole way Canada is set up.
Yeah. That's like St. Lawrence Seaway that way.
Okay.
So that's east, much east of me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we have British Columbia, then we have
Alberta,
Saskatchewan, okay,
Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, then Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, Nunavut, and Yukon. I think that's everybody. Yeah.
So, one of the things that I was always fascinated by going up to Kanahus's place and with Arthur and the family up there in Chase, which is just north of Kamloops.
That's right. Sequepmecoodooloo.
There you go. And that, the impact is a lot fresher than the folks that I met in the U.S. So the traditional indigenous people in the United States have been raped, pillaged, and plundered.
I feel that. Like what you're saying is something that I feel and then like I'm experiencing in real time right now, knowing how far back treaty making goes through my family, through my lineage, back to 1763 and how recent the invasion is to the West. I really see the scale of impact colonization has had on my people, in relation to how much more connected to the land and culture and language other communities a little further west might be. There's still the impacts, but, there's still a lot of connection as well. There's still a great deal of connection to the land. And I'm on an island community. We've been forced from, the sprawl of the Great Lakes, before it was impacted from logging and mining, to now. Like when I travel to work and I have to go around the eastern shore of Georgian Bay, I think about that my whole entire way, which, those roads are old game trails, right, to us, and now they're roads. Like it's really profound when I think about that.
You've actually seen it in your lifetime.
Well, I can feel it, right? I can feel the impacts, the layers of trauma on the land. Like I have to pass when I'm going back and forth to work. I pass the site of the first mass held in so-called Canada, and there's a sign there to mark it. And those, settlers go there all the time. It's very Catholic in that region, and I see that every day. So it's the visuals are right before me. The impacts of colonization, and Canada has history where they show the logging that built Canada. Those were our relatives. When you see those lumberjacks, with the 2-man saw in those old black and white photos standing next to 15, 16 foot diameter, our forests. Everything's been clear cut. And all of that ancientness is long gone.
Well, Kanahus took me up to an old growth cedar forest, and I didn't even know any of them existed.
That there were
still. And one of the things that's fascinated me always is that in an old growth forest, you may only have 20 to 50 trees in an acre, because you have understory growth and diversity in species, and it's an integrated living organism rather than just trees.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And I know where I live, there's folks working really connected in food sovereignty, really connected to the land. I think of Caleb Musgrave. He's from Hiawatha First Nation. He's a leader right now, from what I see, from what I witness and the work that he's doing, he's listening to the land. He's listening to the plants. He's listening to the trees. He's hearing and watching and witnessing and helping also, it's preparing for the climate change coming. It's coming. It's been coming for generations. We're feeling it, like we were an ice road community and we're not anymore. It's too warm where we are. We don't get winters like we used to. It's been a long time since we've had a deep freeze, that's increasing pests. Ticks are a thing now where I live, and they were never. And that's just in my lifetime that these ticks have moved in, and the changes in the warmth are really, really evident in the plant and bug life. And elders telling us the plants are moving. You need to pay attention. You need to be on the land because animals and plants and trees are showing us what's happening. So Caleb is already preparing, and he's planting like Carolina type like vegetation and trees, and preparing for those changes so that there's fruit-bearing trees like pawpaws again, so that we have those, and preparing for when those hard times are coming, right? There are, and we need to be ready.
So adaptation is a big part of policy.
Well, yeah, if you really, want, then you need to pay attention to those things that are happening. I mean, I'm not saying that everyone in our First Nations communities are doing that or paying attention. I just, it's pockets of people doing the work. Everywhere there's pockets of grassroots people just doing the work.
My sense is always that survival is not for everyone.
Yeah,
you got to enjoy life, and community in order to be and be integrated with all living things if you're really going to move forward. And compost is a good thing.
Yep.
I mean, it just, if 80% of the population becomes compost, I'm sure, the vultures will be doing really well. And, it used to be that you could tell a grave by the wildflowers that, grew from the body decomposing in scenarios like that. So that's kind of, maybe you could talk a little bit about ice roads, how a culture or a community, that, because that's really different.
That used to have winter. We used to have winter. Yeah, like absolutely. Historically, we had very cold winters, right? Like we lived in the water set before electricity, right? When people had ice boxes, that the ice harvesting industry was huge, right? Cutting out those big blocks of ice for ice houses that would be sold to people for their ice boxes, right? Pre-refrigeration, refrigeration essentially. So, like that's not a thing, and we rarely get to. We are semi-isolated because we're an island, so the impacts are, it doesn't freeze well enough to drive across.
At one point, it did.
Yeah, we had an ice road.
So you could drive off the island
onto the mainland. Yeah, from one point to another. There's a generations of like established, like that's where the strongest ice was, right? Based on the currents and the winds and the land knowledge that we have and the water knowledge that has been passed down for generations is why we had the ice road where we did. But I mean, it's become dangerous. I've lost family. They've gone through the ice. It's not safe anymore. And you can't trust that anymore, that it's going to be safe. And when it gets like the Great Lakes didn't freeze last year. You can check the ice maps. There's ice maps, right? You can watch the ice growth over the year from the satellite maps or the satellite imagery. And that's something we would normally pay attention to. It's not a thing anymore. When it doesn't freeze enough, we have barges. We have a car barge and we have a passenger ferry. That's how we get back and forth to the mainland. If it freezes enough to shut down the barge over 1 foot of ice, but not enough to, the ferry keeps running, the passenger ferry.
Is it a cable ferry or
no? It's their diesel engine ferry. So the barge holds about 26 cars ish, depending on the size. If it's a bunch of pickup trucks, much less than that, right? But approximately 26 cars, and then the passenger ferry is not very big. So if it freezes a bit to shut down the car ferry, then we move to the passenger ferry, and you need essentially 2 cars, or you need to be a 2-car family to be able to manage going to the mainland for essentials, because you can only have a car on one side or the other if you're only a 1-car family, right? How do you get to your house from the dock, and or how do you get to town from the other dock?
So what about architecture? What kind of housing
We
was
have the usual
predominant?
substandard, not very well built homes like on reserves, right? It's pretty standard in Canada. Like,
What about historically?
Like,
were they like earth lodges? Or I know up in Kanahus's territory, up in
they had the pit
Chase,
houses.
they had pit houses, which are just like earth lodges.
Yeah, so historically we were not like we're very mobile, and we moved with the food, right? There would be different camps for different harvesting activities, right? So we weren't stationary, we were nomadic in our
But even the coldness of the winter,
yeah.
you
Be wigwam people.
Wigwam.
We would be wigwam people. We would be wigwam people. It's not teepees.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
And the
not long houses.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Because I was really enchanted by the pit homes.
Yeah,
Up in
I'm enchanted
Chase.
by a lot of different indigenous ways of existing in our lands. Like there's a lot of use of birch bark, which we don't have those ancient old trees. Like we have birch bark, but not things that are going to be massive trees anymore, right? But yeah, and then bulrushes or cattails too, like where the leaves were weaved together and help creating insulation. And yeah, there was a lot. You don't really see wigwams anymore. Really, we have lodges as well, like long lodges that were, they're the inner structure is built from maple saplings, right? And
Right,
and
okay.
then you cover that structure, right? That structure would be covered with like the birch bark.
And they're kind of curved.
Yes, they're curved like an oval.
Right,
It's like,
right.
yeah,
I've seen
let's-
a lot of those in northern Minnesota.
Yeah,
right at the
right, because
Canadian
it's
border.
Ojibwe. Because I'm Anishinaabe. Ojibwe. When I say Anishinaabe, that's Ojibwe. I'm Ojibwe. That's what you say here south of the Medicine Line. In north, I would say, like where I'm from, I would say Anishinaabe, and they would know that like I'm Ojibwe or Odawa or Potawatomi, like for us. So, and then I'm also a descendant of Potawatomi people who were forced on the Trail of Death and marched up north from their original territories in Indiana. So my ancestors escaped the cavalry and fled north and ended up in the Georgian Bay area. They settled, their families settled. They carried the Medewan, they carried our culture for a very long time. And when they escaped the cavalry from the Trail of Death, the community they ended up in, like my ancestors, they ended up on something called Beausoleil Island, and in French that means good sun. And they ended up there, but were ostracized by the Ojibwe Odawa, my ancestors that were already forced onto what is a reservation. It was the first reservation they were forced onto. And they were ostracized because they would not Christianize. They would not assimilate with Christianity. And there's like a Christian graveyard on that Beausoleil Island that's now a Canadian National Park. Our original reservation they put us on wasn't farmable, so they moved us off of that one. But there's also the old graveyard there that's not marked, where some of the original treaty signatories are buried, right? So, yeah.
You were earlier when we first met. You were or met up here. You were talking about you had a journey to the pits, the tar sands.
That's right.
So maybe you could explain a little bit about how that was firsthand to experience.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was, I was working for the Northern Alberta organization. It's an Indigenous-led environmental organization I was working for. And as the communications manager, I was writing a lot of press releases about things that were occurring. I was, updating the web page and writing about what was going on in the tar sands with secondhand information from everybody else who had been experiencing it. And as a, like, I was a communications manager and as a communicator and going to front lines, I was feeling really disingenuous in my work as the communications manager. And I just needed to experience. I needed to go and see what I was talking about, right? So I would know what I was talking about, right? So I had to put that together and go experience that. So I decided one August to pack my car up, get my camping gear, and be ready to just go find places to camp and live on the land. I sadly got Starlink, so I could have internet out on the land. Don't hate me.
Several of us
Don't
have
hate
done
me. But it made it accessible. It made it that I could do my remote job in the land that I was working for, essentially, right? I was working for Dene, Cree, and Métis people in primarily the Treaty 8 region, but general overall, the Arctic Ocean drainage basin, and that is a massive, drainage basin because I go into the Arctic watershed in Ontario when I travel north, and I'm heading into the Arctic watershed. And I was working for an organization in northern Alberta working to protect the Arctic Ocean drainage basin. I'm like, that's also where I live, right? So yeah, the going on that trip was important to experience what the people I was uplifting their voices through the work on the website that I was doing, through any press releases, any writing, any messaging we were putting out as our organization was me. So it didn't feel right. And then, yeah, being there, that's when I met Jean.
What was the most I don't know impact? What really got you when you first saw that?
So it was driving past Fort McMurray because I had listened to Jean Lomcourt, who was a co-chair at the time of the board that I was working for. I had listened to her stories. I had listened to her words, podcasts, webinars that we've done to get quotes, to put out. And it's the words that I had heard her say in her own voice, talking about the drive home, the 10-kilometer stretch. I knew what she was talking. Everything she said was all coming into play as I was driving closer and closer to the tar sands region. I was experiencing it, exactly how she had said it in this recording that we had done. And that was
so
that was
can
it.
folks find that?
No, probably not. Maybe, maybe.
Well,
but
I think
offhand,
for
I
folks
can't.
that haven't seen a mine site, I think the enormity is what really sort of struck me. Is like, I
It
mean,
never ends.
miles.
Another major moment for me was flying over the tar sands on my way to Fort Chip to go just engage in community. She's like, "Hey, let's go downstream from the tar sands. I've got family. I grew up. This is where I went to residential school. Like, let's go to Fort Chip and do community engagement and talk to people." And it was flying over the tar sands region with my cell phone on, never losing 5G signal because industry built their own infrastructure all through the boreal forest, right? It's so that they can connect and, tear up the forest. But I still had cell service in this, what's supposed to be a very ridiculously remote location. And I could have probably live streamed from that airplane I was flying in. It was a cargo plane, so we were quite low, but it was like, that's how much power industry has, that they can provide me 5G service in the air.
The other thing that really sort of struck me about these large mines is the drawdown cone in reference to the water table. That they have to go they go so deep that they may go through several different layers of strata of fresh water.
Yeah, they're doing in situ mining, right? They're doing in situ mining where they're drilling holes and pumping heated water and toxic chemicals into the ground to extract that bitumen. They are going into the water table, and when you drive that Highway 63 at night, from Edmonton to Fort McMurray, you can see the lights from industry all off that highway. It's never dark. And I stayed off that highway in a provincial camp, in a provincial, like a remote provincial park. And it never stopped. You could hear it where I stayed on this lake, Crow Lake. There was blue-green algae. I couldn't use the water. I could, it depend which way the wind was blowing. The forest fire smoke from NWT in northern Alberta was like just so thick. And it's just business as usual as they're just tearing up the land and drying it out further. And nobody's alarmed. Nobody's fucking alarmed. And I'm having like alarm bells going off my head with the connections and the interconnectedness with water, going into the Arctic Ocean drainage basin in Ontario, and then driving in and out of it all my way across the country to go see my friend. And yeah, like, you see how much you travel, you see how low water is everywhere. And I just don't understand how the world is not alarmed and not seeing the same things I'm seeing.
I was in Phoenix last summer. It seems like years ago now, but they have a chip plant, and I think it's going to use like 100,000 gallons of water a day of the cleanest fresh water there is in continental United States, just to wash chemicals and to do all that kind of stuff. And the drawdown thing is always really fascinating to me. But another thing about the mines up there is that from my understanding, it takes 30% of the energy that can be produced from the what's mined is actually needed to do the mining.
It is the most extensive energy project on the planet. It uses so many barrels of water. And keep in mind, in Alberta, it's all self-regulation. Industry self-regulates. They
So you call it oil
Alberta. Yeah.
I almost missed that.
The industry gets to, do their self-reporting. They have licenses. They get licenses for water, like the farmers do.
Line 3 that said they wanted 100,000 gallons or something, ended up using 5 million.
Yeah, and they're self-reporting. Like the Imperial oil spill that went on in that region in Jean's community for 9 months before they reported it. The families were harvesting, they were fishing, and toxic tailings were leaking into their waterways. It reached fish-bearing waters, and it was 9 months before Imperial Oil reported it. And then they only reported this spill that was ongoing for 9 months because a much bigger 5.7 million liter spill happened. So then they had to report also what's been going on for the last 9 months. And then they notified the communities in the immediate area and downstream. That was 13 kilometers away from Jean's hunt camp, from her family trap line where she goes to harvest, to sustain her family. So it's phenomenal to think it's just a science experiment that we're all going to lose in, because they don't know what's going to happen.
About money. What I'm looking at is the utilization of artificial intelligence as the profit margin or the profit motive seems to be what drives corporations their mandate is to make
as much money
as
with
they
as
can
little overhead as possible
for the stockholders. And then you bring in artificial intelligence, because an operation that employs thousands and thousands of people.
Well, I can tell you, if you drive up there, it's very evident that, technology has changed, because, they keep talking about expansion and they are expanding, but those man camp buildings aren't filled to the brim like they used to be anymore, right? They're not filled to the brim with people anymore. So, what's replacing those people?
Well,
'Cause
that
you-
was a big thing that came out with the Just Transition event in North Carolina with the Indigenous Environmental Network, Protecting Mother Earth Conference.
Mhm.
Was Jose Bravo was bringing his organization was interacting with a lot of industrial workers in Richmond, California, different places where they were looking to develop a relationship between the workers in these plants and extraction industries. And that was one of the issues that they said, that the workers were more afraid, recognizing that there's an oil is slowing down, there's an end to oil, and that their jobs were being replaced by automation, and that that was a really significant
Yeah, and do you
part.
see how much that's the only way they would ever get behind anything Indigenous, because their jobs are at risk?
Yeah,
well, now
nothing.
now we're mad at them too. Okay.
Yeah, not that they've. And if you've been in Richmond, California, it's sort of
Yeah,
like
Penny.
Yeah, right.
Penny introduced me to the issues down there in Richmond,
Right.
California, which is what would be our Chemical Valley in Sarnia, Ontario, our Omnijong First Nation, right? That's our Chemical Valley. That's where all this processing happens. That's where a
Yeah,
lot of
right. And Casey
pipelines.
Camp, in with the Ponca oil black, I forget what it's called, carbon black, I believe, something like
I've
that.
done because of the work that I do, right? The trajectory was an injustice that happened to me, right? Something that was happening to me that was because of the, so-called Canada's Indian Act that left me without rights as a woman on an Indian reservation that I married onto that wasn't my own. So I was going to lose property rights, business, and I'm on the verge of losing everything I built, which was a pretty big empire through the Mohawk tobacco trade. I had no rights, and I was so mad about that. And that was the trajectory. That was the final thing that got me enough out of myself, to go, what the hell? And to start reading the Indian Act properly, to go and cross-reference other laws, and to understand, and then just go, there's not a fuck it. This is legal. This is legal human rights violations built right into the system, right? Meant to harm Indigenous women.
Well, when you mention man camps, the missing, murdered Indigenous women is certainly forefront in
Absolutely.
all of that. If folks aren't familiar with a man camp, try to envision 3,000 or 4,000 men living all together in these
remote locations.
All in these, like, I don't know, they're not apartments. They're all jammed up.
They're like a sea can, like giant sea cans. It's like if you put a bunch of sea cans together, they look like massive portables, like from elementary school, right? Those portable buildings, only on an extremely massive scale. Probably can see those from space too, right? You can see the tailings ponds from space. They're so massive that you can see them from space, right?
So the man camps are another really big issue that really doesn't seem to be addressed in a real way.
They'll get women to go, I'm a woman, I work there, nothing's happened to me. They're not out to harm their own women. They're not looking to dispose of their own women. They're looking at us as disposable women. That's the women that go missing, the women that, Winnipeg, they're looking for women in landfills. That's across this fucking country. There is so many Indigenous women in landfills. So many. It's not just isolated to Winnipeg. It's all stuff we know and we've been talking about. The women who go missing on those ships in the port cities, right? Duluth. People know about it. And it's never been an issue enough. One of the things that Jean mentioned is, settler society cares more about the ducks that landed on the tar sands, tailings ponds, than they do about the people dying downstream from rare bile duct cancers that are exposed daily. Those birds landed, but there's people that are getting those same toxic chemicals into their bodies every day.
You mentioned that disparity. It's I think you can get arrested for leaving your dog out in the cold.
Absolutely.
But unhoused people
across.
people
across the land.
And it can freeze to death
absolutely
without any repercussions.
And I live in a community that is embracing colonialism and colonization on such a grand scale. We have a mental health and addictions crisis where I live on this little tiny island. My community has asked, they've polled our community, they have asked them, what do you want? What do you want? The community says, we want a healing center. We want a land-based healing center. We want that Hope Island back, and we want a healing center out on that island. It's the furthest island. My reservation makes up 3 islands and a bit of mainland, but we only live on one, right? There's one they want, and that was over 10 years ago. My community's asked for that. We have since got a new building built for they're called the Anishinaabe Police Service. They indigenize the police service and say it's your own. It's not. They operate under the Ontario provincial police policies and procedures and rules and regulations and complaint system. And they're brown cops. They're brown cops.
Paint jobs.
Yeah, exactly. They built that. They built them a new detachment with jail cells and everything. Chief and council have got themselves some new offices, almost kitty corner from the police station. We've got some paved roads with no environmental studies done. That's like, that's not benefiting us. And now they want to like violate our human rights and have like we're kicking drug dealers out.
Well, as in one door, and they're bringing them in on the other.
Yeah, and
that's what's really bizarre.
And I seen a counselor post some other community did this. They're banning all drug dealers. I'm like, what are you going to do? Is that what you're going to do with the seniors that are selling their perks? They're drug dealers. What about your cousin who's the bootlegger?
Well, the pharmaceutical companies.
What about your cousin who's the bootlegger? What are you going to do? He's in his 70s. Is he going to get BCR'd off the register? You're going to search his house or not him because he's your cousin?
Yeah, or the doctors that are writing the prescriptions.
We had one of those. We did have one of those doctors. I called him Dr. Death. I never went to him once, but that was the doctor available to us. And I've had, I've been in spaces that where community members share how easy it was for them to get a prescription out of that man. And I knew that, and then people are like, "Why are you so angry?" I'm like, "Because we all know this, and everybody's okay with it."
One other thing that I'd like to sort of in the U.S. we have the 1872 mining laws, and for folks that aren't familiar with 1872 mining laws, is that anyone can what they call patent the land for $5 an acre. And with that patent, if you do hard rock mining, then you can own all the minerals that you take out.
Mineral rights. That's the mineral rights that come with the property.
$5 an acre. Yeah, but you can come in and just
keep going down and down and down.
Right, and all of the trees and all of the earth and all of that is irrelevant to the hard rock mining. And so what we have in the United States is foreign countries that are owning all the mineral wealth.
But that's the nation states working together, right? Because that's happening all across. Just like Canadian mining companies are down in South America violating Indigenous rights in South America, we have South American companies up here violating Indigenous rights.
So it seems that we've lost nation state kind of, and it's all corporate control, or corporations have superseded the role of nation states.
They have more rights as people than people have as actual people.
So is there like an 18 how do they steal the resources? Is there an equivalent to the 1872 mining laws?
They just break the treaties. They don't follow their own court system. Any appeals that show up. Canadian Settlers Society, they're above their own law. Rule of law only applies to us.
Right, those below their the sanctity of the corporation.
That's right. But Canada's interests and Canada's economy override us on a regular basis.
So here we are. We're looking at the sixth mass extinction, the end of
these times that we know of,
and we're looking at adaptation as a mechanism, and we're old ways into a new world is sort of like the way I refer to it as, looking at how do we revitalize traditional ways as well as, and that means values, because they're hand in hand. It's a, how did the one woman I just spoke with talked about what are those things that hang with all the different pieces and that balance each other? Um, you have like butterflies, all a bunch of different ones.
Oh, I don't even know.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, any rate, my brain gone blank. But so, how do we move forward with what is your sense of the transition that we're looking at as human beings?
You know, I don't know that I have that answer. I know I have teachings that I rely on, and I know I have elders to guide me. And all of my teachings and the prophecies shared, for a millennia have told us we were coming to these times, that we're coming to hard times, that we're on a path and we have a choice, you know. We see the choices being made before us, and it's going to bring us to some hard times, but we need to keep going on the other path, reclaiming the language that's connected to the land, reclaiming the knowledge, paying attention. The animals has taught us before, the plants have taught us before, and it'll happen again, and it'll be fine. And I'm not going to worry of end of times. It's change of times,
Adaptation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, survival's not for everyone, and that's okay.
Yeah.
And one of the in yoga kind of parlance, Satchitananda, knowledge of existence is absolute bliss.
Yeah.
And once you recognize that vitality and the synchronicity and the integration of all living things as a single consciousness, it actually becomes quite joyful.
Yeah. Well, I can live in panic or I can live in preparedness, right? Which
For
one brings me joy?
Right. For folks that want a really wonderful picture of that Hopi prophecy kind of thing, I go to earthcycles.net, and there's a picture there by Mark Henson, and it depicts the calamity of dominant culture, then a sort of an indigenous folks looking at the ancient prophecies, and then the world that could be.
Mhm.
And I think it's really up to us to choose, like you say, as the Hopi prophecy, we're coming up to that crossroads, and everyone is responsible for which path they're on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Who are we speaking with again?
It's Tori Kress.
Tori Kress.
Nagansekwe Indigenous.
All right. Thank you so much for joining
You're
us.
welcome. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
All right. Later. All right. You're listening to Earth Cycles and IENearth.org. And it is 1945. Yeah, we're gonna let's see if I can find a piece of music that we can play without kicking on the sensors out there. Here we go. Oh well, this is a Bob Dylan thing, so we got stuck with this one a while back, but okay, we're gonna try this one instead. Sweet Forgiveness.
Blues flows cold in my veins. Every day I wait, more of the same. The garden don't grow. Greed never gets old. Am I a weapon of choice? It's got a lonely voice. It's lost in the brambles, buried in the noise, but I hear it still faint. Instead of calling, so forgive my love unseen ways. They get this, they get this, they get this.
You're amongst people that support you here. So we'll open the floor, then we'll go. If everyone's comfortable with that, we want to have everyone share if they can. So where's the family? Okay, our singers have gone to the bathroom. So you have time to mingle for oh, there we go, never mind. we want to talk about as the people who try to put this together is like the voice of the people, the voice of everyone who came here, who came and shared the space with us. And so, we want to open up the floor to everybody who was here, give them an opportunity to be able to speak. Oftentimes, when you're up in front, you feel as if you're speaking too much. You feel as if you share too much, as if you're, taking up other people's time to be able to speak. And so for us, we had a lot of people that came. We had some very important guests that sometimes, again, we have a look towards the people who set the precedent and who set several things in motion, but we have a tendency to forget the people that are going to carry on the work. And we had some youth that came. We had a lot of people that came and supported from very far distances and came out to show people who came close by too as well, but found their way here. And again, not everyone's still here. But again, like I said yesterday, it's not about who's supposed to be here, how many people are supposed to do what. It's who's still here, who's with us, who's still holding the ground, who's still holding their mud, right? And so we want to have a discussion. I don't know that we have to circle up. I don't know if that's a little bit too, but I do want to have a discussion and really any questions, any comments. I want this space to be a time for everyone to share. Anybody who facilitated, what was your experience? Next year, we already secured the spaces. I know some people aren't always comfortable with specific spaces, and there'll be much work done in between time. But August 15th, 16th, and 17th, what we will do is that we wanted to keep this intimate as possible and kind of amongst closed circle as possible, with the knowledge that it would get a little bit, some people would come that we didn't necessarily fully look towards, but we wanted that as well. But our vision is for next is that word of mouth ends up being a powerful piece of growing awareness, word of mouth from solid people. And so when I said that yesterday, that it's wolves talking, that you have to have an awareness of who you're amongst. You have to have awareness of who's welcome as well. We do also have an awareness that the information needs to be spread, because it took us deciding to say, okay, let's have this conversation, let's start this conversation to build this awareness, because there's not enough information that exists out there. So you can have, you can talk about people's apathy, you can talk about people's unwillingness to do things, but the reality is that many people just don't know, don't have the awareness of the situation, whether it's because they didn't find it, whether because they hide, because they're afraid of what may happen. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. But the reason now is that we have to be able to open up people's, we say one heart, one mind, all those, we say all of that stuff, but we have to start bringing people together to challenge what we have coming, lack of a better term, coming down the pipe, right? And, we talked a little bit about what was going on. We talked about the struggles we all share. But now, right now, and again, I'm over talking probably to be able to get to the point to allow everyone else to talk. But we want to share the space. I want young youngsters to come over here, though. This to not be further on the outside. I did what I didn't want to do, which is create a circle, but I did not want to create a circle, but
You know what? I think that's the beautiful idea. Let's make a sacred circle. Yeah, bring it in. Yeah, bring it in.
Yeah, let's have everybody bring it as close as possible. We got the mic.
Come on in, everybody.
We're asking Chairman, come share a few words.
Everybody, leave me with a good mind and share some good words up in here in the circle. It's more like an oval, but we'll call it a circle.
Okay, right on.
I'm going to leave this up to Govinda. Do we have to pass the mic? Or if you want it recorded, you have to use the mic. Maybe this will be the non-recorded portion, just to have this. So, yeah. That's just non-recorded. And that's, I don't look at you crazy, y'all. Maybe I don't know. Now I'm nervous because she looked at me crazy when I said no. I said no record. She said, did you just say okay? It's on Connor who said we're passing the mic. Don't put it on me, okay?
I caught that look too.
No, pass the mic. Never mind.
It's been decided. Yes, indeed.
So I don't want to have to. I mean, the only thing I want to do in terms of I'm not going to be like, but my son here will be a mic runner. So anyone have something to say, just feel free, and he'll run over there to you. Chairman Fred, you got someone who wants to be your mic runner, let them know right now.
Right on.
And we'll go ahead and have that. But anyone have anything to say? Again, there's no real like, oh, actually, if Chairman Fred wants to talk about the Rainbow Coalition off the rip, that might be a way to start it.
Right on. Well, again, I'm Chairman Fred Hampton Jr., International Chairman of the Black Panther Party, Cubs. I can't say enough how honored and humble I am to be here on a consistent basis. A major organizing or campaign we have, the Rainbow Coalition, which is authored by Chairman Fred in the city of Chicago, which to this day remains one of the top, if not the top segregated city in the country. And we, to be able to do that, a lot of times different nationalities, communities, they talk about solidarity, but it's really, a lot of times it comes at the expense of each of our respective self-determination. Some people, sometimes communities say, well, we come to help you, but they say, well, let us dictate to you what's going to be said. And it's a delicate dynamic of acknowledging our differences, but finding certain points of unity. One of the things the Black Panther Party position was that differences amongst the people are reconcilable. Difference between the people and the state, the system, are irreconcilable. It's like a calendar in my mind, like, everything from here to right before August 30th, touching out with the Dakota tribe. The fact, the Trail of Truth had just came by the Hampton House. That's the house in which Chairman Fred grew up in. It was a long-range campaign to save that house. A lot of people was critical. They were like, it don't make no sense to try to save that house. It's to put no money into it. No gas, no heat, no water, no nothing. I remember freezing nights. Conhoos and other forces, coming through there before it became a landmark status. When it was, and held a line with us. And we say, a lot of times we don't have a lot of the people, we say quality outweighs quantity. And to have that, I think and it's good too. Even the struggle just raised about we're going to record this or not, it's good. Because in so many instances, it's obliterated or maligned, it's wiped out, you know what I'm saying, in regards to the work that we do. And I recall like even going to Standing Rock, and I was actually commenting, I said, wow, coming back from Standing Rock, I remember that time period, we was coming in and over the news, they said Trump had just got in office that night. And I said, it's way out, some of the time things. And I look at Ant's children, you know what I'm saying, Connor's children, and it's something like the time, it's something like to see the long range relationships that we've had and continue to have. Oh, right on. Yes, indeed. And relationships that we don't take for granted. The deal is this system has done such a job on our history, on our respective histories. Things we may take for granted. I recall like when we were going to Standing Rock, it was certain forces that didn't have the political maturity to go. We had taken into account some people. We're talking the John Wayne movies, the Tarzan movies. That propaganda has impacted all of our respective communities. But to get down there and to touch down with the work, the coalition, it impacts you for life. And even to this day in Maywood, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, it was something that hit some youngsters recently when the force of the comrades that came through the Trail of Truth, 25, 30 horses in Maywood. And so, I remember a youngster would say to me recently, he said, man, Cham, I never seen no Indians. He said, excuse me. He said, the native community. And it was inspiring for him to make note of the respect of the terms, and then to engage with it, and to have open dialogue. We say steel sharpens steel, and men and women sharpen men and women, organization sharpen organization. We have different struggles, but the growth, and it goes outside of our actual events. Because like we say this thing with the Hampton House, the house that Chairman Fred grew up in, we had a slogan, we say, it's bigger than the building, more significant than the structure. It's the climate, because it's like we say, sometimes we distinguish a war from a revolution. We say, well, sometimes people look at the war aspect, just the aspects of suit up and boot up and get out, but the changing the atmosphere, the climate, even the food, the discussions that we went to about, 2-3 this morning. After, you know what I'm saying, just me and Rez, just having conversations, and it's not limited to a curriculum where people just, because I tell you, it's a misnomer about struggle and resistance, and we able to have, dialogue about our relationships, the struggles and contradictions, and how we can sharpen each other, common points of unity. And I don't never want to get the impression that we just, I tell forces when we go out of town, it's not no vacation, but I had an old saying going, you love what you do, you never work a day in your life, it's a way of life. And so to be able to, I feel fortunate, like I talk about, we have a saying, one of our sayings, a legacy is more important than your life. A legacy is more important than your life. And the legacy, we say with us, the Black Panther Party Cubs, we say we attempt to not walk in the footsteps, but the Panther Paw steps of the Black Panther Party. But the reality is, kind of like Tupac has said, like he thanks his adversaries as well as those, that he's in good relationships with. I grew up in a city where not only a lot of things have not changed, but a lot of names are still the same. But I can't talk about the legacy of the Black Panther Party negating such major ingredients, such as the Rainbow Coalition. And to be able to come to have forces, my sister whose father knew Chairman Fred knew her father, is like, we say opportunity snatch the door off the hinges. It will be a disservice. It's like, man, God and the ancestors laying out, okay, now what you gonna do? And I was just even commenting the other day, she gave me a text, I have a bad habit of missing my flights and some days she said, we're gonna see you Tuesday. What the hell was got at Tuesday? I said, I can't wait. Because in Chicago in particular, it's two times I make a joke. I hate being in Chicago. One with the cold weather and that of the electoral politics, the election time. It gets real cutthroat. You see a lot of the nastiness come out of people. But to be around people, you know what I'm saying? Because the deal is a lot of people, they like their lives are dictated and are governed by the Democrats, Republicans. They're talking about people having relationships. Their relationships are breaking up now, so on and so forth. The time period when people was up, you can see on social media, you go back and look, what it was called, who won. We, all of us here, we have a core principle. This is whoever would get in office, we still moving forward. We fighting. We may got to tweak certain discussion, but our lives, our circles are not. That's something to have something, to be able to stand a history, a legacy, a way of life. It's something we can't take for granted. I don't know if y'all know some of the details of the assassination of Chairman Fred and Defense Cadre Lamar Clark, which we come up on the 55th year after he was assassinated. Chairman Fred was 21 years old when he was assassinated. Defense Cadre Lamar Clark was 22 years old. The FBI, the government started watching him when he was 13 going on 14. In fact, the DC Bureau of the FBI thought it was a typo. They thought he can't be this young. He attended junior NAACP from about 7 to 300 members in a 7.5-month time period. Under his leadership, Illinois became the largest chapter of the Black Panther Party. And some of the war stories include that of the trumped up charges he was issued. One case what he was issued was the infamous ice cream truck robbery, which is depicted. I don't know if y'all seen the movie Judas and the Black Messiah. It's a movie talking about the assassination of Chairman Fred and the Black Panther. I think it's on Amazon Prime now. And with the movie, a lot of people was critical, like, man, we don't want, why should it come from the narrative of the informant, William O'Neill, who's one of the infiltrators? And a lot of times we talk about struggle, a lot of people won't talk about that aspect. We just want to, just give us the, the pretty parts of it. But the reality is we have to acknowledge that contradiction. Betrayal, infiltration, that comes with it. It comes with it. In fact, Minister E.P. Newton said that contradictions are the ruling principle of the universe. It's the ruling principle of the universe. You know, I mean, with good and bad, fast and slow, these dynamics are necessary. The case that the ice cream truck robbery, the government had claimed he took around $71 worth of ice cream from a Good Humor ice cream truck. And I say that because even as a child growing up, when children go to the ice cream truck, as a child, I would have to make sure it was not a Good Humor ice cream truck. And a lot of other children, they was like, man, what's the big deal? I said, whoa, because even to this day, we couldn't patronize that because the role that they would utilize by the government to frame Chairman Fred. They say he took the ice cream, $71 worth of ice cream, and gave it to the children. In his defense, he has said, even though the government lied on me, made me have to be a thief. They made me have to be a Robin Hood type of thief. They said they made me he said they still showed the true nature of a panther, given to the people. He was sent to this prison, Stateville Prison. And when he got there, at that time, they would call you by a number as opposed to your name. And I'm listening to some of the discussions we had with the school, with the reform schools, like, what's the schools, not native to children too? Residential schools. And they use these euphemisms like schools and like, you know what I'm saying, but it sticks in my mind, the stories about, you know what I'm saying, cutting the tongues and, you know, saying discipline about you don't speak a certain language. And this is the breaking process to produce another sort of individual. You know what I'm saying? When as a poll, he never responded to the number they gave him. In fact, he told the prison administration, he said, my name is, he said, I'm Deputy Chairman Fred Hampton, Illinois Chapter Chair of the Black Panther Party. They said he had to be, they referred to some sort of criminally, mentally insane. Something had to be wrong with him for refusing to answer to this number. They transferred him now from Stateville to Menard Prison. And when he got there, the warden and the prison administration had a relationship with some other prisoners, and the deal was to take him out. When he got there, he politicized him to the point that they said, we on Chairman Fred security now. Those war stories helped maintain me, helped me hold my head up when I was locked up in some of these same concentration camps. Saying all this, say again, our legacies are so important. We got to document this, y'all. We got to put it in our, we go out on dates, when we have our relations, our dances. Like Stephen Biko of the Black Conscious Movement said that initially in Africa, people would get around the beer kegs and they would talk about, you know, struggle, culture, relationships. This system, they try to detach that, but we have to internalize this again as a way of life. You know, not that we wait till election time to let's have a discussion about struggle. Let's have when it's politically correct, you know what I'm saying, has to be a way of life. And in this struggle, we all, I'm waiting, I threw my hand up first. We go through battle fatigue. That's a reality. We go through battle fatigue. But I get a charge up every time, literally, the ideas. I come back, I say, man, just the thoughts. I had some discussions last night. We just talking about going back with the Hampton House. So this is so necessary, and we need to, when we leave here, post it, put this information out. It should be conversation that we talk about, because these are, you know, everything from tying in the campaigns of political prisoners, Leonard Peltier, Mumia Abu-Jamal, you know what I'm saying, the mining, the land question, this stuff that our respective communities may not be familiar with. But to have this conversation this sort of way again, man, it's just phenomenal. And again, I'm honored and I'm humbled to be here. Right on. Free them all. Free them all. Oh, right on, right on. I just see my get G-Ball. This is the wife. Right on, love and respect. Free them all. Right on. I was in my zone. Free them all, right on. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, right on. Yes. Yes, indeed. We just have an informal input. Yeah. Love y'all. Right back. Free them all. I got so full, I can't stand up, man. Make sure I get some of that. Sister. Great to see y'all. Right on. Yes, indeed. Right on. Respect is all.
Our tribe is pulling up.
Beautiful. Good food. Yeah, too, see y'all. Yeah. Respect. Right on, y'all. Free them all. Travel safe. Yes. Hey. Right on. Good to see y'all. Respect. Good luck. Free them all. Yes, indeed. Right on.
I see more of my family is walking in.
How you feel? Get too long with that fish set. Come on now. All right, now. Yeah. Right on. The youngsters in the building too. Show you right.
Chairman Tendai in the building too. Yeah, okay. Hey, my name is G Ball the Godfather. I'm a recording artist. I want to say, first of all, thank you for inviting us. I've never been to an event like this. So this is all new to me. So it's a learning experience for me. Okay, my wife is here, Monique, my son, Jalen, some of my grandkids. So I'm excited. I'm happy to see my brother.
Man, happy to see you, man.
You know, it's good energy here. I'm feeling good energy from everybody, so I'm happy about that. Don't expect a lot of words out of me today. I'm in a receiving mode today, so I'm receiving from everybody here. You know, I just want to say that on behalf of my family, we happy to be here. It's an honor for us to be here, and I want to thank everybody for accepting us and extending the invitation. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mike on this side too, man. Yeah.
Okay, just to carry on from Chairman Fred and talking about the Rainbow Coalition, just important for everybody to know that Chairman's my brother. His mom adopted me when we were in South Dakota at a ceremony and in the Hunka ceremony in the Lakota way, because they're also are part of our family and this Rainbow Coalition. And it's important. People always say, what do you do with the Rainbow Coalition? I see you and Chairman, you know, you're going here and you're going there. Yeah, I went to a lot of places because Chairman invited me to. And he came to a lot of places because I invited him too. And as a part of the Warriors and the movement, it's really hard to trust people, especially when you're going to bring them on international trips. You don't just want somebody that's not doing security for you. And I trust Chairman, he's going to do security for me. I'm going to do security for him. You know, we got each other's back when we go on these trips, but he's brought me to places where riots and rebellions happen in the so-called United States where his people are being attacked by police, shot dead by police. And I know we went to Baltimore, the police car was still on fire. And we went to places where we went to ceremony together and indigenous communities too. And it brought us to even closer together. And, you know, along this way, we found out that my dad actually met Chairman's father before, around 2 weeks or so before his father was assassinated. My father met him in Edmonton, so-called Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, of all places. And he was there speaking, and my dad was recruited by Cleo Reese. I know her, right here. That's your grandma, right? And so we're all connected in this, and we were connected through his grandma, because she's the one that invited my dad to listen to his dad speak. And we're really a part of the same movement, and our families are all intertwined with each other through this movement. And so, yeah, just I want to like here, raise my hands and my clenched fist to the Black Panther Party Cubs, and just always being there for us when we need them the most, because it's not just the physical protection that he has my back, but it's also the spiritual protection and the work that we do, because the work that we do is spiritual, and we need that protection, because our people do get hit and attacked, and good thoughts towards our relatives always. So, thanks, John, for always coming out.
That's our duty. Get that mic on. Use that mic.
Yeah. So, like we said, this is, y'all kind of caught us at the end. So this is kind of the closing. Like, it's open space right now to discuss. But yeah, I also like speaking to the Rainbow Coalition. This is my sister, so we're like, whatever like technically needed done, we get down. So that's kind of that's the function. So by that way, our interaction with Chairman Fred has been solid, all the way. He swam and bathed in our river out there, all of that work, so our connection, we sometimes forget that we share a common enemy. Right now we share a common enemy. We can't pretend like we don't, and that's kind of what the discussion was here, and the discussion is here. I know that the battlegrounds are different sometimes. Sometimes they're very much the same. But for us, like I said, we share a common enemy, and I think that was the understanding of what the Rainbow Coalition looked like and how it's building now. You know, we understand the necessity of what by any means necessary looks like from where we're from, because we come from peoples out here who were thrown in the middle of cities, like displaced from what our normal surroundings might have been. So we can look at it like a disadvantage, or we can look at it like an advantage. And so we see it as an advantage. We have a different we have a different view of our enemy. We have an understanding, and also we put ourselves in a position to be prepared to be genuinely by any means necessary. I talked to my folks who left Dakota, and he talked about that fact that when he sat for 7, like he had to find himself in the pen to understand like what his purpose was, what his place was, because he spent most of his life, just like many of us find ourselves most of our life fighting against our own people. We have a tendency to be willing to draw down on our own people, but run from a pig, right? So that's the situation that, to change the perspective. So right now, where we're sitting again, just to bring it back to where we're at, and being grateful for Chairman to show up, for the fact that we're talking about these waters. We may have different perspectives and different understandings. Maybe we have the same, but at the same time, this space right here, these waters are sacred to us. Our people were always willing to and maintain our willingness to kill and die for these things, right? And so people don't often talk like that. People always talk about praying. We were talking about that outside, and historically, I don't know how it was, but nowadays I've never seen a prayer stop a bullet. And so that's the situation that we sit in. We talked about that. So our commitment to these waters, our commitment to the people that share this space with us, our commitment is genuine. And so for us, walking around Kanahus has allowed me to. I'm typically only in our section amongst the Exclaim people. Kanahus, has brought me places to meet solid relatives, people I consider relatives. And so for us, that's the significance of something like the Rainbow Coalition, something that I haven't been a part of. My family I was just talking to Ramona, who was out here, and she was laughing about, she said, yeah, your uncle was the first person that, like that I ever met that tried to rob the same bank twice. And so Obviously he got, something happened to him afterwards, but he was doing that work to try and get money to the movement. That's really what happened. And so, he ended, I grew up blessed to be around stories from him about the Black Panther Party, about the American Indian movement, about those situations and understanding who our heroes really are, right? So I was blessed to be able to sit in that, and I'm blessed to be able to sit in the same space. I feel like I'm taking up too much time. Like I said, we're shutting down. We wanted to have some of these youngsters and anybody else talk about what they experienced in this 3-day gathering, ceremony, whatever it may be. So I'll just give it to Chico and put you on blast, man.
Chuch Nate Chani Thakshik Kla Hawas Nuchut Siwa Uklas Hakwaye Sichumatne Pistakshik Ahozet. Hello everyone. It's a pleasure to see all of your faces here today. My name is Chico. Well, I'm also known as Hakwaye. You all listen to me for a while, please. I come from Ahouset. I'm Nuchanoth on my father's side. And on my mom's side, I'm Coast Salish from Snunemuch. And it's a pleasure being out here because it feels like medicine, just being on the coast, because our lifeline comes from the ocean. And being out here, it feels like we're upholding our ancestral ways of life by being obedient to the teachings of our elders, like eating the seafood. I haven't had seafood in a while. I haven't had clams in a while. And also just I feel like I changed a little bit being here, physically, I'd never had a tattoo on my face before. So it was definitely a major change for me. And it was very impulsive. And, but I don't know, I like being here because it reminded me of when I was a kid, I came to a lot of these events similar to this with my parents growing up, and I haven't been to anything like this in a while. I just been in the city doing school and stuff, and I almost wasn't about to come, but I didn't want to let no one down either. I wouldn't be respectful. So I ended up coming and skipping school, and it was awesome hearing all the speakers on the panel, and I'm trying to think about what I learned, and I don't know, I feel like I learned, and at the same time I feel like I didn't, because it's not that I already knew, but I already had a kind of an understanding of. It's just more so of what we need to keep doing, I guess. And I don't know, I'm not really sure. I know the other youth here will have maybe a lot more stuff to say about what they learned. And but it felt good being here, with a lot of the warriors here, and the people in the movement doing the work. Because on the coast, back in the day, we had a lot of warrior societies and warrior families, and I feel like we don't have that anymore. We lost a lot of that to colonization and residential schools, but there's still a few of us out here putting in the work to do it. And I don't know, it's at the same time though, it's there's two kinds of warriors today. There's the kinds who are violent to our own people, and then the kinds who are violent to the government, to the system, because we got fucked up after residential school. We always went to war with each other, but at the same time, after residential school, we're taught to be violent to each other instead of to our enemies, to the white people. And not that we should, I mean, but yeah, I've been noticing it because back home in September in Ahouset, or in Unceded Territory, there's 2 violent deaths. A young man killed another young man, 2 separate occasions that happened. This kind of just messed up. It made me think a while about alcoholism and generational trauma, just substance abuse in general. And I mean, we've been going through this though. Even in September, I think 6 Indigenous people, natives, First Nations people, got murdered by police in Canada in 1 month, and some of them were kids. 13, 14 years old, and I don't know, it's just like kind of messed up, to be honest. Like, that's all really I got to say though right now.
Good, beautiful afternoon, evening, everyone. My name is Bettina Wanik Thomas. I am Nuchanos and I'm Kokwakiwak, so that means I come from a house and Alert Bay. Um, I guess I'll be speaking on my experience. This is my first time attending as the Salish Sea Assembly. And I know one was speaking about canoe journeys and the healing that it holds, and that's what I feel here. I grew up in the city, and I grew up very. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know my culture and my identity. So for that, it felt like my world was black and gray until I went on canoe journeys when I was 16. And ever since then, I've been in the process of reclaiming my identity and who I am and where I come from. And that's what I feel here. I feel the welcome, I feel the warmth, I feel everyone. And I like the connection and the networking. Um, it's yeah. I've gotten a marking on my face that I've wanted for a while, and to be able to have the opportunity to get that here is something that I will always remember. Um, and I feel a lot more stronger. I have a lot of tattoos on my body because it's a nice reminder of who I am, because being in the city, sometimes I forget and I get kind of piled up in the constant movement of trying to keep up living there. Um, and so, yeah, just wanted to say Kleko, Kleko for this opportunity, for having us here. I came here with my partner, Cochise, and yeah, also the little babies. Um, I think he was singing. He has a very powerful voice. The first day I had tears because his voice was so loud and powerful, and it was so motivating because I want to I any event or workshop that there is in Vancouver, I like to attend, and I always try and go because I want to gain as much experience for my future children, because I want them to experience this as well. I want to get all the networking and connect with all of this so that my children, our future children, will be able to have this and be growing up in like such a wonderful community. Um, and with my partner, he's also Nichanos, but he's Coast-Salish, and he's teaching me a lot. He's taught me so much we've been together for almost a year and a half now. And well, I took him on journeys last year, and that was his first journeys, and we got together at the end. we we attended as friends and left as partners. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and it's really wonderful to see all these beautiful faces connecting, holding hands, and staying stronger together. Yeah, Kleko, Chuch.
Shukakapnan, Shukakaptat. My name is Cecily Venturato. I'm Mayan Quiche from the area that's now called Guatemala, down in Central America. First of all, thank you so much for inviting us. Thank you. This is my auntie Canahus. Thank you so much. Um, we came down with a couple of my friends, and this is really nice to be here. I used to go to a lot of indigenous activities here growing up in this area, and it's nice to see all the children just growing up like the way I did, because it's really special. It brings a lot of memories. And I just want to say this is an amazing experience. The fight you guys have for your land, for your water is really powerful. back in my territory, we lost a lot of our waters, lost a lot of our rivers due to colonization. So it's I think it's really important to keep that in mind, right? To keep that fight going for our waters, for our lands, because we're the only ones that can do it, and we're the only ones that are capable of that fight. So yeah, I admire you, all of you guys, for that. And living in this area is amazing. Like I have a lot of, I'm proud of being surrounded by a lot of indigenous people like me. Growing up in Central America, we don't have that much connection due to colonization. They really repress, we're really repressed. Sorry, my English isn't well, but being here and seeing how proud you guys are of your culture is of tremendous joy for me. So thank you so much for inviting us. I really admire you guys for your fight, and I really hope to come back next year for these activities. It's important to keep doing it, and it's important to come back. Thank you. Maldios.
Okay. My name's Tamara. I come from over in Canada in Musqueam. But that's just on my dad's side. That's I'm Coast Salish, and then on my mom's side, I'm also Ojibwe and Mohawk. So it's cool to come down here. I really appreciate you guys opening your space to me and everything. It feels very much like a big, huge family here. It's like a really huge community, and I think it's very important to have that safe space for everyone to feel comfortable enough to like share and be open with each other. And I really appreciate that because there's so much good energy in here, especially with the kids. I really appreciate everyone bringing their kids because it's just really important to me that kids experience this type of thing, right? And my experience here, I got to learn a lot about how you guys cook with your Salish food compared to Musqueam. Um, I got to try some new things, and it was fun. Yeah, I appreciate listening to your guys' songs because ours are slightly different, and I haven't witnessed that, so I really appreciate that. Same with the tattooing and the different artists here. That's very cool to incorporate that within the space. Also, the space itself, I think it's perfect. It's right beside the water. Um, it feels comfortable. Um, and yeah, so I just thank you for inviting me, and I'm very excited to come back next year and experience this you guys. So yeah, thank you.
Start freestyling. Um, my name is Marius. I'm Nuxclam from my Owa. Here's my father, and yeah, no, it feels good. A lot of these people here, I've grown up around them. They've assisted in raising me, and just like back in the day, all the way till now, it feels good to be a part of a community that consistently works towards change for our people, and that who work towards passing it to their children, and whose children will pass it to their children. It feels good to be a part of a community like that, and I appreciate you. I raise my hands to every single one of you here who chose to come here and witness and be a part of the beginning of the change for our people. Yeah, thank you very much, Hanison.
Y'all want to say anything real quick?
So while watching the documentary, it triggered a memory that I had of my first journey, and I'm gonna stand up so he doesn't. Yeah, it triggered a memory that I had of my first journey, and it was foggy, and we were in the canoe, and my dad was trying to figure out, which way to go. He was using his radio, and all of a sudden we hear a horn, and it is so close to us, and my dad just starts yelling. he starts yelling, paddle, paddle, dig, dig, hoo, 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 telling us to paddle. And we're a really, really young crew. We're all teens. It's all most of our first journey. And it was so foggy. None of us looked up. None of us knew how close the tanker was to us. We just knew it was very close because, it kind of hurt your ears hearing that horn. And during the documentary, they were paddling right next to a tanker. And that was the moment I realized, hey, we were in legitimate danger at that moment. I was telling, I think it was Wea that I was talking to. I was, kind of reliving that for a minute. Like, whoa, if that tanker was to hit us or come anywhere nearer to us, we probably wouldn't be here right now. And I come from a very small village, and we don't use words like this is our waters, this is ours. And in reality, it kind of is because we're the first people of this land. So to say that we almost got ran over traditionally doing what we do on our waters is kind of, I don't know what the word is, like it kind of smacks you realizing it. But yeah, that was a big trigger for me. And I was like, whoa, we were in real danger that day. And somebody had also said that, could you go a year without eating fish? And that really hit me also because I've never went a month without eating fish, honestly. When I brought my husband to meet my grandmother, the first thing that she asked was, can he fish? Because I come from a village where fishing is everything. We go through the season of everything. It's all really seasonal work. And he was like, I want to be a fisherman. I'm all, go ahead, I'm used to it. He's like, I'm going to be gone for all night, this amount of time. I'm like, don't come home until you get one. But yeah, it kind of really makes you realize how important this is because I've never known a life without fish. I've never known a life without journeys. And when you look at the people up here who fought for all of that, it's what am I doing to contribute to that? And it really makes me think. And I just appreciate everybody that's stood up and said what they've done. And we have all 6 of our children here that you've witnessed what they do, what they've learned. And I just hope that, they grow up to be like you. And like I forget his name, the one who hung from a bridge for 2 days to protect what he loves. And yeah, they all really look up to Ant and his boys. They're like their big brothers. They all really take good care of each other. And this was the first time I've heard Ant speak like up in a public setting. Usually it's like around the fire or at his house where we're hearing him go off about this, and to like really see him in action and have his people all around him like elevate him, that's big. It's a big community that you've built, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
OCM, Robbie Francis IV, Ella, again. We were just gonna come for the 2 days, and then my cousin, my brother there, he's done a lot for us. I mean, he's seen me at my rock bottom. I've done some shit where I cannot apologize enough. And I'll always be thankful for him and his family. They're our true warriors. One of the realest I've ever met out here on the coast. And, he's still learning, and I'm still learning. There's that saying where he's always saying if he's doing enough for his kids. I feel the same way. Like, is this enough? Like, when I'm gone, are they gonna have to fucking deal with what we've been fighting for years? Is the cycle gonna break? Are we gonna make a change? How many brown people or how many people does it take for all of us to step up to make the city or the people around here realize what we're freaking standing for, you know? How many years or how many people have to die for it? That's what goes through. That's what I learned. And also, don't wait until it happens to help or step up. We need more of this. We need more people to realize, hey, this is what's going on. And I mean, it shouldn't be that hard because I mean, even if it's like all technical on your phone or everything, I mean, everybody's on their phone all the time. All the time. For me, the kids always have my phone, so good luck trying to get a hold of me. Or that's what I learned. And during our interview that I did out there, yeah, it's he asked what how of an impact would it impact for us if we had no fish here, no salmon, and it would affect the whole peninsula with the tribes here. It will affect us tremendously. It's just like if dinosaurs were here, how would that be? How would we live with the dinosaurs, you know? And if we lost our salmon, how can we live without the salmon? How would that be? What are we going to eat? Are we going to have to go deeper and explore the ocean more and eat those kind of fish, or what? How can we survive? What will we eat out of there? Are we just going to move on to the next fish, or what? What are we going to do? Those were the questions, and what I've learned is how many days we've been here, and also, like I was saying earlier, we don't trust a whole lot of people that are around our kids. You know, I'm always constantly looking. I'm always constantly remind my wife, know your surroundings, know your people. Like I said, the world's freaking crazy out there, man. It's too crazy. We can't even trust our own family members. But this family here, I'll always praise them, raise them up. They deserve it. I mean, he wants to be in here and be, you know, on the mic or yelling. Like he was out there chefing it up. He's out there getting down. And like I said, I always looked up to him, and he was one of the adults who came to Elwha. He came back and started doing stuff like this for youngsters. He was actually one of the adults that wanted to put in the work to show us the way. He showed me the way. I'll always be grateful for Aunt and the fam bam. And it's like she said, it's cool to see this part, how real it gets. And it's not just here, it's the whole world. And that's what I tell my kids too. You know, they'll cry and whine about they have to eat certain stuff. They have to drink water. And I always reminded them that there's kids out there that can't eat or drink like what you're doing today. Like, come on now. And my kids, I hope at least 3 out of the 6 will pick this up and carry it on. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters, and both of them are incarcerated. And I have a little brother up here who's trying to find his way back, and I have no clue what my sisters are doing. So But we're not perfect. We're not perfect. It's took a lot. These kids, I actually wanted sons first, but I got daughters. That's why we have a tribe. But if you put in the work and you do what you love and you keep carrying it, the kids are always watching. My grandfather, Sonny, he's always told me, even in big houses or ceremonials, things like this, he always tell everybody, the kids are always watching. They're watching what you do. They're watching you go out there, smoke a cigarette. They're watching you go out there, get a bottle. He's always reminded everybody about that. And look at what my kids are watching us do. We've gone to so many of the tribal ceremonies around here because I felt the power. I've seen what that's done and gone to their practices. And there's a few times where some of the families here on the peninsula, they'll recently lost their loved ones. And at that time, when I was coming up and learning the songs, they personally asked me to come to their families' funerals and help sing and uplift the family. And for a while, I did that. And when we recently lost my grandfather and my uncle, I was really proud of my son. He was really proud because for my teachers and my relatives that close, who's taught me how to fish, who's taught me how to fillet a fish, handle a fish, sing and dance, carry the drum. And also what my grandpa's also told me was that know the meaning behind the drum. It's not just a drum to beat on. It's not just a stick to hold to beat the drum. That drum gave its life so it can create that beautiful sound, what it makes. That stick that you created, that tree or that branch that you went and gathered for is the beater to your drum. I'm real proud of my oldest son because it was usually me that stands there and sings for a lost one or a loved one. And for my grandfather, my uncle I lost, I broke a little. And when I lost my grandfather, I didn't cry in front of my kids. I've never cried in front of my kids until that day. And before that, they were asking me, how come I never cry? It's because what I do today. They see me going, crying around and tears coming down. They're like, oh, he's a big crybaby. He's crying. And I'm really proud of him because he stepped up and he sang. He sang for me and the whole family. And throughout all the singing and dancing and the practices we've been doing, and he'll step up no matter what. He'll step up and do it today. And there were times where along the coast here, the peninsula, we have to have permission to sing certain songs. And when I have an elder in my ear saying he or she wants that song sang, I'll get up and sing it. Or they'll ask me if I know it and be like, yeah, sing a part of it. And like I was saying, when I was sitting up here doing the panel, it's up to us, the adults, to carry it. It's not up to the kids. It's up to adults who are willing to put in the work, who are willing to show the example and what we have to do. And we sit down and tell them too, if we don't sing and dance, who's gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Is your cousin gonna do it? There are times where we do have to step up. And when my grandpa started losing his mind and he had dementia, that's when I stepped up, because his son didn't step up. And his son is louder than me. And my grandpa's pretty well known. He's been everywhere. He's done everything. The small world is the group he went with to Standing Rock was the same group. We were in Whole River for a ceremony, and that same group knew my grandpa, and they're asking me, "Who are you? You look familiar." I was like, "I've never met you in my life." And he's like, "What's your name?" I said, "Robbie Francis IV." And then they overheard me talk to someone else. They're saying, who's your parents? Who's your grandparents? It's like, you probably don't even know them. And I said, Sonny Nightom. And they're like, Sonny Francis? And I was like, yeah. He went on this bus to Standing Rock, and he was the only one there with just rocking a shirt and shorts in Standing Rock. And it gets cold out there, apparently. It says below zero. And okay. Taking too much time here. I'm gonna close it up with some songs. Hey. But yeah, we traveled along the peninsula here. We actually took time to practice to learn all these songs. And one of the things that my grandpa's always taught me was say that you love your family members, but the family there is too cutthroat to say that. So.
Hello, my name is Daniel Fredrickson, and I'm a Deshi Tan from Angun Kwan, but I was born and raised here, and our families were Cap Medicine Society. And my uncle Abner Johnson stood on the river helping Ramona Bennett with the fishing nets. And my dad married Priscilla Robidoux, and so I was saying to everybody that I was sober since 1990, and what I understand about taking up our time with other things, it's like we're making connections here and it's the same thing. We're staying clear of all the other stuff out there that would drive us crazy, because the first step would be life became unmanageable. And this, when I say this on page XVIII in the big book on the 3rd edition, my last sponsor, he pops it open to this page, and I just look at it, and it says, erratic and erstwhile, could they hang together when they normally don't gather? And here we're coming from all these different places. It's like we're coming together for these important causes. And I know that when we see how insane that is, because whatever we're doing, whatever we did, like we took over Daybreak Star. Well, my families did. I was kept home. I was incarcerated, I guess. And you know, when I think about it today, it's like the same thing. You know, it's I was just told that the the person that was Haudenosaunee gave Bill and Bob the 6 steps, and I think about the Native American church, and I'm thinking, there is something to this. Although there's other ways, it's like we're trying to connect and understand what other people understand, because we haven't had that chance before. And it helps us understand and build up on what we know. Because when we pray about what we don't know, it's what other people aren't saying. It's what other people aren't able to come together on. But we got all these walks of life here. And I was just reading recently about the Amazon people down in South America. And it was the fallen sky. And it took a lot for me to hold on to that, And then I was trying to read, the Agents of Repression, but I get really teared up. And, like I have to do some ceremonies on that. I have to constructively take my emotional intoxication from the boarding schools and all these issues and feeling overwhelmed and direct it somewhere. And when I get a sense of how, I might be corrected and not know that I had some unmanageability and I have to do something about it, well, it's the same thing. And I mean, it's not easy being who we are. Like, how would we know if we didn't know? How would our spirits bring us to those places? Like, I didn't get to be here for the first day because I didn't know what's going on. I didn't know who was all going to be here. And when I heard that there was a gathering and it was Salish Sea, my mind went elsewhere. But then I was thinking, well, I could see these people and I could see these people. And I had a real close kinship with Sonny when we were singing in the canoe jams. And, every time I see you guys, it's like my mind comes back to who you are. And it's like, we're getting ready for canoe journeys and you guys are the host. And it's like perfect setting, right? I mean, excellent, and when we see Fred Hampton here, it's like really good to hear how you put it together, And I was like, I wanted you to say something.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aaliyah. I guess I just want to say that being able to be here and witness this legacy work is definitely a beautiful thing. Being able to see our people come together on a common ground, understanding like the work that we need to do and what we need to accomplish to better our future and our revolution for our survival. It was definitely a beautiful thing to be able to see all of us come together to even just to speak about what work needs to be done. And it's inspiring for me so that, I have a blueprint to know like these are the people that are doing the work for my future and the future after mine. So it was definitely a beautiful thing to be able to see this work get done. And I appreciate the chance to be able to be out here and witness this beautiful legacy work. So thank you, Grandma. Grandma, it's my oldest daughter there. I'm so proud of her. My name is Fundisha New. I'm here with Chairman Fred Hampton Jr. and Kanahus on the invite with the Rainbow Coalition. And I just want to say it's been an amazing experience. This is our first time up here. We've visited some other coalition building work, but never been up here. And I'm just glad that we took the trip. It was a struggle getting here. It's always a struggle, but making sure that we make time and space to come together in this way is so important. It's healing as well. This struggle is no joke, but creating these spaces the way you have done and Kanahus has done and Chairman Fred has done, it's so important for us to continue to do that for us, for the youth, and for the future. So whatever comes of it is going to happen. But the first step is coming together. So I really am inspired by coming here and seeing the possibilities of what can be done, you know. I didn't come from a family of resistance, but it's always been something in me, my ancestors speaking to me and just knowing the struggle and the plight of our people. So it's always been a struggle for me to step out of the way I was raised to actually follow that, you know, that call and answer that call. So I think it's important to do that, to listen to your spirit and to speak, to answer the call that's within, even if you're not sure of where it's going to take you, but just go on that journey and know that it's purposeful. And I'm always inspired by the youth and having the youth around. My children are here. I have 6 daughters. They're here. So whatever example I can set for them, big or small, as long as it's being done and they're able to catch on and get that inspiration within themselves, you know, to keep it going. That's so important to me. So I just appreciate you guys opening the door and having us feel welcome and feeding us. And like I said, it's been a healing space, the music, the sounds, the food, the people coming together, the children playing, and it's just the tattooing art. My daughter wants me to let her get her first tattoo, so I'm still thinking about that, but we'll see, we'll see. But in the meantime, we're just embracing it all. So we're just here open shells to receive, and whatever we can offer to give to, you know, we're here for it. Don't hesitate. Whatever we can do to make an impact on the future conferences and any other coalition building work around the country, around the world. You know, these spaces need to be created, and we need to show up. The people have power. All power to the people, you know. So the first step is us coming together, so, and realizing that power, you know. And we have some great leaders guiding us, you know, with their leadership and their courage to step up, like you, Anthony, and Kanahus and Chairman. We're inspired. So thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Freya Mom, my name is Imani. I'm Fendisha's daughter, Freya Mom. Yeah, I'm glad to have been able to be here. The journey was long. We had to drive all the way from here, from California. But it's been such a beautiful experience, especially seeing everyone and telling their stories, everything that they've been through, and hearing even the elders speaking and everything. It's been like a great experience being here. And we're homeschooled, so we get to like travel and learn from other people and all their experiences a lot. So I'm very grateful for that, and especially just like being able to understand other people's struggles, because everybody has a struggle that they go through, and we even have our own that we have to deal with on a daily basis. But hearing what other people battle and fight through every day, it's like it can be completely different but the same all at once. So I'm just glad that we were able to make it and listen to what everybody has to say and have this common ground and understanding that we're all going through something, and we all can try and do our best to make a change and fight for our future, because the youth and the future of after us is what really matters. So yeah, freedom all.
Everybody good?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me and sharing so much with me. And I hope I was able to give something back in return. Kanahus invited me to come and speak, and I felt a lot of responsibility in that role, that she was trusting me to have knowledge to share. And I hope that that sharing was valuable to people. My current employer is a labor organization. And in labor organizations, you refer to your fellow workers as brother, sister, now sibling in recognition of our non-binary kin. And it's a reminder that as workers, we are family. This is a tie that binds us together. And family is both the most important thing and the most infuriating thing that we can experience. Unions, like most institutions, are just full of contradictions, and there's constant struggles among the members disagreeing about what the best strategy is at any given point in time. But at the end of the day, it's all about the solidarity. You have your disagreements, but now when you're going and facing off against the employer, you have solidarity. You're all in this together. And I was thinking about the fact that solidarity is a noun, and we don't really have a verb to talk about how we forge, how we build solidarity. And I think whatever that verb is, Kanahus is the best example of forging that solidarity, building connections with people, creating a network. I sat here most of the time listening, feeling privileged just to be in the space and share people's experience of this space. And I know that if I ever find myself in the same space as any of you again, that bond will be renewed. As tenuous as it may be at the moment, it's there. It connects us, and it will bring us together to maintain the solidarity that makes us stronger. And part of the reason solidarity is so important is because it's the one thing the capitalists don't have. And it's the reason why they constantly attack us with divide and conquer tactics. They have to split us off from each other because it makes us weaker. But they don't have any solidarity amongst themselves. There's that cliche that the capitalist will sell you the rope to hang him with. That might not be true, but the capitalist will definitely sell you the rope to hang another capitalist with, because they only relate to each other via money. And that's the way that they can be divided from each other. You have to change that monetary relation so they decide it's not worth it to maintain this connection. And those are battles that are fought in other kinds of battlegrounds. And that's one of the things that Kanahus does, that her dad taught her to do, that you fight land defenses, not just on the land, but in corporate boardrooms, where you talk to insurance companies and convince them it's not worth your while to insure this resource extraction project that wants to take resources from our land. The insurance company is not convinced because of the morality of the thing. They're convinced because of the finances of the thing. So you are talking to them in their language. They have no solidarity with this resource extraction company. They only care about that monetary relationship, and you can change that monetary relationship. The last thing I want to come back to is to share some wisdom that I got when I was a young gung-ho activist. And the elder within the movement said, the movement needs everyone, but it doesn't need you. Meaning, never feel like you are carrying the weight of the movement on your shoulders, and if you don't do it, no one will, because that's a recipe for burning out and collapsing and fading away. You need to recognize that part of solidarity is that you get to take your moments to rest, and others will carry you forward so that you can fight again another day. And young people can especially feel the urgency of the moment, the necessity of carrying the movement forward. Know that the movement will go on, and yes, it needs you, but it doesn't need you. Thank you again for having me.
That's a lot of theory. Thank you for that, Del. Thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Anthony, for creating this circle again so I can listen to you and a lot of the wisdom in this circle. Um, I know very well of my background and I know very well what I can contribute to this. But I'm still learning, um, even from my rich background, I'm still learning. Uh, Gone through some Lakota traditions, but so now I'm into the Salish traditions. So I'm very thankful for the offers of paddle carving and a canoe trial. Um, yes, I shall continue to learn and I shall continue to support this all, your efforts. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Glennet Suzie Jean Lumcourt. I'm Dennis Oslini. I come from Alberta. Come from the place where the oil was tar sands. The area where the oil is refined and put into pipes and shipped your way. I kind of feel a bit of responsibility to make you aware of the beginning of the pipeline and where it comes from and how it affected us for many years and how they dug up in all the ground around us in our home territory and trucked it out and steamed the shit out of it and do all kinds of things to the tar sand, to the Mother Earth's soil. And we go through all the impacts of all the stuff that happens, how they extract the oil. From where I live, right off the river, I hear the trucks at night. Something that never stops. They go 24/7, 365 days a year, digging, and pulling up all the soil and everything. And come from a place where the animals depend on the wetlands. They need that water. The beavers, the moose, the bears, the foxes, coyotes, every fur-bearing animal depends on our land, where I come from, the boreal forest. And those are really depleting. As a Dene Sukline, my bloodline is connected to the caribou. We're called the caribou eaters. And caribou migrates from the north to the south. And when the first mine they built right off the river, all that affected the migration of the caribou. They no longer migrate to our territory now. They used to come below the north of 60 parallel line, but that stopped. So we haven't seen the caribou in our territory since then. So I'm really grateful to be here. I've met Kanahus years ago. It was meant to happen this way. People from the north coming to the south, sharing our experience, or to warn you about what's happening. I feel renewed because I ate the fish that swim. The power in that, because where I come from, we can't fish. We can't eat our fish. We have to fly out to one of our lakes and it's fly-in only, and it's hard to navigate on land because the oil companies dig up your trails and you have to find new ones all the time. So I'm really, really happy that I got to eat fish, I got to eat oysters, I love salmon, even the black cod, even the name of it. I was like, oh my God, I don't know, I haven't had that cod, like black cod. All kind of things was going through my mind. Is it going to be black meat or what? And I waited for a while because I wanted the food that I ate before, I wanted to digest that before I tried a new type of fish that I never tried. And once I ate it, everybody that said, oh, it's going to melt in your mouth and it's everything. I was like, yeah, it's true, it did. And it was just like, oh, I got to have more. But I didn't want to overdo it because, eating sometimes when you eat strange foods, your body can't really, you're not used to it. It's like my body was used to caribou meat I grew up on and never had it for years from when I went to residential school. And then when I went to live up north in the Northwest Territories, I reconnected to the caribou. And I lived there for about 10 years. And I always lived by water, and I always relied on water because water was my strength, my reminder of where I came from, because I was from off the river. And when they took me to residential school in 1969, I went by the river and ended up at Lake Athabasca, and that's where the residential school was in Fort Chip. So the traditional food that I had grown up on and as a baby, as a child, I could no longer eat that. And all the atrocities they did to us as residential school kids, so-called school. It was like a jail system. They cut your hair. They use these powders to say to so-called de-louse you, and you get caught speaking your language, you're strapped, and all kinds of things happen. And sometimes it's hard to talk about, but the more I talk about it, the more healing I have from it. And it's really good to see children around running freely and doing these things that we weren't allowed to do. We couldn't even make noise. We were to be seen and not heard over there. And, it's like I grew up as a quiet child, and throughout my teenage years, I was traumatized. I too went down that road to try to drown my sorrows and get into all kinds of stuff. And yeah, that wasn't good for me. But I always held on to the fact that, I had strong ancestors behind me. I come from a strong my ancestral roots are strong because my great-grandfathers were part of the treaty signatory to our nation and where I come from. And My grandfather was the one that selected the land where the reserve land is in for Athabasca Chippewa First Nations. Its government separated all the people onto reserves and say, okay, you're on this part and you're over here. So they separate us into bands. But my grandfather didn't want us to move from where we were, as we were chased out of the Wood Buffalo National Park. That was our homeland territories, and the government decided to turn it into a park. Relocated us, and where we relocated us, my grandfather chose to be by the river, and the water gives us strength and reminds us of where we came from. Because when I went to residential school, I was always looking across that lake, and I knew where my home was. I knew it was over there across that lake and down up that river. And so I hung on to that. And then when I got out of the mission, we call it mission, and I had to seek out to find my strength and to regain my connection to my bloodline, which is the river, and which is why I fight strongly and advocate for water. And before I couldn't even speak up because I was so shy and withdrawn. But my older years, I thought, well, now's my time. I'm going to start talking out. I'm going to start speaking out, and I don't care who says what. And I'm going to speak the truth, and I'm going to tell everybody what's going on behind those doors over there and behind everything that they're trying to hide. I mean, the government's hiding stuff from us, and they hid for 9 months that there was a spill on our land and all kinds of things. They hide about how the water was no good, and finally came out like months later, and all these stuff that they're exposing us to that's coming out of those stacks, and it's killing our people. And it's like we need to stand up and we need to unite, and we need help in the north too. All our lands are pretty much desecrated, but when they're done doing what they're doing, who's going to be left? We are, because we've been here for hundreds of years, and I don't want to see my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, thank you. I don't want to see them suffer and be without, because we need all that for our survival. And I have 4 daughters and 1 son, and I have 7 grandchildren, and are very dear to me. And none of my kids work in the oil industry, and I have never worked for them either. I may sit down at a table with them and advocate for our cultural lifestyle, our land back, our water back, our language back. Everything needs to come back for us to survive as Venezuela, all the other tribes. We need to stand up for our water, as our water is our life. And I'm really, really glad to be here. It's empowering for me to come here, because I was at a low point in my life. Just before I came here, I lost my oldest brother and my eldest sister 1 year apart. And, my 2 eldest, I never grew up with them, because by the time I got home, they were off to residential school. So I didn't know I had older brothers and sisters. I didn't meet them till I was teenager. So, you know, it's really, family is very important, and it's good to see all the family around here. I feel a part of this family now. And I've done a lot of firsts in my life, and this is my first time here, and my first gathering here, and I know it's not going to be my last because I got my first tattoo, and and it's caribou antlers, which signifies my identity as a Dene. So now I have to come back next year to do the other side. So I'm like, yeah, I'll do one because that'll ensure I come back. And yeah, I'm really proud. I'm proud to show this off, and it's my fist in the air with as a caribou eater, a 10-10. This is what it's how we say it in my language, and yeah, our language comes from the land, and it's so true. Dene means people of land. Ni is land. And they're all connected. And if I say moose, I'll say Denia. So, you know, you see all the connections there, the name of the person, the animal, and yeah, everything's connected. And now we're all connected. And yeah, thank you so much to Kanahoos and everyone else and the cooks and everybody that shared their stories. And thank all the children for running around and keeping the place lively and letting us know that we have obligations and responsibilities to ensure that, you know, we have clean water and language and everything that goes with us being as who we are. It's for them. Masicho.
I just want to introduce myself. My name is Emma, and I'm really grateful to be here with all of you. Thank you for sharing your songs. Thank you for sharing your hearts and your dreams and your vision, and your resilience and determination to be the human beings that you are. I had an elder tell me once that there's some people that are just people, and there's other people that are human beings. So thank you to everyone here for being human, and for showing an example of leadership and perspective on the work that needs doing and the way that needs being to move through life. And thank you to the young people and the children for the light and truth that you're bringing. So I just feel blessed and grateful to be connecting with you all. And now I know some names of people to say thank you, Kanahus. And just wonderful to see our family from the north to the south united. And I feel really inspired and empowered by all of your strength to bring my peace to to now and to the future. And I just want to say thank you again. And I feel really humbled and grateful to be in this Daybreak Star space, for the history of how this place was reclaimed and taken back. And in my little tiny personal story, I grew up just 15 minutes up the road, and I was 27 before I had actually found my way here, and I was guided here, even though I grew up here, but I was guided here, and I found my way here, and I realized why I had been guided here, and I knew that I needed to make relationships here. And so I came back and did my learning upstairs and read about this history, and came here and did some plantings with the Ilahi Fund, and here I am really grateful to be understanding why I was guided here, um, and to know that there's true power in these connections. So thank you for inviting me into your home, and that's it.
I just want to say thank you. I heard my name mentioned a bunch of times. My name means red when you just say it as Kanahus, but my full name is Kanahus Beshki, which means red woman. And so when I start doing this work, speaking for my people, my auntie Vera, who's passed on now, told me to start using my Tanaka name and not my English name no more. So I switched. That was when I was in my early 20s. And I said, well, what does that mean, my name? And she says, go figure it out, what my name means. And so I've been fire, I've been passion, I've been the blood of my people, and I've been Kanuhus Peshki as much as I could feel it and breathe it and live it. And but my thanks goes to Ant for just working with him and bringing all of this amazing food to the table, because we can't have a gathering without food. Like our elder Wolverine said, you can't have an army without being able to feed the army. You can't have the movement without being able to feed the movement. And so he'd also say you can't fight with one hand open and one clenched fist. We have to have both to fight. And so, just say my cook's chow to Ant for bringing us all together here and for bringing this food. And we'll see everybody on the front line. We'll see everybody next year on the August 15th, 16th, and 17th, where we're going to continue this annual event. So pass it on to my brother Ant.
Yeah. So we want to thank everyone for showing up. Even just support is revitalizing. Even just being here, having people listen to the struggle. I know. The reason that we did this shit is because it's not happening. Not that we were gonna sit back and wait anyways, but people just don't move anymore. It's kind of a slow movement in terms of the way the direction of defending and protecting the land. We've been waiting kind of for a long time. My sister's been sitting out there looking for support from many people, and not many people come to support when she sits out there in front of pipelines, when her sisters sit out there in front of man camps, and there's not people that go out there and support that shit. I mean, realistically, in a space where indigenous women are hunted, where they disappear with no cause for concern. Reality, not like that's not some kind of push or some kind of grandiose outpour of like plea for some shit that's nonsense. That's reality, and they still put themselves on the front to challenge these corporations that are backed by billions, trillions of dollars, and that's power, right? So when we decided to come here and to start this to establish something, I would say trying to figure out the space, trying to understand the space, and trying to recognize this space as somewhere that we could all gather was up to Kanahus. I'm caught up in my family. I'm caught up in trying to make sure that we're capable to maintain our respect to our homelands. And like I said, we're dealing with the selling of 500 acres of what's called the Elwha Legacy Forest. And I think that for some people, they're used to indigenous people or natives acting a certain way, but we're committed to those lands different than has been in a long time. Those are our relatives. So our expectation, if those things happen, is that our commitment to that is different. Our commitment to that is to stand firm, live and die in that space, because that space is that important to our people, to the maintenance of who we are, who we were, who we can become. And so a lot of people may come and may show up and have very limited awareness of what the indigenous struggle might be. But I had a relative who ended up on, and Chairman Fred alluded to that earlier, that was on the Trail of Truth, but we were talking earlier because I disagree with recognition from the feds. They're our enemy. So I think that sitting at the table with our enemy and begging for recognition is something that for me isn't something that could be beneficial in this day and age, but I understand the need for it. But we talked about it and he said that indigenous people are being harvested like the land because we are the land. And I think that's important to understand because we talked to it earlier, is that we've been taught as indigenous people to accept our position of inferiority, to accept our position of being harvested. We've accepted it because we've been taught to believe a foreign ideal and a foreign system that suggests that the meek shall inherit the earth and those who turn the other cheek are better people and stronger people. So that's been imposed through residential school systems, through missionary systems, all of those things. We've been taught those things. So we've been taught to accept our position of being oppressed. We've been taught to accept it and in fact respect it. And so, but in the situation where people are in prison, sometimes some people try to escape. Sometimes it's in the cover of darkness, sometimes it's in the open. And so we're the ones who escaped. We come from families who resisted, families who continue to resist. We come from families who have put themselves in position to not be concerned for their lives or concerned for their freedom behind what we understand as our cultural, spiritual obligations, not just our rights. Everyone suggests they have rights. We have responsibilities. We have obligations to these homelands. We exist by protocol. These things that people utilize and people discuss and people talk about, these cedar trees are our grandmothers. They tell the history of our people. They tell the story of these lands before there were people. So if you talk about, we once said, if the earth's really our mother, how the fuck you let her rape her then? You gonna let someone rape your mother? You ain't shit then. So that's just how it is. And that's where we sit now, getting a little bit wore out. I'm not trying to sound bleak or anything, but the reality is that we descend from wolves. Wolves don't give a fuck about who's coming to attack them. They just attack back. They bite back. That's how it is. They don't consider, maybe I'll survive another day. Maybe I'll figure this out. But we come from wolves. And so that's who we descend from. We descend from killer whales. That's the reason that killer whale is there, because if you haven't been paying attention, killer whales, without concern for themselves, have been sinking yachts. They've been sinking boats over on another coast. They're not afraid of what that looks like, what the response might be for that. They just know that's their obligation. They just know they're supposed to do that. That's what makes us weak as humans, is our logic, our ability to think our way out of doing what's necessary. So I'm not trying to take up too much time. I know we're supposed to be shutting it down. So we're going to shut it down real quick with a couple songs for this space. Right. These spaces over here are Puyallup spaces, Duwamish spaces. Our relatives aren't here anymore, but we asked permission to be here because that's out of respect. We understood the necessity of respect to be able to sit in these spaces. We understood where we're from when we sit around like this. Like when we sit around like this, people, you sit down and you listen, even if you don't like what's being said, even if you don't understand, you sit down. We go inside a house, inside a ceremonial house, or a house in general where important work's being discussed. You don't get up, leave. You don't do any of those things. You sit down. They close the doors. They walk around. They feed you. That's why we kept you being fed the whole time. As they walk around, they'll feed you, but you're supposed to stay put. You listen, even if you disagree, even if you're tired, whatever it may be. And so that's the space that we come from. They threw my grandma in the city and divorced her from the forest. So what they say, they put my grandma to the city and divorced her from the forest. So we learned to put in work while you worked on your performance. Hey, but realistically, like that's the space they took our people away because so we would forget who we were, who we are. They forced us to become who we were told to be, not who we're born to be. But, you know, out of that, they created monsters. We're the boogeyman that was in the basement and we're starting to wake up, right? So I'm grateful that whoever came out here to listen to the boogeyman, the boogie women, everyone who was out here. So, you know, as we said, we were led by matriarchs. We understood the significance of a woman where we come from. We understood how insignificant a man was. And again, I'll remind people what that significance is. You put a woman and a man inside of a cave for a year, a woman will know how much time passed because of her connection to celestial bodies, the moon, right? And so we understood if a woman says it's time to put in work, so if women are sitting on the front line, standing in front of a man camp, we got to put in work. And we push to go harder. We step in our ceremonial spaces and we try to go harder to connect ourselves to those things. So we have an obligation to do that, right? So any other conversation can be done over by the fire. Anyone has any food they want to take home, we'll try and find something to stick it up in. We have some fresh fish. We have some smoked fish. We have seasonings that didn't get open. We have all kinds of stuff that didn't go. If you want it, you can have it. Whatever you need. So, thank you for being here. And that's kind of the space. And hopefully everyone shows up next year. As we go, we progress, we build. We talk about, and the reason we speak these things, like I talked to Chairman Fred about this, is like my obligation to assist you is because of the work you've done for my sister, and so and to have an awareness of the work you've done, and therefore the work I've done to be around, put in work for your cause, is because like without being useful, I can't ask for reciprocation. I can't ask for assistance later on if I'm not down to put in work. And so that's the reality, is that you do the work, you do whatever's asked of you, no matter where you go. I was taught that. You go outside, you may want to go out there and cook. You may want to come speak, but you go cook. You may want to go do something else, but you go chop wood. Whatever the fuck is needed from you, you do it. You may have to lay somebody down, you do it. It's necessary. This cause is bigger than the individual. You said it a little bit different, but you know what I mean? It's bigger than an individual, so that's how it is. I was taught that before we go and get a song going, I was taught that it's selfish to want to see the changes that you're trying to make. It's selfish to say, I want to see these changes. You just do the work. It doesn't make a difference if those changes happen in your life or not. You still do the work to make the changes. So that's how I was taught. But song it up, Robbie. It's unfortunate we're asked to leave. I'm not, and no disrespect to anybody here that runs the spot, but we're asked to leave at a certain time and all that because of, I don't know, officiality of whatever it is. But anybody who doesn't know this space was overtaken by natives. People call them Native Americans. I'm Native, not American. That's the kind of way I approach it. I'm indigenous. I'm exclaim. You know what I'm saying? We call this the United Snakes of America because we understand the way that it functions. It's illegally occupied territories, even according to international law and their own constitutional law. Anyways, this place was taken up. People climbed the walls. People climbed the sides of these cliffs to take this spot over when it was a military base, and they took it over, and it became this place. And some of these people that are sitting up there, Robert Free was here earlier. We had Ramona Bennett here earlier from Puyallup. Those were people that took this space, and it became what it was, and it was for the people. And unfortunately, the way it is eventually everything gets, some wolves turn into dogs. It's unfortunate. No disrespect again, but the reality is we used to be able to hold this space. My Uncle Fred used to run this space for a long time in terms of late night. He let people stay up out here. We'd be able to spend a lot more time out here, sit in here, do what we do and build. But as is, the circumstances exist that way. But if you want to sit by the fire with us, we'll be clean. I don't know when we're going to get kicked out over there either. But shit, real talk. All right, Robbie, you in? Okay. I started doing a Robbie and just started saying shit. Hey. And then my dad one time was,
Oh, thank you all. And there's cedar on the table, and the cedar is used to bless ourselves. So if you'd like to take some cedar, some lavender candles with you, please do so. Those are gifts.
All right. With that said, we're going to conclude our webcast broadcast of the Salish Sea Assembly State of Emergency for the Salish Sea. This has been Govinda with EarthCycles.net, Indigenous Environmental Network. For more information, go to ienearth.org, and you can find this particular webcast or broadcast or on Indigenous Environmental Network at YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. So thank you so much for listening and do share. Good night.